Besides this is obviously going to be, if you want to know what really happened, you need to watch this. This is the only place you're going to get this type of interview or I don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. I'm not guilty. I'm innocent.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Matthew L. Moore not guilty of murder as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment.
Cell phone video, another friend of Schuman, as we look at Alexander Vang on the bottom row and Madison Cohen. Remember her testimony not shown on our live camera video feed because she is considered a victim here. Hit, struck, depends on how you look at the testimony that has come in, but she testified under oath what happened between her and Nicolae Miu, escalating the combative, the physical confrontation, if you will, between the various groups of tubers and Nicolae Miu on the river. Quentin Carlson, he's in the Carlson group, the dad, he's out celebrating his birthday with son Dante, who also has called to testify, as has Isaac's friend Landon Wire. Now, as we think about Wednesday, Tony Carlson, Quentin's other son, Riley Madsen, of course, the only woman that stabbed in the encounter, another stabbing victim in A.J. Martin, more tubers, Sandy Miu, Nicolae's wife taking this, ex-wife now taking the stand, Larion Davis. Remember, he is the one who shot a foggy, very short video sort of as the stabbing is unfolding, the aftermath, his cell phone video now in evidence. Sheena Lowell, another tuber in the Carlson group, and Eric Von Williams there. He in the Miu group with Sandy Miu, Nicolae Miu. They were together, and he testified on Wednesday. Now, as we take a look at Thursday's testimony and those we met on Thursday, Janelle Duxbury, again, another Carlson group tuber. Andrea Baldazzo, very few of us will forget her testimony. She, the nurse on the river that day with her family when she came upon what she thought initially was a party. The loud noises, she was kind of had her head turned, the tube floating aimlessly down the river. When she heard the sounds, again, she thought it was a party, but quickly realized people were in trouble. She turned on, kind of put on her nursing hat at that moment, relied on her training, rushed in a futile effort, we now know, to try to save Isaac Schuman, her testimony coming in yesterday morning. And then we really got into law enforcement, folks who were at the scene first, the body camera footage of Sergeant John Farrell, Somerset, one of the first officers on the scene, Sergeant Chase Durand, St. Croix County on scene early on, Levi Stumo, former Somerset police officer, testifying. Then several members of the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office, including Sheriff Scott Knutson. He, I would point out, remember, he has a conversation with Nicolae Miu, the defendant. Miu's been arrested. He's in the back of the squad car. He asks if the temperature in the car is okay. And then his body camera is cut off by orders of the judge. There are 2 minutes worth of recordings that are not included for the jury to see. The defense said they made the argument pre-trial that the conversation between Knutson and Miu on scene that day should be considered, that he hadn't been Mirandized properly at that point, and that it should be considered an interrogation in that moment. Sheriff Knutson thought it was more small talk kind of thing. Judge Waterman rejected that argument from the state and kept out the 2+ minutes of the body camera conversation between Knutson and Nicolae Miu. Also, on yesterday, for the very first time, we saw the murder weapon, the knife, in kind of a dramatic courtroom moment. It was investigator Mitchell Schleppe who was asked to take it out of the evidentiary box and present it to the jury.
Can you open the blade also? Thank you. You can put it back in the box. Come in and see if you can see the knife in this photo, just for context on the location. Is that it right there?
Yes.
Taking a look now at some of the photographs captured by law enforcement once the knife was recovered. Remember, it's found on the river bank, not too far from where the deadly encounter unfolded. All of these photos brought into evidence. And again, there had been discussion, pocket knife, utility knife, field knife. For the first time, the jury really got to see the knife yesterday during Investigator Sheppy's testimony. As for today, I want to bring up the Miu tubing. Well, here are the various tubing groups that we've talked about. The Carlson group, most everyone, as I look through there now, has testified at this point. We, of course, have Isaac's group there, Alex, Joanne, Owen, Ryan, Landon, and Isaac himself. Owen P., he is the only one who has yet to testify, as we spoke to our legal expert yesterday. Perhaps saving Owen, he makes that awful call to Isaac's mom to tell her son has been stabbed. We have not heard from Owen. Some thought there that perhaps he might close the state's case now to bring back some of the emotion as the state starts thinking about wrapping up its case. And then as we get into the Miu group, it's important to know that we know today a Spanish interpreter will be in Judge Waterman's courtroom. Several witnesses requiring that assistance, including at least two members of Miu's tubing group, Ernesto Torres Chavez and Ariel Chavez. What type of interactions did they have with Miu that day? What did they see of the encounter on the river? We now know just how far away they were when the physical altercation exploded and Miu pulled out that pocket knife. Stay tuned. We should get right into some of today's witness testimony at the top of the hour. But again, interesting to point out, of course, there are several Spanish speakers in Nicolae Miu's group. We expect to hear from them later this morning. We continue to monitor the courthouse.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I wanted to get this up. Most of you missed it, but it was just a recap of all the witnesses. So I just want to go through them just to remind people who they are. And yeah, obviously these are the three groups. It's interesting, Owen. I didn't know that about this guy, Owen. He is testifying. He might be testifying. So this guy, he's the one that phoned the mother to let her know that Isaac basically been stabbed. So we've not heard from him yet. We've heard from him, and obviously this is Isaac. So today, hello, baseball dad. I'll get to you tidbit now. How you doing, fella? Hope you're well. So let me stop screen. The defense are going to be putting witnesses on today as well, not just the state. So all Spanish witnesses will be done today, or should be done today, just as a reminder for people. So they're going to take some witnesses out of order. So the state's going to start, then the defense is going to take over. But in the same way, next week, I will read it now, Aaron. I will read it now. Next week, there's one state witness which they might take out of sync as well. I got a little tidbit of this one. Seems like Carlson Group moved to the Upper River after being banned from the river previously. May just have a witness say this. Okay, that's interesting. That'd be interesting. It's going to be interesting. All of this is going to be interesting, to be fair. So, happy Friday, Pixie. You all. I come from the future to tell you that your Friday will be. Oh, thank you, Pixie. So, for those that don't know, Pixie's from Australia. So, Pixie gets to see things way ahead of us. I'm in the middle. Like Erin, if you could imagine, Erin Hack is right behind. It's like, what, 8 a.m. for Erin. It's 2 p.m. for me, and it's like 10 p.m. for Pixie or something ridiculous like that in Australia. So she's had her Friday already. on the booze. Hi, Sandra. Happy Friday. I'm here for 50 minutes or so, then off to hairdresser for a minute. No worries, Sandra. Always appreciate you popping in, Sandra. As I say, I hope you're well though. Lovely to have a hairdresser. I am my own hairdresser. So yeah, they seem problematic to be fair. Man asked for gossip, and well, it's interesting because I don't know what it means. As in, like, how's it going to fit? Don't start on me on a Friday. Don't start on me, Hackster. Jesus, I don't know how it fits in. Do you know what I mean? Oh, interesting. So yes, it is interesting. Aaron likes to keep the on his toes. They all do, Pixie. All my mods do. Jesus. Wait till Josie comes in as well. Do you know what I mean? Bloody hell. No, but in a good way. Yeah, I'm trying to think now about the council group because the witnesses, the son, one of the sons I thought was quite good on the stand. Oh, I don't remember his name now. Hang on. There were a lot of numbers. That's fine though. That's fine. Hang on. What we got here? Um, I thought London was quite good. Was it London or was it Tony? Was quite good. Hugh Quentin was the father. That Dante was the one that was basically pushing him down. I think his London then was quite good. He was like, yeah, I mean, we did punch him, whatever. So, but yeah, it is interesting. 12:02. So Saturday. Oh, happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. I didn't realize it's Saturday. I thought it was like 10 p.m. for you. So happy Saturday, Dixie. Um, so yeah, Hackster, we'll see what your tip comes through us now. If that is true, um, then that will play a part in terms of the violence aspect of it. But Dad Q said in the testimony they recently switched rivers could be through a ban from the other that would make a good defense witness, in my opinion. I mean, he'll play good, so which they keep going on, the defense keep going on about that the father sent them over to de-escalate. But if they've been banned from somewhere else because of aggression and stuff like that, that will play a big role. So I'm hoping your tip is right, but until it's confirmed in court, you're still in the naughty corner area. Still in the naughty corner. It was odd. Right, so there's no stream yet. I got 2 streams up ready. Neither one are live. They're not live yet. They're normally quite good at starting, so once they do go live, I will put it on screen. Never fear, I am here. Yeah, like the chat. Fuck me. 9 people, 3 likes. Jesus. Repeat bad behavior to get a totally ban, I think. Yes. Like the stream or whatever, chat. Thank you, Erin. Thank you. Number 1 mod today. The only mod, but thank you, Erin. No more gossip. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. Hello, Cassie. Oh shit, I even put my own name down wrong. How are we doing, Cassie? Hope you're well. Yeah, thank you for your comment on the Corriga trial. Still nothing. I hit it. Thank you, Kim. So I got my red book here with my notes and stuff. Okay, so that's done there. Fine. Hi, Sandra and Cassie. So yeah, so there are a few people here, like Cassie, obviously, who want to get an update on Carragher trial. We're going to day 6 of verdict watch, and yeah, still nothing. They're all still in the courthouse or around the courthouse because they have to be quite near. So everyone's getting a little bit antsy at the minute, you know. Hello, Alicia. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well as well. Lovely to see you. Now, have you seen this? I'm not sure if people have seen it, but this is now the new symbol for Karen Reid. If people don't know, so this is a new symbol. So Karen Reid came out of court yesterday with this symbol, and now everyone's making T-shirts and everything with this. Which obviously I tagged Solomon into it and stuff like that on Twitter. And wrongful, I tagged wrongful in it. Just because obviously the whole Zach tie, trying to make sure that people then can go and watch or listen to Wrongful Pod. So I've tried to make sure that people are aware that that was Zach or is Zach's sign, and that was Karen's sign as well. So they're also going to be making T-shirts and everything like that with the "I love you" sign as well. So wherever I can, I will always be linking it to Wrongful and stuff like that. I don't think you missed it. Oh, Christine as well. Oh no! Don't, Darren, don't. I was excited. I am excited. But you gotta remember. Oh, I'll explain to you later. I'll explain to you later. I'll explain to you later. I am excited. I am thrilled, Erin Hack. I'm thrilled. Thank you very much. Oh, you're gonna make me beg now as well. Thrilled this Friday. Yes. Morning, Jonathan. Mate, have a great day in work, buddy. Have a great day in work. Hope it all goes well for you. I hope the weather is good for you with your lawn mowing business. It's a little bit odd. No movement, no court yet. No, I hope you can't hear the Hoover and stuff. I hope you can't hear any of it. No, no, it's not that. I said yesterday I have builders in, right? So I have to I remember I'm a man, right? So I have to combat the noise, bang, 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 the Hoover noise, and chat with you guys and keep an eye out on the stream. I'm multitasking here, so I apologize for not being a huge way, but I appreciate the gossip. I do. I really do. Hi, Lisa and Jonathan. Hi. Oh, sure, people. I'll just say, well, I don't know. Anyway. Um, Still nothing. Yeah, vacuum, yes. They're in the roof. Vacuuming the roof. Oh, it's not for you guys. I appreciate Pixie, but I hear it. So as a man, I don't know. It's just a man thing, but I can't concentrate. If that makes sense. You know when it's something so loud, I'm struggling to concentrate. So it's like shut the fuck up. I can't hear myself think. So that's why I'm a little bit. They'll be done in a couple of hours. It's just more of a, and then they'll be gone. But oof, I hate it. Hello, Dave. Yeah, so that's what it is. I'm glad you guys can't hear. It's just, yeah, I just can't handle. I can't handle noise, if that makes sense. Because yesterday, there's one testimony I didn't even hear because of the noise. So, morning, Dave. Hey, and also, Erin Hack, you didn't say anything when I said to you about. Do you see that about Karen doing a soul sign? So I gave you something back. You never said anything. Right? Why is this not happening? Never apologize. That's weakness. Go, Pack, go. Go, Park, go. I promise you, there's no stream yet. I am. This is what I mean. I can't think of the word now. I am refreshing. Oh, he's closed the door. Thank you. Refreshing. I was saying about you don't miss anything. I was just saying about the whole Karen Reed stuff now. How her symbol now is the same as Zach, and they're now making T-shirts and and stuff like that about since court yesterday. She came out of court yesterday doing the "I love you" symbol, and then now jumped on it. So every time I see a post with her going like that, or any T-shirts now, I always tag like Sol, Wrongful Pod, and stuff like that, just to try and get some exposure for Zach as well. You are going to be hurting. You're going to be sore tomorrow, Jonathan. Big day of work today. 6:11, and there's still no stream though, Dave. That's the worst part. I got the Tragos video to play as well during the lunch break. That's very state heavy though. Do you know what I mean? So in the prosecution side, so I think that'd be good to listen to. Um, okay, no, still nothing. Two streams, nothing. But it's all good. What else is there? Oh, I do appreciate it, though, Dave. 6:11. I do appreciate you for that. I just wonder why they not. Normally, this court is very on time, as in legit on time. I'm just thinking, is there going to be an issue today or something? Well, maybe when the jury are late or other witnesses not did they not come? I'm just wondering. Mhm. Refresh, refresh. This is the latest they've ever been. This is not like this judge at all. By the way, I like this judge. I like this judge a lot. I like this judge a lot. I think he's got probably one of the best judges I've seen. He's on both sides. He's like stamped them both down, and no speaking arguments. If have you got an argument that spoken argument, come up. You know. Yes, I've said this earlier on. So there's going to be the prosecution and defense witnesses today. So a combination of both sets of witnesses today, not just the prosecution. So this is what I mean. So it's either a juror is late or somebody's not turned up, is what I imagine it is. Because they're normally there by now. Yeah, nothing, still nothing. I'm sure there's others refreshing as well, but it's weird. Literally yesterday, I literally on at 8 a.m. Central, and the court already started. So it started a bit early today, and they're not here. But also that it looks likely that Monday or early Tuesday, the state will be resting, and the defense take over. But it is interesting. I mean, I was saying, playing Tragos' video lunchtime. I've not seen it. I just know it's pro state. And I can see the chat in Tragos is mostly guilty. Yeah, maybe it's waiting on the interpreter. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. There's lots of things it could be, because this court is on it, or they're normally on it, I should say. So yeah, we'll see what happens. It's all good though. We've got plenty of time. We're amongst friends. It's fine. Even though everyone's ignored me when I was going on about the symbol for Karen, but it's fine. I'm used to it. It's all good. The chat is been very on Twitter and stuff like that. Has been very middle ground. It used to be not guilty. Now it's gone more towards guilty. So it's interesting. I'll be listening for a bit. I have to run and get eye drops for one of my kids. Your kid has pink eye. Jesus, Erin. You passed it on to your kids. Jesus. No, that's fine. Well, if we do start, I mean, there's nothing here yet. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah. Everybody, rock your body right. So I don't know. I'm still a little bit on the fence with this. Or I think I just wish this was a lesser charge. Lesser charge. That's all. Alicia's like, yeah. I don't know. So I don't know. I think everyone's in the wrong here. There's not one person that comes out with this case looking good. I don't think. Back streets back. All right. Right. Do you know what I'll do is I'll play this stream then, because they are live. It's just they're not.
Same short. Yes. Let me double lock this quick. Like I said, sir, you're just detained at this point, okay? We'll explain anything in a second here. Got some pretty good markings on his hand, too. All right. So let's take a picture of that. We're on his thumb.
Advise him he's under arrest? Have we done that yet? Last I heard was
Nothing that's going to poke me, prick me, stick me, hurt me in any way?
Absolutely.
So right now you're being placed under arrest, okay? You're being placed under arrest for a homicide and attempted homicide.
And there's just some of the body camera footage placed into evidence yesterday, including the very end there. You saw the defendant, Nicolae Miu, being arrested on scene at the Apple River Valley, Apple River tubing exit point, if you will. We're approaching now. It's about 8:18 Central Time. As we've talked about this morning, 8 a.m. is when Judge Waterman likes to begin. He's been very punctual this week. I have just gotten a bulletin from our courtroom pool folks in St. Croix County Circuit Court. They are telling us they're having technical issues and to quote, please stand by, which of course we are doing. We do not want to miss a moment. We want to make sure you see all of this trial, all of the witness testimony. But right now, technical issues at the courtroom, at the courthouse. I just want to point out here, this is a shared resource. There's one television camera in that courtroom. So we're having technical issues at the moment. So while we continue to wait, and I promise you, as soon as we see Judge Waterman and the parties in that courtroom, we will get it right out to you. We do know, as we think about the Friday testimony that's expected, several Spanish-speaking witnesses are coming to the witness stand. The court has hired and wanted to make sure a Spanish interpreter was standing by and in place for today's testimony. And again, wanting to point out that at least two of those Spanish-speaking witnesses are people that were tubing with Nicolae Miu on July 30th, 2022. And furthermore, one of the two is the one who loses the cell phone, Ariel, who needs the help of a Spanish interpreter. They're using Ariel's cell phone that day, apparently to listen to music, as that group of about a dozen or so friends, grown-ups, Nicolae, 50 peers of his, that they were tubing together. They had Ariel's cell phone out, and then at some point it goes missing. There seems to be some confusion whether it was in one of those floaty bags where it had floated downriver, but clearly Nicolae Miu set off to go looking for it. Interestingly, and again, we're going to have to wait to see how the testimony comes in, but during opening statements, you may remember we heard that Ariel told Nicolae, at least initially, not to worry about the phone, that it was insured, it wasn't worth it once it went missing. But Miu thought it was, and had a snorkel and goggles, as we now know, because his wife at the time had suggested that people can lose jewelry pretty easily in the river because of the cold temperatures in the middle of the summer, and that Nicolae perhaps thought he could search the river for lost jewelry. In the end, he went searching for a lost cell phone when he has that encounter downriver from his group. And we would learn yesterday the distances between the various parties and where things unfolded, and that 233 feet from where the yellow Miu group is on that sandbar. And then, of course, the river is flowing upwards on your screen, right? Follow the arrow, the yellow spot, or I guess it's more of an orange where the Miu tubing group is. And then the quote unquote yellow attack location, that's a 233 feet distance. And as our legal analyst told us yesterday, Debbie Lang, a criminal defense attorney, if she's defending Miu in this case, she is harping on just how great a distance Miu was from his group at the time that the encounter escalates, that they're 233 feet. She also thought it would be wise for the defense team, perhaps during closings, to point out just how that compares in yardage, perhaps more of a 3/4 of the length of a football field. That's how far away they are. The purple group there also along the bank, that is your Carlson tubing group. Of course, we've heard from them. Those are the ones, 4 stabbing victims come from that group. Riley Madison, AJ Martin, Quentin Carlson is the dad, but then Tony Carlson and Dante Carlson. And then in the white there is the initial contact location. Remember, Miu goes past the group initially. The teens, something appears to be said. It's not on camera, but Jawan Cockfield has testified that Miu said something about looking for little girls. And that's what prompted the young men, the boys, to really get after him, and would subsequently lead to the physical confrontation. And here, again, we think this graphic is really illustrative to help you guys understand, our viewers, the various folks that have testified thus far and how the groups break down. And you can see Ernesto in the Miu group. He's one of the ones that's expected to testify. And then Ariel on the far left, also expected to testify today with the help of Spanish interpreters. Ariel not only loses the cell phone that day, but he's also the first one to get to Miu. It's too late. The stabbings have occurred. Miu is beginning to walk away from the deadly confrontation, but Ariel is clearly the one who ends up coming downriver. Remember, the river flows. There's some light, it's a rushing river. I mean, lightly rushing. It meanders, if you will, but the water obviously is going to pull tubers, pull a cell phone, pull something that's floating downstream. And Ariel ends up kind of getting to Nicolae first, right after the encounter. So his witness testimony is huge. What's said there, we don't know. Remember, Sandra Miu, the ex-wife, testified, but she claimed spousal privilege, or the defense asserted spousal privilege. So the prosecution wasn't even able to ask her about the kind of immediate conversations, any private conversations that Nicolae and his wife had at that time. Not the case for Ariel. He will have to answer questions. What did Nicolae say immediately after? Did he mention it? What did he look like? We've heard his defense team describe him in shock and the ghost-like. What does Ariel recall? His testimony will be critical. Again, as we come up on 8:25 here in the Central Time Zone, we are experiencing technical difficulties at the St. Croix County Courthouse in Hudson, Wisconsin. It is just across the border from us here in our Twin City studios. So we will continue to monitor it. As soon as we get the camera feed up, we will bring it to you. But at this point, again, to keep everybody fresh on this case, so much has been entered, so much witness testimony, the tears, the heartbreak, the murder weapon, the body cam.
Thank you, FM. Well, Sean's fiance, thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I hope it went well. I noticed we did tell everyone that Sean was streaming last night. I hope it went well. Hopefully he's enjoying it. I'll be interested to see his feedback as well. Oh, that's yesterday. I thought the stream was back. I hope you enjoy your meetings. But yeah, thank you as always for your support. And thank you again for your super chat. Really do appreciate it. Thank you. Here she is, Josie. Thanks for the super chat. Yes, I'm just trying to look up what. So Branca saying, Branca says the jury could find him guilty of imperfect self-defense, which would mean a lesser charge and sentence, either secondary or like a manslaughter. So I've always said if there's a lesser charge, I think he's going to be found guilty. So yeah, I think so. I think that he'll be a lesser charge. I know, yeah. So glad you found a happy home away from the land of the shaft. I was feeling you would. Thanks, Dunya. Morning FM. Sean's rants were the best last night. I did some rewatch. Happy days. I did see he was on because Dave said he was on. I was gonna kick everyone over there, but by the end, I think we had 4 people here, so it was like no point. And the hacks had already gone over there anyway, so it was fine. I will just check it in. Thank you, Nunia. No worries. We'll have a good Sean rant. Happy days. I'm trying to contain my rants. Here she is. Hiya, hens. I said, take a look on Discord. Sent you a message on Discord as well in the mods group. But I'd love you to see you, hens. We have definitely missed you, hens. So when people say who's like in your mods, who's a sensible one, who's a sensible one? It's this one, Cable for Council. Though they're all great, they're all sensible. I have to say that, you know. But yeah, I don't know. So I think a second degree, without looking at it, I think is more reasonable. Or manslaughter, definitely manslaughter. I think he's going to be found guilty of manslaughter. I did not know that. This is a thing, you see. This is a good thing about people like Branca. Like I'm just obviously streaming basically I stream like a juror. So to know that these things are possible, I'm glad I know that now. Because I was worried it was only first degree, and I was like, no way, I can't vote first degree murder. But second, depending what was installed in it, and manslaughter, manslaughter's another one. Well, fucking bitch. Yeah, move your fucking ass from my parking spot, you bitch. Here we are, good girl, good girl. Motherfucker, parking in my space. Fucking piss right off. So I don't think it's first degree. I've been playing with it in my head. First degree, first degree, first degree. I just can't. Not for intentional first degree. Manslaughter, now that's a different game. That's a different game. I think he would possibly be found guilty for manslaughter, you know. So yeah, I'm with you, Hans. I've got my eye on these people. She's giving me the dirty eye. This one of my neighbours, she's like, thinks she's it, like, you know, and she's looking in my window. I was staring back at her. Hey, you can have a staring contest if you want, no issues. I mean, I say that I got blinds, so you know, she can't see in, but she did look over. But she literally was going to take my parking spot. Like it's not assigned to me or anything, but everyone knows I park there. but I have not parked it because I got builders. So their van is parked there, but they've gone to the store to get some supplies. So I've moved mine to another spot. But I thought she's got a park there. I was like, no bloody way. So just if you just joined us, we're still waiting for the streams. No, nothing there. Also, the just for FM. So Sean's fiance, I should say, that in my experience, tell Sean to stream from this. I've noticed he's streaming from the one I'm streaming from now. The sound quality, I find personally, the sound quality on this stream, KST PT, is better than the one for Fox 9, personally. Time to try it out. I think the volume's higher. So in KSTP, so just a little nugget for you if he wants to use that instead. And also there's no logos and stuff like that either, so it makes it even better. Think we'll get a verdict today. Are they going to come back on Monday? So I made a quick video about it. The No Worries at All FM. I only noticed last night. I went over to see because I was going to redirect the stream over there, and he was using Fox 9. So I was like, oh, actually, I need to tell him through you to use this one. As I say, personally, I think it's better, and there's no logos or anything like that on it. The lawyers, most of them, except for Weaver, he's in Costa Rica, or Croatia, wherever he is. I think he's back now. They're not in court, but they're all outside the court. So that everyone's annoyed at the minute because everyone's like not annoyed, but everyone's like on tender hooks. They are. I think some of the attorneys are leaning towards this might be a um um. Oh, okay. No, hang on. Um, I only saw that one. The link I just put to you. So when I went to see him, he was watching Fox 9, and I knew that if I saw you today, I was going to let you know to go to KSTP 5, that link, because the volume is better the audio is better in my opinion. So that's the one I stream from. I'm not sure about Law and Crime; they might be okay as well. So um, you know. Yeah, that's fine. But Law Crime might be better. I don't know. It's just also there's no logo on it, so if he doesn't want to cover up, there's nothing to cover up. They're quite good like that. So I think because there's 90 charges, it could be one of several things. Either they can't decide, obviously, but there's a thought process there that it might be hung jury. But like no one knows that. That's just pure speculation. They don't know it, but there's a thought process that might be a hung jury. I think they think that they would have by now known roughly how they would vote, but no one actually knows. That's the point. Um, they don't want a hung jury, obviously. No one does, and they do believe that they would retry if there was a hung jury. They do think they would retry. But as I say, I am not. I'm not streaming it. Only one question on your yes. Only one question. So far, anyway. Only the one. No one's heard from the jury at all. No one judge. I don't believe the judge. Well, actually, I don't know. They may have asked for like you know admin stuff like paper and stuff like that, but there's not been. No one's heard from them for a question or anything. So. Right. Anyway, back to this trial. So yeah, I mean, so I'm playing the Tragos video lunchtime, but it is interesting what you guys are saying about. Oh, Josie, did you see what I tagged you in last night, Josie? The tweet I tagged you in about Karen Reid. with the whole sign for Zach, using the same sign. Right. So technical duties in court is what I'm getting. Hi, Christine. Hi, Christine. Technical duties in court. Oh, 100%. But Cable, hence, I'll be honest with you, I'm not going to find out because I ain't fucking watching it again. Let me just tell you that.
This morning's courtroom testimony. The only thing I can tell you at this point is there are technical issues. I'm now seeing color bars come from the courthouse, and we do now have that feed up. Let's go right there.
Yo dije 3 veces, stop, stop, y le dije a Ariel que fuera a ayudar.
I said 3 times, stop, stop. And
you see Nick in trouble, or did you just hear that he was in trouble?
Yo escuché que él estaba en problemas.
I heard that he was in trouble.
And I think you said that you saw Nick walking back toward your group. Is that right?
Yes.
And when he's walking back toward your group, you saw him kind of go over to the edge of the river bank. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And if you can tell us about how far away were you from that riverbank area that you saw Nick walk over to?
Era como de aquí a la puerta.
It was like from here to the door.
Lo que tiene el río de ancho.
The width of the river.
And when you saw him walk over to that area, I saw you make a motion with your hand, kind of like pushing it out in front of you. Is that fair?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. So and I think you said in your statement to police that you believe he was discarding something.
Él tiró algo, fue mi palabra.
Yeah, he threw something out there. That was what I said.
And when he threw, you don't know what he threw, is that right?
No, no sé.
No, I don't know.
But the way and manner in which he threw it was the manner that I'm showing you right now, kind of. And he moves his hand away from his body, kind of like that.
Correcto.
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Miu walk over after he discarded this object? Did you see him walk over to the object, or did he head back toward your group?
Se dirigió al grupo de nosotros.
He walked through the group to our group.
Okay. And I think you told police that when he walked back to your group, he appeared white and pale. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
He really wasn't talking. Is that right?
Él dijo que le quitaron la navaja.
He said they took away the knife.
Is that the only thing that he said to you?
Y que se iba a ir para los árboles atrás de nosotros.
And that he was going to go by the trees behind us.
Now, when you talked to the police, you never told the police that Mr. Miu was looking to go into the tree area. Is that true?
Cuando usted me dice que yo hablé con la policía, ¿fue cuando salimos del río o cuando ellos llegaron a mi casa a hablar conmigo?
When you say that I that I didn't say that when I talked to the police. Are you talking about the time I talked to the police by the river, or when they went to see me at my home?
When they went to your home, they sat with you for a while and spoke to you. Is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
And they were asking you questions about what you saw and what you heard, right?
sí,
Yes.
They were asking you details about what Nick Miu did that day, right?
ujú, sí,
Yes.
And during this interview that you gave with police, you never mentioned to the police that Mr. Miu wanted to walk into the area by the trees.
honestamente no lo recuerdo en ese momento si yo lo dije.
I honestly don't remember if I said that at that moment.
So you don't have a recollection, a memory of whether you told that to the police or not. Is that fair?
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
Had Nick previously that day gone into the woods to go to the bathroom?
No que yo viera.
No, I didn't see that.
You described to the police when Nick came back to your group, you described him as looking scared. Is that fair?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you knew that Nick had a knife with him that day. Is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
And you knew he had the knife to cut the rope on the tubes. That's why he had brought it. Is that right?
sí, cierto.
Yes, that's true.
Is it fair you told your group, people in your group, to call 911? Is that right?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Your group stayed at that location for some time. Is that true?
Sí,
Yes.
Did you see Nick? Nick didn't run up into the woods, true?
no,
No.
He sat in his tube. Is that right?
sí.
Yes.
How long do you think your group sat there before moving on?
No sé. No podría decir un tiempo.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you, well, how much time we were there.
You had mentioned that you wanted to move where you were sitting in your tube. Is that true?
Sí,
Yes.
And I think you mentioned to the police that you wanted to move in your tube because you were concerned or afraid of the situation. Is that right?
sí.
Yes.
It wasn't anything that Nick had said or done to you that made you want to move, right?
No, nada de eso.
No, nothing like that.
Do you remember whether or not Nick Miu had his phone with him during that time?
No.
No.
Terrible question. You don't. Did he or did he not have his phone, or don't you remember?
No recuerdo. No tengo una memoria como específica de eso, muy vago.
I don't remember. I don't have a clear recollection of that in my memory. Yeah.
When Nick came back to the tubes, I think you said it became quiet.
Sí.
Yes.
No one was really talking.
No.
No.
Tatiana decía como, algo pasó, ¿qué habrá pasado?
May I ask for a repetition of the?
Solamente Tatiana decía, algo pasó, ¿qué será lo que ha pasado? Pero nada más.
Tatiana was the only one who said something happened, but nothing else. Something must have happened.
Did Nick appear? Nick appeared to be in shock, right?
Sí.
Yes.
When Nick came back to your tubes, did he just sit in the tube?
Sí, que yo recuerde, sí.
Yes, as far as I remember, yes.
You didn't see him run away from the tubes and try to get away from you guys, is that right?
No.
No.
And you were with a gentleman, if you know, by the name of Eric. Is that right? He was with your group?
Sí, andaba un muchacho ahí, pero no lo conozco.
Yes, there was a guy there, but I didn't know him.
Is it okay? Ms. Castanza, do you remember seeing this gentleman
Sí,
with your group?
Yes.
sí.
Yes.
And that's Eric Von Williams. I don't know if you know his name.
Sí, recuerdo el nombre cuando me lo presentaron.
Yes, I remember the name when they introduced us.
And Mr. Von Williams went over to at least try to render aid or help. Is that right? Do you remember that?
No, yo no vi el momento que él caminó hacia, no sé.
I didn't see him walking at that. I didn't see when he was walking.
Did you see the number of people that were in the other groups?
Eran varias personas, pero no puse atención cuántas eran.
There were several people there, but I didn't pay attention on the number of people.
But you believe that Nick was the only member of your group from over there, right?
Sí.
Yes.
I don't even have the questions.
Mr. Anderson, do you have more questions?
Yes. Were you the only one who saw Nick throw something?
Nunca he hablado con los del grupo de esto. No sé si ellos miraron.
I never talked to the group about that. I don't know if they saw that.
Did you know that was important information to tell police?
Bueno, sí.
Well, yes.
When Nick came back, do you know if the look was shock or fear or something else?
Como en shock.
Like in shock?
And when you're leaving, you specifically did not want to sit by Nicolae because you were afraid to sit close to him, right?
Sí.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trophy?
You didn't know what happened. Is that fair?
No.
No.
So you weren't afraid to sit next to him because of anything he had done, correct?
No.
No.
You were afraid in part because of the look on his face, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
The shock that he had on his face concerned you, right?
Sí.
Yes.
That's the reason that you didn't want to sit next to him, right?
Podría decir que sí.
You could say that, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Castanza. You may step down. Is she released?
No.
Would someone please collect the headset? How is everyone doing? Does anybody need a break? Let's continue then. Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
Can I have 1 minute, Judge?
Yes.
Actually, could we? Who calls Elba Torres?
Ms. Torres, please raise your right hand. The clerk will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Alba Rosa Torres.
Alba Rosa Torres.
And can you, Elba, were you tubing with Nicolae on July 30, 2022?
Sí.
Yes.
And I want to direct your attention to about the time the phone was lost, if you remember that.
Sí.
Yes.
Sometime after the phone was lost, was there some sort of disturbance?
¿Puede repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sometime after the phone was lost, was there some sort of commotion or disturbance?
Sí.
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
No, no mucho, porque no vi.
Not much because I didn't see.
You didn't see anything about what happened downriver?
Ya había pasado todo.
Everything had already happened.
So you just weren't looking in that direction?
No.
No.
Do you remember hearing screaming or seeing people with bloody injuries at all?
Alguien me dijo que llamara 911, nada más, que estaba pasando algo.
Somebody told me to call 911. That's it. They said something was going on.
And although I forgot to ask, did you know Nicolae before that day on the river?
Sí.
Yes.
How long had you known him?
Como 5 o 6 años.
About 5 or 6 years.
Were you friends?
Sí.
Yes.
So after, did you say Tatiana told you to call 911?
Sí.
Yes.
After that, did a person from your group leave to go help with the injured?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you remember who that was?
Eric.
Eric.
And was the reason your group didn't leave sooner because Eric was away helping with the victims?
No.
No.
You told police, you remember telling the police about how you're impressed with how Eric responded to the situation?
No.
No.
Do you remember anything you told law enforcement about Eric and
Solo que había salido a ayudar.
Only that he had gone there to help.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that your group called Eric back to your group so you could leave?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that that man conducted himself very well, and that's why we were waiting so long until the police came?
Sí.
Yes.
Because he was away from your group, so you had to wait for him to come back, right?
Sí.
Yes.
Sorry.
And was, when you saw people who were injured, were you wondering or trying to figure out who did it? Who was the person who caused those injuries?
No sabía, pero sí.
I didn't know, but yes.
And when you eventually left from the sandbar, Nicolae was wearing his hat, sunglasses, and jacket, right?
Cuando estábamos estuvo,
When we were tubing,
Yes.
su chaqueta,
his jacket.
pero no recuerdo si los lentes. Yo no recuerdo si lentes.
But I don't remember if he was wearing sunglasses.
What about a hat?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
And when you spoke with law enforcement, you gave them a video you took after you left the sandbar. Do you remember that?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, use your laptop. May I approach?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 85, Judge. I'm just gonna show it to Elba.
Attorney Andrews, you don't have to lay foundation.
Gotcha. Okay. I just asked to move to admit 85, ask to publish.
Any objection to 85? No, sir. Received. You may publish.
He has something like hammer in his hand.
Just take a picture and save it.
I don't take a picture, take a video. I take a video. Look.
Just take whatever.
Look what he has in his hand. Look. Emmy, get out there. Look. Tell you. He have something in his hand. Emmy.
Just take a video, just take a picture, take whatever.
Yeah.
If it's anything,
take a video.
Just take a picture, take a video, take whatever. We don't know if it's anything to do with anything, but just take it. Just take.
So I try.
Over there, everybody put your ass out.
Ernesto,
And
mueve
now-
para allá. Mueve para allá.
No, pero donde quiera va a estar roca, lo que levanten el
Escúchame. Escúchame.
You gotta go over the rapids.
Para allá.
But just take video.
He waiting for something.
Just take a video.
I know. I try, but maybe I can't. Porque él está viniendo desde allá con una cosa en la mano, un martillo.
Hold your phone. We're going over the rapids. Over the rapids.
And he waiting.
Oh, but that was a video you took after you left the sandbar when you were going to the exit, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And in the beginning of the video, is that Nick that you see paddling with his hand? Do you remember? Or do you need to see it again?
Vi que iban ahí, pero yo estaba pendiente a lo que estaba haciendo.
Yeah, I'm talking.
Just a moment. The interpreter needs a repetition. Repite, por favor.
Que sí, estaba con nosotros ahí, pero yo estaba tomando mi video porque estaba asustada.
I saw that he was there. He was there with us, but I was taking the video because I was scared.
Were you scared because you didn't know where the person was that had hurt those people?
Sí.
Yes.
And you thought maybe the guy up on the shore was the person who did it?
Sí.
Yes.
Did it turn out to be an employee of the tubing company?
No sé.
I don't know.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that it turned out it was an employee of the tubing company?
Yo no recuerdo.
I don't remember.
And do you remember telling police that you were wrong, that it was a hammer, that was because you're poor English, you used the wrong word?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember what was in his hand?
No recuerdo,
I don't remember.
pero algo tenía.
But he had something.
Was it maybe a radio or couldn't you see?
Ay, yo no sé, no recuerdo.
I don't know. I don't remember.
And was it, did you hear in the video somebody saying in English, "You're almost there"?
No.
No.
When do you recall telling law enforcement that when Nick came back to the group, he appeared calm?
Yo lo vi normal.
I saw him just normal.
And that was the time that you remember seeing blood everywhere and injured people?
No vi a nadie lastimado, solo de lejos vi que algo pasaba.
I didn't see anybody injured. I only saw that from something was going on far away.
And Nick, when you saw Nick, you described him as being calm.
Yo lo vi normal.
I saw him normal.
Todos asustados.
We were all scared.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Shropshire?
Alba, you and your group were tubing with Nick and his wife on the Apple River that day. Is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And do you remember your group stopping at the Hideaway Bar before all of this happened? Do you remember that?
¿Me puede repetir, por favor?
Can you please repeat the question?
Do you remember your group stopping?
Sí.
And
Yes.
prior to anything that happened with the other group?
Antes.
Before?
Yes.
Correcto.
Correct.
And when your group had stopped earlier in the afternoon, Nick was snorkeling around the area. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And when your group is, does there come a point where Ariel loses his phone?
No, en ese momento no.
No, not at that moment, no.
Is there some point later on the trip where Ariel loses his phone?
Sí.
Yes.
And you know that Nick, because he has a snorkel and goggles, offers to go look for that phone. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
So Nick leaves your group and goes away looking for the phone. Is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
Your group waits for Nick. Is that true?
Correcto.
Correct.
To your knowledge, is Nick by himself, meaning nobody else from your group goes with Nick?
Solo, creo.
By himself, yes.
And I think that you talked, when you spoke to the police, you mentioned that you saw this other group of people pushing Nick. Is that right?
No.
No.
Es que no vi.
It's because I didn't see.
Okay. Do you hear Nick's wife say that Nick's in trouble?
Correcto.
Correct.
And when his wife says Nick's in trouble, do you look to see how Nick's in trouble?
En ese momento no, porque yo estaba de espalda.
Not at that moment because my back was facing that direction.
Yeah.
Do you turn around to see what's happening?
No.
No.
Okay. Do you see anyone else in your group respond when Mr. Miu's wife says Nick's in trouble?
Mi hermano.
My brother. Mm-hmm.
And what's your brother's name?
Ernesto.
Ernesto.
So you see Ernesto respond. How do you see him respond?
Yo le dije, ve a ver qué pasa.
I told him, go see what's going on.
And to your knowledge, does Ernesto listen to you and do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To your knowledge, does Ernesto walk over there or does he run over there? How does he get over there?
Solo vi que salió caminando y ya casi en ese momento regresaba Nick.
I just saw him walking over in that direction, and almost at that moment, Nick was coming back.
Do you see Nick walking back to your group?
Yeah.
Yep.
And when Nick comes back to your group, he tells you that he'd been attacked, right?
Yo pregunté.
I asked.
Okay. You asked what happened and he told you that he'd been attacked, right?
Estaban puchando, esa fue su palabra.
They were pushing. That was the word that he used.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Nick said five people attacked him?
Yo no recuerdo.
I don't remember.
What you do remember is him telling you they were pushing him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And you described him as calm. Was he quiet?
Callado.
Quiet.
Did he appear to be in shock to you?
¿Puedes repetir?
Can you repeat?
Did he appear to be in shock to you?
¿Yo?
You're talking about me?
No, well, first I'm talking about Nick.
Oh.
Oh,
What did you see Nick doing? How was he behaving?
Callado.
quiet.
Do you know have you ever seen someone in shock before?
No.
No.
Did he appear to be, was he angry or upset?
No.
No.
So he tells you that he'd been pushed. Is that all he says to you about what had happened?
Correcto.
Correct.
You described you being in shock to the police. Is that right?
Claro, todos.
Of course, all of us.
Okay. And can I ask you, at that point, why did you feel the way you felt?
Porque no sabíamos qué estaba pasando, no sabíamos que tantas cosas, no sabíamos nada.
Because we didn't know what was going on. We didn't know many things. We didn't know anything.
Estábamos súper lejos nosotros.
We were really far away.
At that point, when Nick walked back to your tubes, were you in fear of the situation?
Y sin él estar también, porque estábamos todos asustados.
And also when he wasn't there, because we were all scared.
When you say we were all scared, did Nick appear to be scared to you?
No le presté atención a él.
I didn't pay attention to Nick.
Did your group stayed there for some period of time after Nick came back to the tube, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And do you remember about how long you were there?
No recuerdo, pero
Ah.
mucho. Pero,
I don't remember, but it was for a long time.
yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't see Nick attempt to run away from you guys, like up into the woods or anything, did you?
No.
No.
He just sat on his tube, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
When your group headed back down the river after Nick came back, were there already police there?
Oh, ya había pasado todo prácticamente.
Oh, everything had already happened, basically.
Did your group have any contact with police at all when you were on the river?
Llamamos al 911 nomás.
We just called 911.
Tatiana.
Tatiana did.
And was that the only contact that you guys had with police or law enforcement of any kind while you were on the river?
Correcto.
Correct.
On that day, do you remember seeing Nick with sunglasses on at some points?
Yo no recuerdo.
I don't remember.
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Yep.
I'm going to show you exhibit 12A. Are you in this picture?
Yeah.
Yep.
Rosie. Yeah.
You're right there with the pink shoes on. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see Mr. Miu in that picture?
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
If I said he's wearing sunglasses, would you agree with me?
Yeah.
Yes.
If I said he's wearing the shirt that he was wearing later on, would you agree with me?
Sí.
Yes.
So if I asked you at various points during that trip, were there times that he was wearing the things you see in this picture?
¿Puedes repetir?
Can you repeat the question?
If I asked you at various points on your trip that day, were there times that he was wearing sunglasses?
Sí.
Yes.
Are there times that he was wearing this shirt?
Sí.
Yes.
You need help with the device?
Let's just...
Ay, un momento.
Can somebody?
Ah. Ya, perfecto. Sí, gracias. Ok, gracias.
Thank you.
I don't have any other questions for you, ma'am. Thank you for your time today.
Mr. Anderson, do you have more questions?
One question.
Alba, did you ever hear Nick say he wanted to leave and go into the woods, but Ernesto told him to stay with the group?
No.
Okay, nothing else.
Mr. Robson? Thank you, Ms. Torres. The testimony is finished.
Gracias. Thank you.
It's almost 9:30. Let's take our morning recess. We'll come back in about 15 minutes. All rise for the jury. We will return at 9:40. We're in recess.
So, right, before I forget, before she goes to sleep, I try and do this every break if there is any, so I wasn't sure if she'd still be here. But again, thank you to Pixie for the coffee and support. I really appreciate for that. On Streamlabs, it normally pop up on screen, but because I'm on StreamYard, moving forward, I'm just going to, before streams, during streams, breaks, and afterwards, I'll just put them on screens and stuff like that. So, So thank you, Pixie, once again, all the way from Australia. So appreciate you. Let me get out of here. To everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah, everybody. Right. Oh. So the best thing about this is the best thing about this trial is that opinions vary. Opinions vary. We've all got an opinion, and they all vary, it seems. What Kim say? Hang on, let's go. I don't see any justification for him stabbing any of those kids. He could have left the area. There was no need for him to hit that girl. I mean, that's definitely one view. I can understand that, Kim. I respect that. As I say, I don't agree with you, but I respect you. So I actually am the complete opposite of you on it. So which is me actually, but it's all good though. The Hackster says, I have struggled with the punch because it's not on video and they're not pics of marks. If he hit her, he is the instigator. If not, they are. I've watched that video 100 times. Well, it depends. We had this debate yesterday about whether the girl, Madison, whether she's the instigator because she put her hands on him. So it's whether you believe that that is instigating or not. So the only thing I would say on that. Now, I don't know if it is or not. I said that yesterday. I don't know if that's justified or not. But several people did say that they believe that she put her hands on him first, so it's open season on that. So if Erin Hack goes in the next week, honestly, this crowd is going to be pink, 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 pink. I was on the fence about this case until the third time watching this slow motion. He should have walked away. This is where I disagree. As in, I don't know where he's going to walk away to, but that's just me. I don't. That's the one thing that I'm staunch on. I don't believe he could have walked away. That's the beauty of it. Do you know what I mean? That's what we all see differently. And I've covered it. I've said it from day one. I think I said it from the first time I watched the video. He can walk away because he's walking into deeper water. So that's just my opinion of it. And I was glad to see Branca had the same opinion. I was like, yes. But then there are others that think totally differently. The media guy that come and see it, he thinks he should have gone off to the side. And that might be an option. I don't know. But as I say, opinions are like arseholes. We all have one, so it's fine. Making me was probably in an extra state of panic fear because of his heart condition. Yeah, I agree, Tudley. You and me think alike on that one, Tudley. We think alike on that one. Yes, I wouldn't even want to know. No, I think you're going to see her anyway. I think you'll see Erin Hack you'll just look at her eyes and be like, I don't know why he wouldn't leave the area where the kids were in, because he couldn't. In my opinion, he couldn't. I really like Branca's view, his breakdown. I totally agree with Branca. Totally agree with him. Totally agree with him. Like you say, the kids blocked him across the entire river. Yes, I am, because they surrounded him in a hole. The only way he could have gone was backwards, and that is going back upstream to the deep water, which is the complete opposite of where his family and friends were. So, in my opinion, they blocked him. Yes. And I know some people have the same beliefs. Some people obviously don't. So, but I 100% believe that he had no option. He could not retreat. The police say that he could have retreated to the deep water, but I go back to what Tudley says in that kind of sense of them trying to drown him. He had no option. Now, if they stepped aside, he could have walked past them that way, but that's different. Are you going to wear sunglasses though, Erin? Are you going to wear sunglasses? Because no, your pink eye's gone. It's your daughter, I mean, fancy telling your daughter online that she's got pink eye. Hopefully no one watching that knows Erin's daughter, poor thing, that you gave her that. So the other thing that we didn't know, I did not know until Erin Hack said, and obviously Pixie said as well, is that Branca has said that in Wisconsin, the second-degree homicide and manslaughter are now options. So it's not just first-degree homicide with intent. So that opens the door to a lot of things. So I think it's easier to vote guilty in some of those things. Now, do I think that he is completely innocent in all this? No, I've always said I just don't think it's first degree. Now, second degree and manslaughter, now we're talking. We'd have to look at those statutes to see if it fits in there. So, yeah, because I do think it might fit into second degree or in manslaughter, because he was reckless, But yeah, I definitely don't think that he could have done. He's wrong what he did, but in the first degree, I think he's innocent for that statute. For someone who's had any kind of heart problems with, like Nicolae Miu, they're going to be very conscious of that. Absolutely. I mean, absolutely. I agree. Hey, Paige, how are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well as well. Hope you're well. Let me see you yesterday. We didn't see you yesterday. Give me the. We watched Blanca's part 1 from yesterday. It brings in more the Wisconsin law for the self defense. It's very interesting because you basically said what I'd be saying. So I'll tap myself on the shoulder. But someone will say, well, he shouldn't have gone there in the first place, but then he was just incorrectly looking for the phone but he didn't anticipate the loud lyrics of the tears. 100%, there is that as well, yes. Dan, I hope you're too. I am very well, thank you. You'll judge away, lol. It's not judging, we just got opinions, that's all, Kim. You've got an opinion, we have as well. So it's all relative. There's no, we've all got different opinions. It's all good. I saw in his eyes the moment we lost it. Fine. I mean, we could disagree, Kim. I'm sure that's fine to disagree. I hope you agree with that. No one's judging. Do you know what I mean? Hey, Erin, I'll definitely watch Branca. I don't believe he punched her. She was pushing and screaming. I don't know if he did punch her or not. Aline, the people said he did slap her, but then we go back to she put her hands on him first. So this is the thing: is that instigating it? Your opinion? I think, Alicia, you think it does instigate it. No, Kimmy, I'm not judging you at all. I'm not saying watch that Branca stream for the law part of it. So interesting, yes. Kim, I'm not judging. You're just saying from my point of view. Yeah, I mean, guys, let's be honest. Everyone's entitled to an opinion. There's no judging here just because we have different opinions. And even Erin Hack has a different opinion than me. Tudley and me seem to have the same kind of opinion, but Erin has a different one. Kim has a different one. Alicia has a different one. It's all good. Wasn't that important to find? He was never going to work again. No, you're right. No one disagrees. No one disagrees with that. I think he lost it when he was in the water getting smacked. He didn't know when or if they would stop, and the water in itself was a dangerous weapon. Yeah, there's that as well. So there's a lot of things here that shouldn't happen. I don't think he should have gone over to them in the first place. I don't think he should have gone over to them. I don't think he should have lifted the tubes. He walked away, couldn't walk away. I don't think they should put hands on him either. So there's a lot of stuff here. The story about the punch slap was inconsistent. I do not physical contact was made, but I think it was deflecting her hands from him. Yeah, that's a good view. It's not on video, so we can't, we can all guess again, if oh shit, what was that? I pressed something there. If I lost my phone, I'll be trying to look for it too. Yeah. You guys can judge me. Kim, please don't say that, because no one is judging you. Please, Kim. No one is. We all have different opinions here, so no one's judging you whatsoever. And I don't like people saying that, because I do not want a chat that people are saying that they've been judged. You're 100% not being judged. Please, Kim, you have 100%. Your opinions are respected, and I value them. So you're 100% not being judged. No one in this chat, by the way, is being judged. I don't care if you think they're guilty, not guilty. I couldn't give a rat's ass. Put your opinions out there. We all have different opinions. So please, no one 100% is being judged here. And if you feel like that, I'm sorry, and I'll try my best to not make you feel judged. You're 100% not. Exactly, Share. The water was dangerous for both sides. Yeah, for both. I agree with that. I know you're all the best. Yeah, as long as you don't think we judge. Honestly, Kim, I would hate for you to think that we're judging you, because I'm definitely not. I hope you know me better than that. I appreciate your comments. I disagree, but you disagree with me. So, but I'd never want you to stop speaking. I never want you to feel judged, because honestly, I would hate for you to feel like you couldn't speak your mind. Honestly, your opinions are very valid, and they're very welcome as well. He has a nice time. He didn't stab anyone until he felt his life was in danger. Now, whether that aligns with the law of self-defense, that's the thing. So, Alicia, that's a good point, because this is where I struggle with the first degree, but this is where I feel I can find him guilty on second degree, or on on manslaughter. So this is where I've been like, I think the first degree is too much, but second degree, I think it might fit, and I might be able to vote guilty that way. So, but it all comes down to law and how it's presented. And I've not looked up the second degree law or the manslaughter law, but Branca has. So please visit Branca to have a breakdown on it. So if this was presented as second degree murder, and if it makes sense, I think I could definitely vote guilty. Just the first degree, I just struggle with it. I just struggle with the intent. Not judging you, Kim. I see value in your points and can see both sides of this. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I love to hear both sides of the case, and glad we can all do respectfully. Oh, I hate this. I'm with you, Kim. Just keep it quiet today, because I think I pissed him off. I hate that, Paige, because I hate that you feel like that. I don't hate you. I hate that you feel like that. I never, ever want anyone to feel like that, Paige. So apologies that you do feel like that. I genuinely don't want to chat things like that. I really want you to have an opinion. And there's times maybe we disagree, but honestly, I love different opinions. I love hearing different opinions. Honestly, please keep on. I am actually, as I just said, I don't think it's first degree, but I could definitely vote guilty for second degree. I'm not saying that he's innocent in all this. So I think we're more aligned than you think, Paige. I don't think anyone is saying that he's innocent in all this. It's just the law doesn't make sense for first degree, in my opinion. So please, Kim, as well, please keep continuing your opinions. As long as it's done respectfully, we love it. Oh, hang on. On one of Leah's body cams, they show Maddie coming out of the water, stating that she had been hit. So there's the confirmation about her being hit. Who touched her? Who first? We don't know yet. Fair. Oh, sorry. I'm just being cheeky. I hope it's all gravy, baby. Happy days. Look, I honestly want you to feel comfortable here, Paige. I appreciate you, and Kim as well. Yeah, I do love everyone. I generally do that. Just because we disagree, I mean, honestly, we could disagree. I believe that you start every trial as innocent. After that, if you then go to guilty, wherever you go, I don't care. All I ask of every participant in this chat is that you start every trial as innocent. How we get to guilty or not guilty after that is totally up to you. I don't care. I just want everyone to give a defendant a fair chance. That's all I ask. After that, go with it. Yeah, and because I'm always interested to hear the story. And maybe I got to look at this myself. Maybe I've done a bad job of this, and maybe I will look at chat. Maybe I'm doing a terrible job. I don't know, but I really want people to feel comfortable. We're scrambling today for avenues and the free camera movement to fight back against Judge Canone and DA Morrissey. So they're planning on doing something, are they? I didn't know they were planning on doing anything, Scott. I did see something about testing outside the house and stuff like that. I'm not sure that's the best way, Scott. But because it's saying that even the car park now, something's. I don't agree with her ruling. I think it's shocking, Scott. I think it's shocking. Really do. Kim, hey, Jello Page. Hello, Jello Page. I'm not being pissed off in any way. We're all adults here. We can argue a point in civil. I hope so. I hope so. I hope so. Right on. Josie, this isn't law crime. We don't attack a name call. We just debate like that. Yeah, I'd hope so. And if you feel differently than that, then shout at me. Do you know what I mean? Shout me out because I never want anyone to feel any differently than that. And I know sometimes it gets heated with opinions, but I'd like to think as Tuddy says, we're all adults. We'll all have moments where we're heated about something. But yeah, please, we don't want an attack or name calling. And I'm going to try and be better as well now. The confirmation of her being hit is her own record, though. She could have been hit while he deflected her punch. The memories are so jacked, and the video proved a lot of it wrong. Yeah, and I'll only add that she obviously touched him before she flew as well. So there's that. I think a jury found him guilty of the lesser charge. I think so as well, Scott. I'm with you. I think the lesser charge, he'll be found guilty. He might be found guilty of first degree, but I personally can't. But for second degree, I think I can. Alicia, yep, I agree. Agree, Josie. Keep fighting the good fight. Absolutely. I hope he testifies and can give his point of view. I hope so as well. I don't normally say that, but I think he has to in this because it's self-defense. I want to tweak things in the benefit. So I'm jaded, not saying that happened here, but I can see what you mean. Even the witness that was on this, she was awesome. She was but she got it all wrong. Well, not all, but she got a lot of her testimony wrong. But she wasn't lying. How will it come out for testifying? I agree. There's a lot hanging on that as well. Anyway, we'll go back to it. Hopefully, please enjoy the chat. I hope.
Please be seated. Who is the next witness?
Sergio Ruiz-Lea.
Right, you Spanish peeps, can you tell me how? Oh no, it's not that. I've spelled it wrong. Oh no, maybe not. Can you tell me how this is spelled? This guy's name spelled when you hear it, please.
It's Ruiz-Leyva.
Mr. Ruiz-Lea, would you please raise your right hand? She'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You can answer out loud, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your name?
Sergio Liuban Ruiz-Lea.
And can you
Sergio Liuban Ruiz-Lea. Sergio Liuban Ruiz-Lea.
Can you,
Wait for interpretation.
Sergio Liuban Ruiz-Lea.
can you spell your middle name?
Liuvan.
Liuvan.
Sergio, were you tubing with a group of people, including Nicolae, on July 30, 2022?
Yes.
Are you on that image somewhere?
Sí.
Yes.
Where?
Del chor amarillo.
I have the yellow shorts.
And white shirt and white bucket hat?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember a time when you were tubing when Ariel's phone got lost?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you remember a discussion about looking for the phone or just leaving it?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor? Sí, en un momento decidieron de que no se iba a buscar el teléfono, que no querían porque la aseguranza iba a pagar el teléfono.
Yes, and at that point, at some point, they decided they didn't have to look for the phone because the insurance would pay for the phone.
Did Nicolae go look for the phone?
Sí.
Yes.
After do you remember how long? Strike that. At some point after he went to look for the phone, did you hear Sandy yell something about he's in trouble?
No.
No.
Did something catch your attention downriver?
Bueno, el grupo de personas.
Well, there was a group of people there.
And what about it caught your attention?
Alrededor de Nick.
They were around Nick.
Was there a time you saw Nick down in the water?
No, porque es que había muchas personas. Estaba muy grande el grupo.
No, because there were many people. It was a large group.
Did you ever remember seeing Nick interacting with a blonde girl?
No.
No.
Can we have exhibit 45? Sergio, do you remember telling police there was a girl, if I'm not mistaken, with a black leotard?
Sí.
Yes.
Who said, go, 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 go to Nick?
Yo la vi cuando ella estaba en el grupo, que estaba en el grupo alrededor, porque era la que más se distinguía entre ellos por el color del leotar negro.
I saw her when she was around that group because she was easier to identify because of the black leotard.
Pero en sí estaba bien un poco alejado del grupo, del grupo porque no me moví de mi recámara.
But I was far away from that group. I just didn't move from my inner tube.
And do you remember telling police that Nick pushed her?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember that.
Can I approach?
Yes.
For the record,
Yeah.
Judge, I handed the witness Exhibit 45 on page 15. Sergio, do you see this transcript?
Yes.
And about the middle of the page, do you see where you said the woman yelled, "Go, go, go," and then Nick goes and pushes her?
Yes. Yes.
And you were far away, you said?
Yes.
Judge, I'm gonna pull up some screenshots or frames. I'm gonna start with 2872. I'll let you know. I'll let the clerk know when we're ready. And we're gonna zoom in on the top left. Sergio, is that you in the top left?
Yes.
And if you know, is that about where you were when you were watching what was happening?
Yo estaba al lado de mi recámara, de la goma.
I was right by my inner tube.
Do you remember telling police that you walked about 5 meters from your group and then someone told you to stop?
Mi hermana me dijo que no me moviera. Cuando me iba a mover, mi hermana me dijo que no me moviera hacia allá abajo, que no fuera. Por eso me regresé a mi recámara.
When I was going to move, my sister told me not to move. That she said, don't go to the other side, just, and that's why I returned to my inner tube.
Do you remember, did you see the girl in the blonde girl in the black swimsuit? Did you see her fall or stumble backwards when Nick pushed her?
No, I don't remember.
And did you actually see if it was a push or a punch?
Objection has been asked and answered.
Steve.
Well, can we approach?
Yes. I'm sorry, I'll change my ruling. Overruled, you may ask the question.
Do you remember if it was actually a push or if it was a punch or something else that Nick did to the blonde woman?
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember that.
And Sergio, do you see on page 15? I'll direct you. So I asked you about the paragraph on the middle. Remember that?
Sí.
Now, the next paragraph where you're describing what happened, do you see that?
Sí.
Yes.
And you said, you described that it was after Nick got out of the water, and that's when the girl said, go, 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 and he pushed her. Do you see that?
No, sí.
Oh, yes.
And then below that, you reiterate that it was after she said, go, 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 that Nick pushed her. Do you see that?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you turn to page 16? On page 16, you described that she was wearing a black leotard, and you clarified that that was a black one-piece swimsuit.
Sí.
Yes.
And then you, further down, you describe again seeing her, hearing her say, go, 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 and he pushed her. You see that?
Sí.
Yes.
And from your memory, when you're telling this to police, you thought that was the last thing that happened, and then Nick walked back to your group.
Sí.
Yes.
And you thought he was down in the water before the girl said, go, 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 and he pushed her. Right?
Yes.
And Sergio, have you ever seen the video from this incident?
No.
No.
And so you were trying to recount what happened to the police as best you could remember?
Sí.
Yes.
Sí, en el momento.
Yes, at that time.
Did it happen fast?
Yep.
Yep.
Was it difficult to remember in what order things happened?
Que lo que yo recuerdo fue que en el momento que se perdió el teléfono, Rosy se puso en una esquina a buscar el móvil en la orilla.
What I remember is that at the moment when we lost the telephone, Rosie started looking for the phone by the edge of the river.
Y yo me quedé ahí en la balsa, lo cual le decían de que dejara el teléfono, que ya la aseguranza lo pagaba.
Yeah, I stayed there because they were talking about it and they said, just leave it, the insurance will pay for it.
Y ya no recuerdo más nada cuando el compañero Nick cogió el snorkel y se tiró a bucear, a buscar el teléfono.
And I don't remember anything else except that Nick took the snorkel and started diving in there to look for the phone.
Y ya me fui. Entonces cuando miro hacia abajo, ya veo el grupo de personas.
And then I left. And then that's when I saw on the other side the group of people.
Ya, pues nada, eso es lo que recuerdo.
That's what I remember.
So you may have forgotten a lot of what you remembered then.
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat that, please?
You can see the transcript where you describe seeing more to law enforcement.
No, yo no había visto, yo no vi, yo solamente escuché.
I didn't see. I just heard things.
But you can see in the transcript you told police multiple times that when she yelled, "Go, go, go," Nick pushed her.
Objection as to
Bueno, porque se sentía que era la voz de una persona, de una mujer, pero no estoy seguro si fue ella o no.
Because I heard the voice of a woman. I am not sure if it was her.
You described her as a blonde woman in a black one-piece swimsuit.
Sí.
Yes.
Sí, lo veo aquí.
And I see it here, yeah.
And when you described seeing Nick down in the water, you described that you believed they must have hit him, or you thought they must have hit him because he was down in the water. Do you remember that? Or did you say that to law enforcement?
No. I didn't. I never said that.
No.
No.
Do you remember ever seeing anyone hit Nick?
No.
When Nick came back, did Nick come back to the group at some point?
Yes.
And as he was coming back, did you see people that were injured?
Sí, sí.
Yes, I saw them. Yes.
Did you see blood?
Bueno, en el lugar que yo estaba, yo solamente veía la mano de la muchachita y sí, tenía como sangre ahí, pero no se distinguía bien.
From the place where I was, I could see the girl with her hand over here, and you could see blood, yes. But you couldn't distinguish it that clearly.
Porque era la que le estaba pidiendo ayuda, a que decía que llamaran al 911, que estaba pidiendo ayuda a mi hermana.
She was the one asking for help to call 911. She was asking my sister to
Y en ese momento
call.
me volteé y ya no miré, no quise mirar más.
And I didn't want to continue looking. I just turned around.
Turned away from the injured person you saw?
Para no ver nada de sangre.
So I didn't see any of those things. Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Señora, acérquese al micrófono, dice usted, para no ver nada de...
Para no ver nada de lo que estaba pasando.
So that I didn't see what was happening.
¿Puede acercar el micrófono a usted?
So it was something that was hard to watch or see.
Era algo difícil de ver. ¿No era difícil ver eso?
Sí.
Yes.
When Nick came back, did you hear him say anything?
No.
No.
Did you hear him say they took my knife?
Neti le preguntó y eso le dijo y yo le pregunté a Neti que qué había dicho y dije que sí, que fue eso lo que dijo.
Nettie asked him, and I did ask what he said, she said. Can you?
Que Neti le preguntó que qué había sucedido y entonces él dijo que le habían quitado la navaja.
Nettie asked him what happened, and he said that they had taken the knife away.
Y yo le pregunté a Neti, ¿qué dijo Nick?
And then I asked Nettie, what did Nick say?
Y me dijo que le habían quitado la navaja y ya no se habló más nada en el.
And she said that they had taken away his knife, and we didn't talk about it anymore.
Did you see Nick saying anything or hear him talking anymore after that?
No.
No.
What was Nick like? What did he look like? How was he acting?
Vino pálido cuando se acercó a nosotros.
He looked pale when he got close to us,
Y con los ojos grandes.
and his eyes wide open.
Y se sentó y ya no habló más nada.
He just sat there and he didn't talk anymore.
Do you remember when he came back and got back to your group, him putting on his hat and jacket?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you remember telling police you didn't look at Nick too much because you didn't dare to look at him?
Porque no me atreví, estaba en la parte de atrás de la recámara.
I didn't dare, but he was also in the back of the inner tube.
Yo.
I was in the back.
So can you turn to page 21? Can I approach?
Yes.
I got it.
Sí.
Do you see where you said?
Yes.
I didn't look at him because the truth is I didn't dare to look at him.
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember how long you guys stayed at the sandbar?
No.
No.
recuerdo.
I don't remember that.
El tiempo no lo recuerdo.
I don't remember the time.
Do you remember seeing police come?
Sé que Eric fue a buscarla porque Eric fue a buscarla.
I know that Eric went looking for them. Eric went to
A la policía a guiarlo.
Eric went to look for the police and guide them.
After Eric came back to your group, did your group leave?
Sí.
Yes.
What do you remember of the time when you guys were tubing to the exit?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat that, please?
What, can you describe what it was like, what you remember from tubing to the exit?
Compañero Nick se puso la gorra, la chaqueta y ya no se habló más nada. No se habló nada.
Nick put on his hat and then his jacket, and we didn't talk about anything else.
Y ya no se habló más nada porque estaba todo el mundo callado.
Nobody talked. Everyone was quiet.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trofficy?
Sir, do you remember giving an interview to the police on August 3rd of 2022?
Sí, ellos fueron a mi casa.
Yes, they went to my home.
And was your memory of what happened better in August of 2022, or is it better today?
Bueno, antes estaba mejor. Yo estoy muy nervioso.
Well, it was better back then. I'm very nervous now.
Okay, so when you spoke to the police on August 3rd, about 5 days or 4 days after this happened, fair to say your memory is better of those events than it is right now.
Sí.
Yes.
And when you were interviewed by the police, there was a Spanish-speaking officer that was talking to you. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you tried to answer that officer's questions as truthfully as possible. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you said that was at your house?
Sí.
Yes.
Was it less stressful than it is here today?
Sí.
Yes.
And that officer had asked you questions about what happened on July 30th of 2022.
Sí.
Yes.
I want to ask you, if I can, about that date and maybe some of the things you answered when you were speaking to the officer, okay?
Sí.
Yes.
So I'm going to start with this. You knew that Nick Miu had a knife with him that day because you saw him fixing his shoe or his sandals. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
So before any of this incident happened, he had been using that knife to fix something, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you knew that Mr. Miu or Nick was looking for a phone that your group had lost. Is that true?
Sí.
Yes.
And you also knew that Nick, on that day, Mr. Miu, was with your group, and your group included his wife. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you look at that picture right there, sir?
Mhm.
You had mentioned you're in this picture, correct? Is it okay, Judge, if I approach?
Yes.
Sí. Sí.
And you see Mr. Miu here?
Yes.
¿Cómo?
You see Mr. Miu here?
Sí.
Yes.
This is the shirt that he's got on is the same shirt you saw him wearing at the end of the day, right?
Sí.
And this is
Yes.
And this picture is taken before you guys head down the river. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And he's wearing sunglasses in this picture, right?
Sí.
Yes.
So, Is it fair to say that when he got off the river, he looked the same or close to the same as he did when he got on the river?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, you know that Nick is looking for this phone that had been lost. That was Ariel's phone, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you were also aware that he had brought snorkeling gear and goggles with him on that day. Is that true?
Sí.
Yes.
You had seen him on that day snorkeling around the areas where you guys were tubing. Is that right?
Sí, al principio, sí, en la mañana.
Yes, at the beginning, that was the case in the morning.
And when you speak to the officer about the specific incident, meaning what had happened, you recall telling that officer that you saw a group of people surrounding Nick.
Repite la pregunta, por favor.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. You told the officer on August 3rd of 2022, when you were being asked about what you remember, that you had remembered that they were surrounding Nick.
Sí.
Yes.
You told this officer that they were falling on him. Is that right?
Your Honor, the interpreter needs a repetition.
I'm sorry.
The interpreter needs a repetition.
You told the officer that you observed those people falling on him. Is that right?
Sí, cuando lo empujaron.
Yes, when they pushed him.
You told the officers that they put Nick in the middle of them. Is that right?
Sí, lo tenían ahí, no sé, el bulto de gente y se veía que estaba adentro el compañero.
Yes, they had him there. It was a group of people, and you could see that they had compañero, my friend there.
Could you see Nick with a group around him? Could you see him?
¿Y usted lo-
No, no lo podía ver, solamente el grupo,
No, I couldn't see him. I could just see the group.
Claro, y ya. Sí, solo el grupo.
Just the group.
You told the police that they hit him, meaning they hit Nick. Is that right?
Sí, cuando lo empujaron al principio, que él se acercó, que se acercó, y cuando ya que lo empujaron, y ya ahí lo rodearon.
Yes, when he had close, then they pushed him, and then they surrounded him.
And you remember the blonde girl with the black suit on. Is that true?
Sí, no la recuerdo muy bien, pero sí, tengo más o menos la...
I don't remember her very well.
No la recuerdo.
I don't, but I have an idea. I don't remember her.
Well, do you remember telling the police that you heard the blonde girl telling Nick, go, go, go?
Ujú. Sí. Sí.
Yes, yes.
You told the police that Nick pushed her. that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see the rest of what happened?
No.
Nope.
You see Nick walking back to your group, though. Is that right?
Sí, cuando venía, lo traía. Sí.
Yes, when he was coming, yes, I saw.
And you described him to police as being white, pale, and scared. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
You described him as having wide or open eyes. Is that right?
Sí. Sí.
Yes.
And at one point, I think you said that Tatiana told you, don't go over there. Is that true?
Sí, mi hermana.
Yes, my sister.
So Nick, to your knowledge, what you know, Nick was by himself against that other group. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
No one, you said to the police, as far as you know, no one in your group went over to help him. Is that right?
No, nadie se movió, solamente Ariel al final que bajó y Eri a ver qué lo que estaba pasando.
No, nobody moved. And only at the end, Ariel and Eric went over there to see what was happening.
But that was after it was over. Is that right?
Please repeat.
Sure. When Ariel and Eric went over, the incident had ended. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
So in terms of assistance or help, Mr. Miu was by himself. Nick was by himself.
Sí.
Yes.
Did it appear to you that Nick was in shock when he came back to you?
Bueno, impactado. Se veía impactado, sí, no sé. Yo digo shock porque es mi manera de expresarme, ¿ves? Pero impactado puede ser.
Yes, he looked in shock. I said in shock, or something had impacted him. Yes, in shock.
Do you remember waiting some time before your group moved on down the river after the incident?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat, please?
Do you remember there being some time that your group waited when Nick came back before going back down the river?
No recuerdo. Y cuando él regresó, ya el Neti dijo rápido, vámonos. Fue lo que dijeron.
No, I don't remember that. When Nettie came back, when he came back, Nettie said, "Let's go."
Do you remember telling the police that you waited until you were told to leave the area? Do you remember that?
Oh. No recuerdo, pero si le dije eso, debe ser sí.
No, I don't remember, but if I said that, it must be right.
You were asked by Attorney Anderson about a statement that you said that you didn't dare look at Nick. Do you remember that?
Sí.
Yes.
He wasn't threatening toward you, right?
No.
No.
He wasn't being aggressive or angry toward you, right?
No.
No.
You said the group was pretty quiet once you got back.
Sí.
Yes.
So when you said that you didn't want to look at him, it wasn't out of fear of him, right?
No.
No.
It was because everyone was in shock.
Sí, no sabíamos qué había pasado en sí y no sabía cómo preguntar. Bueno, sí, todo el shock, sí.
Yes.
Accidente.
We didn't know what had happened. So we were in shock. Yes. We didn't know about anything of that incident.
I'm finished here. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
A few times, or a couple times, you said Nettie. Who's Nettie?
Ernesto. Yo le digo sí.
I'm referring to Ernesto. I call him like that. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't hear that.
Could the answer be repeated?
I call him Neti, but I'm referring to Ernesto.
Thank you.
How do you know Ernesto?
De Cuba.
From the time I was in Cuba.
And friends?
Sí, somos vecinos de allá de Cuba.
Yes, we were neighbors in Cuba.
How long have you known Ernesto?
Bueno, él me vio crecer a mí, como que dice.
He basically, we grew up together.
Close friends?
Sí.
Yes.
How long had you known Nicolae Miu?
Bueno, cuando yo llegué aquí a este país, que Nicolae Miu trabajó con Neti.
When I came to this country, I met Nick Miu.
Conocí,
he worked with Neti.
Y lo conocí en casa de Neti.
So I met him at Neti's house.
So, is Nick a friend too?
Solo conocidos, nos reuníamos una vez o dos veces al año así.
We were acquaintances. We met twice a year.
Are Ernesto and Nick good friends?
Sí, pero...
Yes, they are.
Defense asked if Nick looked like he was in shock. You remember that?
Sí.
Yes.
What you told police was, I don't know if he was scared or worried.
Que no se veía cuando una persona está preocupada en el semblante de la persona, se ve cuando está preocupada o...
Because you see somebody when that person is worried, you can see in his face.
Obviously, you didn't know what he's thinking at that time.
No,
No,
You don't know if he's in shock or worried about what just happened.
no.
no.
No, solo la cara que se le veía blanca, pálida y con los ojos grandes, así ya más nada.
No, I just saw he was white, he was pale, his eyes wide open.
And I just want to clarify, defense asked you about the interview with the Spanish-speaking detective on August 3rd at your house.
Sí.
Yes,
That transcript I was asking you questions about, that's from that interview, right?
Sí.
yes.
And I just want to make sure I understand what you saw. You saw Nick, I think on cross, you said. You saw Nick push the blonde girl and someone push Nick. Did you see anything else besides that you remember?
No.
No.
You said in your interview you didn't dare look at Nick, and defense asked if that was because the group was in shock. Do you remember that?
Sí, estaba nervioso.
Yes, I was nervous.
You didn't say about anyone else that you didn't dare look at them, right?
No, no dije, solamente hablé de mí, no sé lo que piensan las demás personas.
No, I only talked about me. I didn't know what the other people were thinking.
When Nick came back, did you see any injuries on him?
No, no me fijé.
No, I didn't notice.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trofficy?
Sir, I'm going to just ask you, you were just asked about what you saw. And you told police that you saw Mr. Miu get hit, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
You saw people surrounding him.
Yo vi el grupo de personas, no es que, no sé si lo estaban rodeando, no, solamente vi el grupo de personas.
I saw that group of people. I don't know if they were surrounding him. I saw a group of people.
You agree that you told police they were surrounding him, though, right?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat that, please?
When you spoke to the Spanish interpreter, or when you spoke to the Spanish-speaking officer, you told that officer that you observed people surrounding him, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
You told that officer that those people jumped on him, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And you told them that you saw Nick on the ground, correct?
Sí, ahí cuando lo empujaron.
Yes, when they pushed him.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz-Lea. You may step down. Yes.
That's a snorkel. That's the goggles. They're going to take a 5-minute break now. So snorkel, goggles.
We are in recess until, let's just say, 10:45.
There you go, 10:45 break. I knew it was there because the police found it. So in the police report, it states that the police found his snorkel and his goggles further down. So the current must have taken down. So the police themselves found that when they were doing the search. So yeah, so I knew there were two things there. So okay, that's witness 2032 at the way. Just a reminder, we're getting all the Spanish witnesses today, whether they're state or defense, they're all going on the stand today. So yeah, there's going to be an 8-minute break now. They're just waiting for the witness. The witness hasn't arrived, or the witness, sorry, is parking or something. So they're just waiting a few minutes. Now, in fairness, they are going through the witnesses very quickly. So like those of you that watched the Carrega trial with me, you'll know this is going very well in terms of how quick we're on. We'll be on witness 33 next. Hey, Murph. I thought we lost you. I thought we lost you to the current in the river. No, there's not. You've not missed much. I don't think you missed much. The one thing you have missed, which Pixie and fuck me, come on, stop it. So I'm trying to write down my pen won't work. Pixie and you might be able to elaborate on this, Murph. Pixie and Erin Hack said that Branca said that even though on the docket it's first degree homicide, intentional homicide, that Branca said that it can actually be second degree or self-defense, as in manslaughter as well, which I didn't know. That was news to me. So and the gossip, the gossip, can't carry me that for that. Good, glad to hear. I think you've contributed well. I can just say all of you have contributed really, really well. I really, really do appreciate it. I know it's a small chat, but I love everyone's opinions. Everyone's so respectful as well. I love it. Good to see you, friend. Maybe if you missed my gossip. So the gossip is that the what's their names? The guy who the Sons went over and punched him, that group of friends have been banned from another river. They've been banned from another river, allegedly. That's why they were at Apple River. So if they've been banned from another river, why? Do you know what I mean? So there might be a witness that comes in for that. Paige, the biggest thing for today for me is someone from his group testified. So Nick pushed the girl in the black swimsuit. He doesn't say hit or slap, just pushed. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that something happened, Paige, if that makes sense. I do believe something happened, but where there's push, slap, but I don't know, but I do think something happened, So yeah, no, interesting. Here we go. She says it again. The Carlson Group may have been banned from Namcocan River, which is why they switched to Apple River. Like Q said in his testimony, they switched. Word has it, defense has a witness that will say that. Also, the other gossip is Erin Hack might be going to court next week to pass pink eye to everyone. So that might happen. So we might have Erin in the crowd waving in a little small bus. Maybe she pushed Mardi because she was Mardi had her hands on him. We know that. So maybe he retaliated by pushing, maybe, or punching, or slapping, like whatever it was. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. Nurse Turf. AJ's the only one I know. I've seen it. But did you hear about the Branca stuff? Because I know you follow Branca. Did you hear what Branca said about it? Because I've not heard it, but that even though it's one, the charge is first-degree intentional homicide, they can still charge him, as in he can still stand for second-degree and manslaughter. I did know that. That changes things for me, you see. I know you said before, Murph, that it's either self-defense or it's not. I don't know. I think a lower charge, I would vote guilty, I think. So I believe he has some psychotic episode breakdown brought on by PTSD from past trauma. That's one way looking at it. I think that's the explanation that me and Tudley Pip are saying, that we just think that he has psychotic breakdown because he was panicked in the sense of his heart and stuff like that. But there's different ways to look at it, definitely. Lol, Merv. Q said they switched because the drinking was getting out of hand on the net. Namakok. Namakogen. 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 Nam a cog and Namakogen. Namakogen. James Dillard. Namakogen. Murph could show AJ a good time. Murph, teach him some manners, Murph. Teach him some manners first, yes. Yeah, something about soft or hard self-defense, I think. I'm not going down that road. Okay, self-defense, I think. That's what makes the difference on it. If the charge could be dropped, but instead it was to be determined, judge hasn't. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So it's not a given then. It just means, because I think that does change it. No, I think you're right, because it's strange to me how they can introduce it now. If it hasn't been introduced yet, then and it gets introduced as part of jury instructions, charges, that would make sense to me. That would make perfect sense. So what you've explained there, I think that makes perfect sense. So the door is still open. So possibly they might drop the first degree potentially and just go second, or keep it and say first, second, and manslaughter. If that's the case, I think he gets found guilty. But then it's like where if he does, then I think he would be found guilty if all three are options. But I'm not sure where he would slot in. Murph's turf. I recall Branca saying something about a soft defense. If anyone had a timestamp, I'd play it, but I mean, I don't. If I over the lunch hour, I might try and find it. Then it's in the first video you said, I think. So I'm gonna play Tragos over lunch. That's about 35 minutes. And if I get a chance, I'll try and find it. On Brancas. If anyone remembers if it's in the start, middle, end, so I don't have to traipse through the whole video. No, so I think it probably. So when's the directed verdict? I imagine the directed verdict, and then they're gonna have to agree on jury instructions. So they might look to introduce it then. Page maybe. I think then he's found guilty. But for me that is, but at a lesser charge. I think for me. I watched him. So I watched him yesterday, and somebody sent him a question. What do you call it? One of those thingies. Super chats. A 1.99 super chat, and he paused the stream. Was like, right, if anyone wants me to answer questions, $10 minimum, or become a member, or 10. I was like, fuck it, fair play to him. Like, I'm not answering for less than $10. So it's like, fucking hell, fair play. That's great. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. He did kill someone else. I just don't think the intent was there. Do you know what I mean? But I could definitely see at the lesser charge, I would definitely, I think, lean towards guilty. But I think we'd have to look at the actual charges then, what they are. So yeah, I definitely think I think that he deserves jail time. But I also think some of the other parties should be arrested as well. You know, I think they got away with it scot-free for assault and stuff. Hey Elsie, how you doing, my darling? Hang on, shit, I'm not allowed to check. I put a video up today about Kitsap. Nothing, no news. Just that the lawyers are outside the courts, working around the court somewhere, but no news. Everyone just puts up with it because he has all the. He is great. He is great. I'll be honest with you. And there's a lot of stuff that he said that I was like, oh, I said the same, which is good. Which I was a bit happy about as well, because obviously I'm just a novice. I'm learning. So, and this is where I reaffirm what I said on day one, that I don't think he could retreat because of deep water, and Branca said this. So I was like, I've never watched him before, mind. I've never watched him, so I don't know much about him. But he seems very popular. So, and also just for people to know, Sean is also streaming it. Is it possibly criminal? Yeah, deep. Have you ever heard me say it? I was like, I said that. I don't think anyone's heard me say that about the deep water, because that's what I was saying. It's, you can see it's going knee height. So the more he's potentially criminal, thank you, the more he's going in, the unsafe he is. But I don't think anyone's caught me saying it. But I have definitely said it. I said it first day. So there we are. Potentially criminal, sorry.
All right, please be seated.
I've not seen it yet, but
We are back on the record. The attorneys and Mr. Miu are present, along with 14 jurors. Mr. Anderson, who's next?
Tatiana Ruiz-Lea.
Ms. Ruiz-Lea, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Sí. Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your full name?
Tatiana Ruiz-Lea.
Tatiana Ruiz-Lea.
Tatiana, were you tubing with a group including Nicolae on the Apple River on July 30, 2022?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you see yourself in that photo over there?
Sí.
Yes.
Which one are you?
La que está con el sombrero al lado del pullover blanco.
¿Al lado de qué?
Del que trae el pullover blanco.
Oh,
La que...
I'm the one wearing the hat right next to the guy in the white t-shirt.
Ernesto Emi.
Ernesto.
Emi, al lado
Emi.
de Emi.
Oh, correction from the interpreter. And next to Emi.
Who is Emmy?
La que está al lado mío, la blanquita chiquita, la esposa de Neti.
¿La que qué? Oh,
Sí,
the
de
one,
rojo.
the one that is right next to me, the white girl who is short, and she is Neti's wife.
And do you recall a time when you were on the river that day where you saw people with bloody injuries?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see anything before that on what led to that?
No.
No.
And when you spoke with police, you told them you didn't see anything, you weren't looking in that direction?
Correcto.
Correct.
Did you, after you saw people with the injuries, did you call 911?
Sí.
Yes.
Can I have exhibit 63? Tatiana, do you remember, did you have trouble speaking with the person on 911?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you hand the phone to someone else?
Sí, se lo pasé a Rosy.
Yes, I handed it to Rosie.
And then, does Rosie speak fluent English?
Rosy se lo pasa a Amy later.
Rosie handed it to Emmy later.
And just to clarify, this is Emmy,
Sí.
Yes.
the purple t-shirt.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you have any idea what happened?
No.
No.
Do you remember seeing Nick come back to the group?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you notice anything about him? Was he calm, worried, angry?
No, normal.
No.
Ya, viene del agua, normal.
Just normal. He was coming from the water, just normal.
And what was the tube ride to the exit like? Were you guys talking? Was it quiet?
Muy callados.
Very quiet.
Do you remember Nick saying anything on the tube ride out?
No, nunca.
No, never.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Chiropoulos?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ma'am, do you remember being interviewed initially? Well, do you remember being interviewed by a Spanish-speaking police officer on August 3rd of 2022?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember where you were interviewed?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you tell me where that was?
En la casa de mi hermano.
At my brother's house.
Redondo, sí.
Okay, and that officer was asking you questions about what happened about 4 or 5 days earlier when you were on the river with Nick Miu.
Sí.
Yes.
Sí.
And
Yes.
your memory was better in August of 2022 than it is today. Is that fair?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And you knew on July 30th of 2022 that at some point on your trip, Nick was looking for a phone, is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
And you knew that he had left your group to go look for that phone, correct?
sí,
Yes.
You knew that Nick was by himself, separated from your group while he was looking for that phone, is that right?
sí,
Yes.
And Nick was with you guys in terms of that group, but he was also with his wife is in that picture, is that right?
sí,
Yes.
So it was Nick and his wife were part of the group that was tubing.
sí.
Yes.
Did Nick appear to be in a good mood that day? He didn't appear to be angry or anything?
No, nunca estuvo enojado, estaba muy bien.
No, he was never angry. He was just fine.
And when Nick is, you see that he has a snorkel and goggles, is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
And when he's looking for the phone, he goes off with those snorkel and goggles looking, right?
sí,
Yes.
Your group is waiting for him to come back. You're over on the side of the river at that point, right?
sí,
Yes.
And you were asked by Attorney Anderson if you saw what happened, and your answer was that you didn't see anything.
no, nada.
No, nothing.
Did you hear anything?
¿Cómo que escuché algo? ¿En qué momento?
What do you mean if I heard anything? At what moment?
Did you hear anything that sounded like an altercation or a fight?
¿Pero en qué momento? ¿En el momento que ni baja o cuándo? No, no escuché nada.
But at what moment when Nick went came down, or when? No, I didn't hear anything. What time are you talking about?
There's a time when Nick's gone away from you guys with his snorkel, right?
Ujú.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a time that you see him come back, right? You see him come back to your tubes.
Uh-huh.
In between those two times, do you hear people yelling or fighting?
Cuando él regresa ya había pasado y sí, se oía la bulla y eso, sí.
When he came back,
Se oía la bulla.
things had happened and you could hear the loud noise. Yes.
And you were asked when Nick came back, did he say anything to you, to the group? Do you remember being asked that?
Recuerda que le preguntaron de qué es lo que vio cuando ya regresó a su grupo.
Sí, pero no se habló nada, no se habló nada, no se preguntó nada.
Yes, but we didn't talk about anything. We didn't talk about anything. Nothing was asked.
Do you remember telling that Spanish-speaking police officer that when Nick came back to your group, he told you the kids jumped me?
Dijo, los muchachos se me echaron encima. The kids jumped me.
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't
No se habló
remember.
nada, todo el mundo quiet.
Everybody was quiet.
So I just want to make sure you don't remember telling that to the officer back on August 3rd of 2022.
Bueno. ¿Qué? No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
And you described Nick as when he came back, he was quiet?
Sí, callado.
Yes, quiet.
before he left to go look for this phone, was your group talking and laughing and having fun?
Sí,
Yes.
And when he came back to your group, the talking, the fun, that all stopped. Is that right?
sí, todo se acabó.
Yes, everything was over.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Mr. Anderson?
You spoke with a Spanish-speaking detective at your house some days after the incident, right?
Sí,
Yes.
You also spoke to an officer right after you got out of the river.
al salir del río nos pararon allí, pero no recuerdo. Mucho policía, no sé.
When we got out of the river, they stopped us there, but I don't remember. There were a lot of police presence. There was a lot of police presence.
The officers that when you got to the exit didn't speak Spanish, right?
No,
No.
no hablamos, no se habló, yo no hablé.
No, we didn't say anything. Nothing was said. I didn't say anything.
You told an officer there, you heard boys yelling, "Help, help, help." Do you remember that? You said that in English?
Ah, no, eso sí.
Oh, yeah, that
Sí,
I did, yes.
Do you remember when you heard the boys yelling, "Help, help, help"?
Sí, una chica.
Yes, a girl.
Oh, was it a girl who was injured?
Sí, tenía su mano en el estómago.
Yes, she had her hand on her stomach.
Do you know why you said boys?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you
for
know
the
why you
interpreter?
said boys were yelling for help?
Please, could you please repeat the question?
Do you know why you said boys were yelling for help?
Sí,
Yes.
Why?
yo iba bajando y ellos estaban gritando, help, help, y vi el grupo de chicos allí, un grupo, pero no estaba yo cerca de ellos. Y ahí fue cuando yo mismo me retiro porque como que fue lejos y llamé a la policía.
I was
La chica,
getting
pero no es
off,
que-
and there was a group there, and the kids there were yelling, "Help, help!" But I was kind of far away. But that's when I called the police.
When you heard the boys yelling for help, was that before Nick came back to your group?
Sí.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Mr. Truffle?
Ma'am, do you know that people were injured on the river, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And one of the people that was yelling or asking for help was this girl that had been injured. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know now that there were some males that had been injured?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know when you heard help, if that was after those males had been injured?
Sí.
Yes.
So if I'm hearing you right, those males are injured, then they're yelling or somebody's yelling for help. Is that right?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Ruiz-Lea. You may step down. You are excused. Who is the next witness? Yes.
The courtroom is quite full. Well, it's not quite, it's full.
You can do it now. Of the jury, you may remember at the beginning of the trial, I explained that the state will proceed first.
Here we go.
Because the state has the burden of proof. Once the state finishes its evidence, then the defense may, if they choose, present evidence of their own. Sometimes we deviate from that rule to accommodate a witness. Today, we're making an accommodation because we have interpreters present. So rather than waiting until some other day, we're going to take those witnesses today, even though they're being called by attorneys for Mr. Miu. Mr. Nelson, who will be the witness?
Ernesto. Apologize. Torres.
Ernesto Torres. See, Mr. Torres? Right here. Please raise your right hand. She will administer the oath. Go ahead.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
See.
Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Nelson.
Good morning.
Buenos días.
Can you tell all of us your name, please?
Ernesto Torres Chavez.
Ernesto Torres Chavez.
Chagues.
Chagues.
Correcto.
Can I call you by Ernesto?
Sí.
Ernesto, do you know
Yes.
this man over here?
Sí.
Yes.
Who's this?
Nick.
Nick.
Nick who?
Nick Miu.
Nick Miu.
How long have you known Nick Miu?
Aproximadamente más de 10 años.
Approximately, well, it's over 10 years.
Do you did you work with Nick?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you married?
Sí.
Yes.
Who's your wife?
Emi.
Emmy.
Is up here, is this a picture of you and Amy?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have any family in here other than that?
Mi hermana está a la derecha.
My sister on the right side,
Rosy.
Rosie.
That's your sister.
Yeah. Sí.
Anybody else family?
No, familia no, todos amigos.
Not relatives, all friends.
Did your wife Amy work with Nick as well?
Sí.
Yes.
And when you said you're friends with Nick, obviously sometimes when we're adults, we have lots of different friends. How close would you consider Nick as a friend?
It's my best friend.
You're at his house, he's at your house.
Please, for the interpreter, could you please repeat the question?
You've been to his house, he's been to your house, you guys hang out together.
Sí,
Yes.
Would you consider Nick to be kind of a handyman?
sí,
Yes.
Why do you say that?
porque él siempre está arreglando cosas en su casa o cuando va a la casa de alguien y
Because
necesita ayuda,
because
él está ahí para ayudar.
he's always there helping things in his house, or he goes to other houses to help fix things.
Have you ever seen him use tools to fix things?
Sí,
Yes.
Have you ever seen him with a pocket knife?
sí,
Yes.
Have you ever seen him use the pocket knife as a tool to fix things?
sí.
Yes.
Can you tell me about some of those things that you've seen him do with the pocket knife to fix things?
Lo he visto arreglar cosas en su casa o en mi casa cuando compré mi piscina. Él fue uno de los compañeros que me ayudó.
I've seen him fix
Y
things
usaba
in
su
his
navaja
house
para cortar cosas.
and my house. When I bought my pool, he helped me fix the pool and in general fixing things. And he used the knife. Sorry.
Want to ask you some questions about the trip down the river on July 30th of 2022, okay?
Sí,
Yes.
Is that a trip you and your wife have made before?
sí.
Yes.
Prior to leaving your house that day, did you have a call? Did you call Nick Miu that day and ask him to bring anything?
Sí,
Yes.
What'd you ask Nick to bring?
que llevara su navaja.
To bring his knife.
Why did you ask Nick to bring? And when you say his, start over. His knife, is that a pocket knife or some other knife?
No, la de paque.
No, the packet.
And why did you ask Nick to bring his pocket knife?
Porque la vez anterior que fuimos al río, a la hora de salir, no podíamos, no teníamos con qué cortar las sogas y tuvimos que arrastrar todas las balsas juntas y era muy pesado.
Because the last time we went to the river, we had all the inner tubes tied together and we couldn't cut the cords, so we had to pull them out of the river all together and bring them up to the place where we had to leave them.
So you wanted him to have the knife to help cut the cords at the end of the trip.
Y al principio también cuando amarramos todos los balsas.
And at the beginning too, it's useful to tie them up.
Why didn't you just bring your own pocket knife?
Yo no tengo.
I don't have one.
And who's the guy that tends to have a pocket knife in your group of friends?
Nick.
Nick.
Is he the handyman amongst your group of friends?
Sí.
Yes.
Is he? You said he had that pocket knife with him sometimes when he's come over to your house, right?
Sí.
Yes.
That day when you called him and asked him to bring the knife, were you worried about Nick Miu having a knife?
No razón ninguna.
No, there's no reason for that.
You've known him for a long time.
Sí.
Yes.
Seen him in your home, seen him in his home.
Sí.
Yes.
Seen him at work with him.
Sí.
Yes.
Fair to say you've had opportunities to observe his character. Would you agree with that?
Sí.
Yes.
Would you agree Nick Miu has a character for peacefulness?
Sí.
Yes.
Were you worried at all about Nick Miu bringing a knife based upon what you knew about Nick?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Repite la pregunta.
Repeat the question, please.
Were you worried at all about Nick Miu having a knife out on the river?
No.
No.
So now I'm going to ask you some more questions about the river, okay? Being on the river.
Sí.
Yes.
When you were on the river, was Nick there with his wife?
Sí.
Yes.
You see the picture there? I think it's 26. Sorry. 12A. Do you see that big photo?
Sí.
Yes.
Nick in that photo?
Sí.
Yes.
Nick's wearing a shirt and sunglasses in that photo. Is that what he looked like on July 30th?
Sí.
Yes.
Yes.
It's been marked as Exhibit 110. Do you see this picture? You see the picture?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you see Nick is wearing a hat in this picture?
Sí.
Yes.
This picture, Nick doesn't have it, and 12A, he doesn't have a hat, but on 110, he does have a hat. Would you agree?
Sí.
Yes.
There are times that day that you saw Nick wearing a hat?
Sí.
Yes.
Were there times that day where you saw that Nick had taken the hat off?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see Nick with some goggles and a snorkel?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see him use that goggles and snorkel prior to Ariel losing his phone?
Sí.
Yes.
Would he use the snorkel to swim in the river?
Sí.
Yes.
When he used the snorkel to swim in the river, do you remember, was he wearing his hat?
No.
No.
Was he, when he had on his goggles and snorkel, was he wearing sunglasses?
Repite la pregunta.
Can you repeat the question?
When he went swimming in the river using the goggles and snorkel, did he also wear his sunglasses?
No.
No.
Was there a time when you were on the river that you saw, or that you came to learn Ariel had lost his phone?
Sí.
Yes.
When he lost his phone, did you guys stop and have a discussion?
No, Ruiz, en sí no paramos. Estuvimos conversando y él dijo que iba a buscar el teléfono.
We
Yo le
didn't
dije
really,
que se olvidara el teléfono, que se subiera a la balsa. Y él dijo, no, I go to find it. O sea, que lo voy a encontrar.
no, we didn't talk. We didn't stop. We continued. Then he said, I'm going to look for the phone. And I said, no, don't go. And then he said, I'm going to go look for it.
The he you're referring to is Nick Miu.
Correcto.
Did you eventually?
Correct.
Did you eventually see Nick go look for the phone with his goggles and snorkel?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see him go in the same direction that the water was flowing?
Sí.
Yes.
Can we call that downriver?
Sí.
Yes.
You know why he went downriver to look for the phone?
Bueno, pienso que él se fue río abajo porque el teléfono estaba como una bolsa de eso que se usan para proteger el agua.
I think that he went down the river because the telephone was inside a pouch, those bags that you use to put them in the water.
On Exhibit 12A, that photo, do you see some people have lanyards with, looks like maybe a phone inside of them?
Sí.
Yes.
You even see Ariel and Gilma right there, the same?
Yeah.
Is that,
Sí.
Yeah.
is that what you're describing?
Sí.
Yes.
Let's just slow down and wait for the interpretation.
I was going too fast. I'm going to slow down. When Nick then left to go look for the phone, were you watching him?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you look for the phone at all?
No.
No.
Were you sitting in the tube, standing near the tube, or doing something else?
Sentado.
Sitting down.
Did you eventually see Nick and another group of people or multiple people interacting in some way?
No.
No.
Did you eventually learn that Nick was interacting or people were interacting with Nick?
Sí.
Yes.
How did you learn that? From something you saw or from something you heard?
Su esposa dijo, Nick está en problema.
His wife said Nick is in problems, in trouble.
When you heard, did that surprise you?
Sí.
Yes.
You ever, you know Nick, you must know his wife Sandy.
Sí.
Yes.
You guys must hang out together as a couple often. Or as couples.
Sí.
Yes.
Had you ever heard Sandy express concern about the safety of her husband like she did on that day?
Overruled.
¿En ese día? No entiendo la pregunta.
During that day, I don't understand the question.
Sure. When Sandy said Nick's in trouble, you took that as Sandy expressing concern for Nick's safety.
Sí.
Yes.
Had you ever prior to that day or any time before that, heard Sandy express concerns about her husband's safety when you were around?
Nunca.
Never.
That must have surprised you then on that day when you heard that.
Sí.
Yes.
What'd you do?
So I looking down where people was, and I saw Nick in the water, and I stand up and I tried to get her.
When you saw Nick in the water, did he appear to be snorkeling and looking for the phone, or was something else going on?
No, estaba en el agua y había mucha gente a su alrededor.
No, he was in the water and there were people around him.
How many people?
Número no puedo decirle, pero sí eran bastantes. Pueden haber sido más de 10, 15 personas. No.
I can't tell you the number, but there were many, maybe 10, 15, I don't know.
When you made that observation, were you worried for Nick's safety?
Sí.
Yes.
What did it look like that group of 10 or 15 people was doing to Nick?
So, estaban gritándole y cuando él estaba en el agua, alguien le estaba dando.
They were shouting at him. And when he was in the water, somebody was yelling at him.
Did you ever see anybody have physical contact with Nick?
Bueno, en el momento en que yo vi que él estaba en el agua, alguien le pegó. Esa fue la primera vez que...
At that moment, when I saw Nick in the water, I saw somebody hitting him. That's the only thing I saw.
After you saw him in the water, did you keep watching?
So, yo traté de llegar hasta allá, pero en el medio del río perdí mis zapatos.
Well, I tried to get over there, but I lost my shoes in the middle of the river.
So on your way, were you able to continue to watch, or did you need to tend to your footwear?
No. Estaba tratando de caminar, pero no podía. Miraba para el grupo, pero en otro momento no.
I tried to keep walking, but I couldn't. And I did watch the group at some point, but not always.
Did you see anybody being violent to or at Nick?
After when they was in the water, estuvo en el agua, no. Después que vi que estaba en el agua, no volví a ver nada.
After I saw him in the water, I didn't see anything else.
And it sounds like you don't know how he got down into the water. When you first looked, he was already in the water.
Correcto.
Correct.
At some point, did you see Nick walking back to you in the group?
Después que yo vi que él estaba parado, que yo le dije que viniera hacia esta parte de acá, él regresó.
After I saw him standing there, I told him to come back, and then he came back.
And so, if we're on the river, you're Ernesto, and I'm standing where Nick is, roughly. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
The river flows that way to downstream. Does that make sense?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you see Nick walking somewhere in your direction, not exactly this angle, but somewhere towards you, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
And what had happened is behind Nick by the time he's walking to you. Agreed?
Antes.
You mean before?
Repite la pregunta, por favor.
Repeat the question, please.
After you saw Nick down in the water, eventually you see Nick coming back to you because you called him back.
Sí.
I want to ask you about that moment in time.
No entiendo la pregunta.
I don't understand your question.
I want to ask you about what you saw when Nick was walking back to you when you called him back.
Oh.
Does that make sense?
Que yo le dije que regresara.
That I told him to come back.
I want to ask about that moment in time, what you saw.
Okay.
When Nick's walking back towards you, is he looking at you in the group, or is he walking backwards looking behind him?
No estoy seguro.
I'm not sure.
You're looking in Nick's direction, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
When you look in that direction, do you see somebody else other than Nick approaching you and your group, or you focus your, do you see somebody else that draws your attention?
Sí.
Yes.
What do you see?
So, cuando el Ni venía por esta parte hacia la izquierda mía, alguien trató de acercarse y me hizo así con el dedo.
When Nick was coming over on my left side, someone else tried to approach and pointed at me with the finger.
When you say the finger, that might have different connotations. So do you mean like a pointing finger or something else?
Dedo que no apuntaba.
Pointing with the finger.
And when they're pointing with their finger, is Nick near you?
Iba pasando.
He was going by me.
By me.
So if I'm Nick in that scenario, Nick is walking this way, you're pointing in that direction.
Yo estoy mirando hacia donde está la persona y ahí tienen. Stay there, stay there, stay there.
I'm looking at the person who was there and say, stay there, stay there.
Can you describe that person?
No tengo ni idea.
I have no idea.
Why were you telling that person, stay there, stay there, stay there?
Porque la persona que estaba apuntando hacia mí o hacia mí, no sé si era hacia mí o hacia él, estaba yelling and he tried to walk.
Because the person pointing,
hacia mí.
Because there was a person there pointing, I don't know if they were pointing at me or at Nick, but they were approaching.
Did you think it was safe for that person to come towards you and Nick?
Bueno, yo lo que traté de que esa persona no se acercara a nosotros porque quizás el problema iba a seguir si venían hacia el grupo nuestro.
I tried to prevent that person from approaching us because I thought maybe the problem was going to continue.
You thought the solution to that problem was to keep Nick separated from the group that was pointing at you.
Sí.
Yes.
When Nick, I'm going to now ask you about when Nick's back at the tubes with you after you pointed at this person, okay? Make sense?
Sí.
In that time, what did Nick look like?
Y se lucía muy preocupado y estaba como blanco.
He looked worried and he was pale.
I think there was a time you also used the word he looked white or he looked wide-eyed.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see those things when you looked at Nick?
Sí.
Yes.
You said you've known Nick for a long time. He's your best friend. You ever seen him scared before?
Nunca.
Never?
Did he look like he was scared then?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you seen people when they're in shock before?
Sí.
Yes.
Did he look to you like he was in fear and in shock?
Sí.
Yes.
Were you worried about him?
Sí.
Yes.
And is that why you were pointing at other people because you wanted to protect your friend and keep him there because you were worried about him?
Sí.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say you didn't really know what had happened down there at that other group? You just didn't want anything more to happen?
No. Sí, sí, correcto, sí.
No,
No sabía qué había pasado.
I mean, yes, it's correct because I knew what had happened. I didn't know what had happened. So.
Right.
Did Nick stay then with the group at the tubes? Did he stay there that whole time?
Sí.
Did he ever ask you or make any motions to, or indicate in any way, tell you in any way that he wanted to go onto the shore or on the woods or sit anywhere other than in his tube?
No.
No.
What did you see him do while you guys were waiting there?
Solamente se sentó en la balsa y más nada, ni siquiera dijo una palabra.
He just sat in the inner tube and he didn't say anything. No words.
Did your impressions about him being in fear and shock, did that change over that time, or did he continue to look like he was in fear and shock?
No, él seguía en shock.
No, he continued in shock.
How long did you guys in your group wait there at the tubes before you eventually floated back down the river?
Yo diría como 30 minutos o 35, no sé exactamente, pero fue un buen rato.
I would say 30 minutes, 35 minutes. I don't know exactly. It was a while.
Why did you eventually go back down, float down the river? Did anything prompt you?
So, yo no estoy seguro si fue la policía o alguien que estaba en el grupo donde estaba todo el mundo allá. Hicieron así para que como que el tráfico siguiera, la gente siguiera bajando.
I don't know
Y
if
ahí
it
todo el
was.
mundo empezó a bajar.
Maybe the interpreter needs the witness to repeat his answer.
Ok, no estoy seguro si fue la policía o alguien que estaba parado donde sucedió el problema. Hicieron así como que para que la gente ya podía seguir.
I don't know. I'm not sure if it was the police or if it was something else, somebody else who was trying to guide people, and they were telling people to move, and to continue.
And based upon what you saw, then you kind of helped your group say, we got to go, and you moved down the river.
Correcto.
Correct.
During the float down the river, it continued to be quiet?
Completamente. Que yo recuerde, nadie habló hasta que llegamos a la salida.
Totally quiet. As far as I remember, nobody talked until we got to the exit.
What happened at the exit?
So, recuerdo que cuando llegamos a la salida, creo que había, no sé si era un policía vestido de verde o alguien que estaba cortando las sogas de la balsa.
When we got to the exit, I don't know if it was a policeman who was there. Somebody was cutting the ropes.
Pasamos el puente.
Then we crossed, we passed the bridge.
Cuando íbamos pasando allí, vimos que habían policías.
When we passed the bridge, we noticed there were policemen there.
Y cuando íbamos pasando, ellos estaban como aquí así, íbamos pasando por aquí.
They
vieron al grupo de nosotros.
They were over here, and we were on the other over here. And then they approached the group of where we were.
And when they approached the group, did you see them somehow indicate or say something to Nick?
¿Quién?
Who?
¿La policía?
The policeman.
Bueno, en el momento que nos pararon ahí, yo no sé porque eran muchos policías que estaban ahí, pero después de eso yo vi que vino un policía y le dijo, tiene que venir con nosotros.
Right at that moment when they stopped us, I don't know if they were policemen or not, but then one of them came and he said he has to come with us.
The policeman asked Nick to come with them.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you then see Nick go with the police?
Sí,
Yes,
caminó normal.
he was walking normally with them.
Were you surprised at that point?
Sí, nosotros estábamos en shock. ¿Por qué lo detenían a él? Porque realmente nosotros no sabíamos qué había pasado.
Yes, we were in shock because we didn't know why they were detaining him. We didn't know what had happened.
And you couldn't believe your friend who's peaceful would have done anything to harm someone.
Nunca.
Never.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any questions?
You've tubed on the Apple River several times, including with Nick, right?
Nosotros sí, pero con él la segunda vez.
We had, but it was the second time with him.
And the Apple River, it's kind of a party scene, agreed? The Apple River, it's kind of a party scene. Lots of people on the river drink.
Sí.
Yes.
Your group was drinking.
Sí.
Yes.
Probably most of the groups you saw on the river were drinking.
Sí.
Yes.
Were you intoxicated?
No.
No.
How many drinks did you have? Do you know?
Probably like 4 beer.
Probably like 4 beer.
And you said you told Nick not to go look for the phone, but he insisted, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And Ariel wasn't worried about his phone because he had insurance, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And after Sandy said Nick's in trouble, you started walking towards Nick, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you got pretty close to where Nick was, right?
No.
No.
You got a lot closer than Sergio did, right?
No sé, porque en ese momento yo no sé dónde estuvo Sergio.
No.
Pero sí no estaba cerca.
I don't know because I don't know where Sergio was at that moment, but yes, I was close.
And you saw Nick in the water, you said, right?
Sí.
Yes.
You never saw Nick do anything to anyone?
No.
No.
You said you were concerned for Nick's safety, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
You walked over there, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you told police, I didn't see, we don't know what happened because Nick didn't tell us anything, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you said that multiple times.
Correcto.
Correct.
You told police multiple times that Nick ran away.
Bueno, en lo que se refiere usted huyendo, corriendo, me refiero a cuando él salió del grupo y vino hacia este lado para nosotros.
When you're referring to running or running away, I'm referring to when he left that group and approached our group.
When he
on this side.
When he went back to your group, you said he ran back to your group, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
You told that to police multiple times.
Correcto.
Correct.
So you remember him running back to your group.
O sea, no diría yo corriendo, simplemente venía hacia el grupo, caminando a prisa, pero no, I don't know. Venía de regreso hacia el grupo.
I mean, he didn't come running. He was walking fast. He was just coming back.
He actually just walked casually back.
Objection.
Right?
What's the objection?
vague as to the use of the word casual?
Overruled. He can answer if he understands. Do you understand the question?
No, no entiendo la pregunta.
No, I don't understand the question.
You need to rephrase that.
He wasn't walking fast back to your group, was he?
Él no iba caminando.
Él venía caminando.
He was walking.
But not quickly, right?
No, no.
No, no.
And then after he walked past you, you told police the groups were fighting each other.
Bueno, yo no puedo decir exactamente si estaban peleando, simplemente como estaban todo el mundo gritando y eso, no sabemos exactamente lo que estaba pasando ahí.
I couldn't say they were fighting. Everybody was shouting. We didn't know what was happening there.
But what you told police was that the groups were fighting each other after Nicolae left.
No recuerdo en estos momentos, pero puede, desde mi punto de vista, a ver las discusiones que tenían allí, puede ser que yo pensé, o puede ser que estaban peleando, o puede ser no.
I don't remember right now, but in my opinion, because of the way they were talking and they were loud, they may have been fighting.
You didn't see any injuries on Nick when he walked back, right?
No.
No.
And your group stayed at the sandbar for a while because Eric was helping with the victims, right?
No sé.
I don't know.
Was Nick helping with the victims? Was Eric helping with the injured?
No sé.
I don't know.
Eventually, when you did leave, it was because Nick said, let's go, right?
Repite la pregunta.
Can you repeat the question?
Eventually, when you did leave, it was because Nicolae Miu said, let's go.
No.
No.
When you got to the exit, there was a lot of police there, you said, right?
Sí.
Yes.
There wasn't any belligerent people approaching you or anything like that?
No podría decirle si personas cercanas o no, simplemente cuando va saliendo del río sabe que van personas adelante y van personas detrás. No sé a qué se refiere usted.
I couldn't tell you if there were people approaching us or getting closer to us. There were people in front, there were people behind us. I don't know what you're referring to.
You didn't get threatened or anything when you got out to the exit, right?
No.
No.
When Nick came back to your group, he told you they took my knife, right?
I don't remember.
You told
I
police.
don't remember.
You told police multiple times they took Nick's knife out of his pocket, right?
Si se lo dije a la policía, está, pero no recuerdo.
If he gave it to the policeman, I don't know. Interpret needs to correct. If I told that to the policeman, maybe, but I don't remember.
You don't remember if Nick told you they took my knife?
I don't remember exactly. She tell me something.
So Nick,
and I don't remember where because when we sit down in the tour, we not talking nothing.
You saw Nick among the group of people when you were walking up, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
You could see how the group was acting. You could hear them, right?
Sí, estaban gritando toda la gente. Yelling people.
Yes, they were yelling.
And when police talked to you about it, you didn't believe Nick stabbed anyone, right?
Nunca.
Never.
And you said, he's a big guy. He was in the army. He doesn't need a knife to defend himself, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And he was in the army in Romania before coming to the US, right?
I'm not sure, o sea, no estoy seguro, pero si dije eso porque en los países comunistas el servicio militar es mandatorio. So, él vive en un país comunista, yo vivo en un país comunista, al servicio nos mandan obligados.
I'm not sure if I said that, but I know that he comes from a communist country and the military service is mandatory. I come from a communist country too, where you have the mandatory military service.
And you answered questions about Nick had his knife because he used it to cut ropes. He was going to use it at the beginning and going to use it at the end. Do you remember that?
Correcto.
Correct.
But you told police that you thought Nicolae put his knife back in the vehicle before floating down the river, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you also told police you never saw Nicolae with a knife on the river, right?
No. Bueno, cuando hablamos del río, solamente lo vi con la navaja al principio cuando se amarraron todos los tubos.
No, well, when we were in the river, I only saw him with the knife at the beginning when we were tying the tubes.
When Nicolae got back to the tubes after he walked past you, did you walk back to the tubes?
I'm sorry, please, the interpreter needs a repetition.
Nicolae walked past you going back to the tubes, right?
¿Sí?
Yes.
And he didn't say anything to you then.
I don't remember because I pay attention to the guy punch us and I say, stay there, stay there. I don't want it coming to us.
Nicolae didn't ask for your help or anything?
¿Ayuda cuándo?
Help when?
Ever. He never yelled for help, right?
Yo no vi nada hasta que la señora me dijo que estaba en problema.
I didn't see anything until the lady told me that he was in trouble.
You also didn't hear him yell anything, right?
No.
No.
When Nicolae got back to the tubes, did you walk back to the tubes too?
Sí.
Yes.
No one followed you, right?
No, en el momento que él pasó al lado mío que iba para la balsa, yo estuve quizás unos segundos parado ahí con la persona que nos estaba apuntando y yo le decía, stay there, stay there, stay there. Después de eso, yo me regresé a la balsa.
When Nick, he was walking by me on this side, I stayed standing there and I told the guy who was approaching us, stay there and pointing. And then I followed Nick.
You didn't answer my question. I asked, when you walked away, nobody followed you, right?
Que yo recuerde, no.
As far as I remember, no.
Si estoy de espalda no puedo ver.
If I'm walking, I can't see from my back. I can see in the back.
And once Nicolae got back to the tubes, he put on his shirt, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you didn't see what happened before Nick, you saw Nick in the water, right?
No.
No.
So you don't know if he did something violent before you saw him in the water?
No.
No.
You said Nick appeared very scared, worried after he walked back, right?
Sí, es normal.
Yes, it's normal.
And you'd never seen him scared like that before, right?
Nunca.
Never.
And he wasn't smiling, right?
¿Cómo?
He wasn't
What do you mean?
smiling.
No.
No.
That would be, you wouldn't expect him to be smiling if he was afraid, right?
¿Quién se va a reír en medio de un problema?
Who's going to smile when you're in the middle of trouble?
I want to show you some frames.
Why don't we break here for lunch, since there seems to be more questions. Members of the jury, we're going to break until 1 o'clock. Same reminders, no independent investigation, no research. Do not speak with anyone, including yourselves, about this case. We will resume at 1 p.m. We are in recess until 1.
Happy days, right? I got to go anyway. So I'm going to put Trigos on for you guys now. I'm on another phone call at the minute. Well, let me put this on for you. For you. I hope he's okay. So sorry about that, guys. I just literally, I'm on another call, so I'll be back.
What's up, everybody? Welcome into another day here on this Apple River trial, where self-defense has been claimed in a trial that has a lot of different details, a lot of different eyewitnesses, a lot of different law enforcement officers' point of view. The most important and biggest piece of evidence is obviously a cell phone recording of the entire incident before the altercation, the words that were exchanged, the physical blows that were exchanged, and then obviously the fatal action that was taken by the defendant in this case with his pocket knife, resulting in the loss of life of one young person and multiple people injured. And he's been charged in that death and with those other injuries. And a lot of what the jury is going to have to determine is based on that cell phone recording, that video. Did he reasonably feel like he was in danger for his life? And the most of the trial so far has been from the eyewitnesses, the witnesses, the victims, the people that were there in the water, the defendant's ex-wife, what happened, who said what, who did what, could they have left, should they have left, what decisions were being made at the time and why, some of the physical ailments of the defendant that may add to why he may have been in fear. A lot of people there concerned because of how many, I think it was like 10, 11, 12 people and just the defendant by himself. all these people against the defendant. He was shoved, he was punched, he was pushed into the water. Maybe he was afraid of drowning. He was afraid of getting beat up, about getting jumped. But who started it? What did the defendant say? Did he antagonize or was he antagonized? Did he punch a female? That's a big part of this question. Did he start the fight by punching a female where some of the men jumped in to protect her and then it turned into an altercation that turned fatal? In the middle of the altercation, could he have walked away? There's no duty to retreat, but those are all things the jury's going to have to look at this video and try to determine. Well, today we started hearing from some law enforcement, and based on the state's opening statement, I kind of felt like the most damning evidence and the evidence that was going to hurt the defendant the most was, shocker, you may have guessed it based on some of our previous videos and previous cases, the defendant's own actions and statements. Because the state said in their opening that the defendant basically acted like he didn't know what happened. He tried to sneak on out of there in a group with a hat on and sunglasses. He didn't tell anybody he had a knife. He actually said he didn't have a knife. He acted like he did not know what happened. And we started to get into that evidence today. The evidence is still ongoing. So if there are some witnesses late in the afternoon, I may not have seen them yet. So they may be part of our next breakdown. We will eventually be going live on this trial to do some Q&A. It's always hard for me to go live during the trial because I know a lot of you are watching the trial live. And my night schedule's been kind of packed this week. So I haven't been able to go live at night. But we will make it happen either tomorrow on Friday or next week. We will be going live eventually on this trial to talk about it together and answer the questions you have. But the most important evidence to me is the defendant's post-altercation actions. In a self-defense case, a lot of very legitimate self-defense cases happen. It's very unfortunate. I hate to see it when people get injured or killed, but sometimes it is necessary based on the situation they're presented with. But how they act immediately after is so important. Do they stay there? Do they tell the cops, I had no choice, I got jumped, I'm so sorry? Do they try to render aid? Do they explain immediately what happened? Or do they try to get out of there? Do they try to hide? Do they try to hide the weapon? Do they try to say it wasn't them? Because that to me shows a lot more consciousness of guilt in the way that you know it wasn't self-defense. Now, you might be wrong and you might not know what self-defense is and you might be scared or you might be in shock. All those things are very real and plausible explanations for this, but I think from a jury's point of view, that is the best piece of evidence for the state to prove it wasn't self-defense. They've done a great job proving he's the one that dealt the fatal blows and that his actions caused the death. Those things are always pretty easy in these cases. But getting over the self-defense, showing that it was in fact intentional and not as a reaction because somebody else put him in danger with their actions. So we're just going to listen to one of the officers and listen to a couple little clips of the defendant on body cam, but there is more to come. The state is just scratching the surface with what the defendant said and did in today's testimony. One of the officers testified the knife was somewhere in a different location and they found it kind of in the mud, closed up. The defendant did not tell them where it was. He didn't still have it on him. He didn't give it to them like, hey, this is what I used. Really sucks that all this happened. So now let's kind of hear this officer discuss where the defendant and his group are walking, how the defendant was dressed, what the defendant said, and we're even going to see the defendant when he gets detained, what the look on his face is like, what his emotions are like, and what he says. There was some fight from the defense attorneys to try to not let this in because he wasn't read his Miranda rights. The state argued, well, it wasn't incriminating or questions that were seen to elicit any incriminating information. He just basically says, okay. And they're using it to show that he does have knowledge and he knows somebody was stabbed, yet he acts like he doesn't. So let's watch this testimony together.
The east side of the river underneath the walking bridge, which is accessible by vehicle by turning off a Main Street or Highway 35 to the south and following a trail.
Had you been given at that point a picture of what the suspect looked like?
Yes.
Do you recall, as you sit here today, what he was wearing in the photograph that you were given for the picture?
The initial description was a 50s something, white male, no shirt, swim trunks with a gold or a necklace chain. The picture was similar to that.
At the time that you arrived to the area, had the suspect been taken in custody yet?
No.
Because of that, did you use caution when you approached?
Yes.
Did you draw your firearm?
I did.
Explain what happened once you got to the Village Park area.
So I parked my squad, exited. I had my handgun drawn but pointed down. There was a group approaching me, walking on the footpath. What struck me as odd is one of the people in that group was wearing a long sleeve button up shirt, hat, and glasses. Didn't fit in with the rest of the group. I could see just a little bit of a.
He says that struck him as odd. Now on cross, you'll hear the defense say, well, here, this picture earlier in the day, he was wearing his hat. He was wearing his sunglasses. We've heard them ask other witnesses. He wears camo a lot. That's kind of his signature to make it seem like it wasn't a big deal. And maybe it wasn't. But the description, of course, was shirtless, overweight, no hat, no sunglasses, had snorkels on at some point, gray beard. So you can imagine if the jury starts to think he's guilty and didn't do this in self-defense, this looks very bad. Was he trying to hide? Was he trying to sneak out so nobody would see him?
Necklace. I felt that was possibly the suspect that we were looking for. However, I knew a large portion of officers were coming down behind me. So I passed that group to make sure there wasn't, just to rule out that there wasn't anybody else that matched the description. And then behind me, I heard someone yell, that was the person.
Was the defendant?
Additionally, with all of this stuff on, he walks right by law enforcement. Again, he doesn't say, hey, man, it was me. Hey, can we talk about this? You'll never guess what happened. Listen to this. I almost got killed today. I got jumped by a bunch of these young guys, and I had to defend myself. Not that he has to do that, because that can go very wrong too. But he says nothing and tries to walk right by while he pretty obviously knows everybody's coming down there to investigate what just happened.
Part of that group that walked past you as you were going down?
Yes, he was the one wearing the button-up long sleeve shirt, hat, and sunglasses.
Did he make any attempt to flag you down or talk to you?
Nobody did. Nobody looked at me as I walked past with my gun drawn.
How many seconds after you walked past did someone else, some other law enforcement person, recognize him?
Probably within 5 to 10 seconds, because at that point it was a civilian with a baseball bat that yelled, that's the suspect, or that's the guy.
Did you see the civilian with the baseball bat?
Yes.
Did he attack the defendant in any fashion?
No, he just pointed at the subject.
So again, the defense wants to make sure, and they've talked to some people who did see and didn't see the baseball bat, that there were other people with weapons, other reasons he should be in fear for his life. I'm not sure that connection's really hitting for me personally. Maybe it is for you, but this cop confirms there was somebody else there with a baseball bat. And also, the defense is kind of, I think, trying to argue through questions that maybe people were chasing up into the woods where they thought the defendant went to try and go hunt him down, basically with baseball bats and other things like that.
At the time this happened, did you have a recollection of how many law enforcement personnel were in that general area at the Village Park? I mean,
everybody was still responding as the suspect was taken into custody. It was one of our deputies, Deputy Ben Trebian, and a Polk County deputy, and then I was standing there. So in the immediate area surrounding the person himself was 3 of us, but it was constantly people showing up. So I don't know a static number of the initially.
Once he was, strike that. Were you wearing a body cam that day?
Yes.
Was it recording your activities at Village Park?
Yes.
Did you at some point make contact with Mr. Miu after he had been arrested or detained?
Yes. After he was handcuffed, I escorted him to my squad, placed him in my squad, grabbed my transport belt, just knowing with the incident that this would be a timely process, and then switched out his handcuffs with a transport belt so his hands were handcuffed in front of his body instead of behind, and then placed him in my car.
Objection here, sidebar.
Aware that your body cam is located on a flash drive that our offices have been holding on to?
Yes.
I told you it was marked as Exhibit 9. Would that make sense to you?
Yes.
We're going to be playing a portion of your body cam from Exhibit 9. I'm not going to ask you questions about it. I'm not going to have you comment about it. We're just going to play it. Okay?
Okay.
And we're starting at the 2016 mark.
This is when they're putting him in the squad car. I'll slow it down so we can hear what they say.
So right now you're being placed under arrest, okay? You're being placed under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide.
Is that your body cam?
Yes.
That's your voice.
So they tell him, and it's just important for his knowledge. And facial expressions, doesn't look surprised. They talk about kind of how he was acting, emotionless, things like that. I think a jury is going to dig into that and see what does that make them feel as far as, was this guy in fear for his life and really just reacted and this is what happened?
Voice in the background. Correct. After, is that your body cam?
Yes.
That's your voice.
So they tell him, and it's just important for his knowledge. And facial expressions, doesn't look surprised. They talk about kind of how he was acting, emotionless, things like that. I think a jury is going to dig into that and see what does that make them feel as far as, was this guy in fear for his life and really just reacted and this is what happened?
Voice in the background. Correct. After informing Mr. Miu what he was charged with, nothing further.
Mr. Nelson?
After informing him what he charged, nothing further, Judge. Now cross.
Mr. Thomason. Morning. Morning. I'm going to ask you some questions about your arrival at the Village Park where the exit is there, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You observed, let me, can I get that exit one time again? Yeah, please. 11 maybe? That's when you were on in that picture, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have a hat on in that picture, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 110, and it's been published before, okay? I want to ask you some questions about that. Permission to publish that? You've seen this photo before, sir?
I don't think so.
And I know that, Elmo, there's a bit of a glare. Are you able to see it, or you want me to give it to you in your hand?
That's fine.
And they're showing that he didn't just put that hat and glasses and shirt on to flee and try to hide himself, but that's in fact how he showed up that day, or how he was dressed at other parts that day. That's why they're showing these pictures now.
Do you see to the left there a person you now recognize as Nicolae Miu?
Yes.
He's in that photo wearing the shirt that he was wearing when you arrested him.
Yes.
He's wearing the necklace that he was wearing when you arrested him.
Well, without confirming it, but it appears to be the same. Yes.
He's wearing a necklace.
Yes.
He's wearing sunglasses. Agreed.
Yes.
He's wearing a hat. Agreed.
Yes.
And I think you can even see like the sandals. Agreed.
Mine is cut off on the bottom, but
Miss, you see there just on the bottom that you saw him wearing when you saw him walking up from the river. Is that right?
in a different manner, but yes.
The shirt was buttoned up, correct?
Yes.
But other than that, it's the same clothing, correct?
Yes, that appears.
And obviously, he has a different expression on his face at the beginning of the trip than he does at the end of the trip, right?
Correct.
You, when you're approaching back to the village park where the exit is, okay? When you approach there, you said you drew your gun out, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, that's for lots of reasons, but particularly safety. Agreed?
Yes.
Your safety first, correct?
Yes.
And then the safety of everybody else around there, correct?
Yes.
Whether they be victims, witnesses, suspects, citizens, you're concerned about everybody's safety, correct?
Yes.
And that's why at that point, even though there's not an immediate threat to you, you have your weapon out, correct?
Yes.
That's what you've been trained to do sometimes, correct?
Yes.
Be prepared, correct?
Yes.
Did you in that moment, you had information, correct?
Yes.
Did you have a particular fear, or is this just in that instance, were you fearful? Is that why you drew out your weapon?
If I understand correctly, I wasn't responding to how I felt being in danger. I was responding to what the information I was given and to conduct my job properly.
There might be danger. The safest thing to do here is to have my gun drawn.
Yes.
And when it was drawn, again, I'm just trying to gather the facts, not being critical of it. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
How, when you draw it, do you, we've all watched shows, and so sometimes I see somebody pointing a firearm, sometimes I see them holding it down by their side, sometimes it's with one hand, sometimes it's with two hands. As you come down and you make visual assessment that Mr. Miu is there. You don't know at the time that he's Mr. Miu, but now we do. I want to ask about how you're holding the gun then. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Can you tell us that?
Yes, it was pointed down towards the ground.
Okay. One hand, two hands?
One hand.
And then as you had it one hand down towards the ground, you're walking past people, correct?
Yes.
And one of those people that you walk past is Mr. Miu, correct?
Yes.
And about how far are you? 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet?
I'd say within, let's call it 8 to 10 feet.
Okay. And do you see him standing, walking, jogging, running? What do you see him doing?
So the group that he was with, there's maybe 1 or 2 people between
Again,
him.
always try to think of the purpose of a question when you hear a lawyer ask a question, and then you can usually figure out where they're trying to go. So they're saying he wasn't sprinting away. He wasn't ducking and hiding. He walked right by you. He walked. He didn't run. He wasn't doing anything nefarious. He was just leaving. It's weird to think that you could just do that and then leave. I guess they could argue he didn't know the magnitude at which all of this happened. But again, the state's doing a good job of explaining the commotion, and a lot of the post altercation videos show the commotion. So it's really hard to believe that his whole group and he didn't know what was going on. We know they couldn't get into the discussions between him and his wife yesterday, or his ex-wife, wife at the time, because of the spousal privilege. So, you know, they're trying to act like, oh, they didn't even know a big deal or there was any commotion going on, which is kind of wild to think about.
Him and I, but they're all walking straight from where I came from, past me, and all looking straight ahead.
Okay.
I look at them, see him, and then I'm scanning the area.
So Mr. Miu was with other people and they were all walking at the same pace, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say it would just be a normal human walking pace?
Yes.
You, when you walk past, your thoughts are, that might be the guy, correct?
Yes, similar.
But you also knew that other law enforcement was coming, correct?
Yes.
And in that moment, you made the choice, not critical again, just you made the choice to say, I'm going to keep walking to see if the guy might be down the river, and we'll let the next group of law enforcement deal with this person that might be the guy. Fair to say?
Yes. So my decision was predicated purely on the fact that I knew more officers were arriving.
Yes.
If I knew I was down there by myself, what I believed him to be more than likely the suspect, I would have taken him into custody right away.
Sure. Or I imagine if you believed that he was in that moment posing some sort of immediate danger, you'd address that, correct?
Correct.
But for what you were like, that might be the guy, your danger assessment wasn't heightened based upon your observations of him, correct?
I was not being attacked or threatened to be attacked. I think that's what you mean.
Just, you didn't find a reason at that point to say, even if I think that's the guy, I need to address him right now, right? I'm imagining that's because you're like, in that moment, even if he's the guy, you didn't think he was so dangerous that you needed to address him.
Well, based on what we were told, there's the danger of what was reported.
Absolutely.
But I also need to make sure that I don't mistake somebody else and get ambushed or miss a potential another suspect. So that's why I was looking just to double check. If that makes sense.
It doesn't, but I'm not a law enforcement officer and it doesn't need to. So I appreciate that. There's lots of factors that you're considering, correct?
Yes.
In whatever reason, in that moment, you decided to walk past him and let the next group of officers deal with him, correct?
Yes.
And then they did deal with him, correct?
Yes.
And then you turned around and observed that, correct?
I turned around and assisted.
And by the time you turned around to assist, they were dealing with it, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Miu was not running away, correct?
Correct.
He was cooperating, right?
Yes.
Well, from what you saw, he complied, correct?
Correct.
And at some point you,
And this is a good indication of like, this is the defense attorney's trying to, again, make it seem like he's not running, he's not being a jerk, he's not high, he's not doing all this stuff. But it's still hard and doesn't really explain why he left the scene, why he did nothing to help the investigation or help make sure they got medical treatment or call 911 when he figured out this happened, and you know, whatever it may be. And I realized some bells are going to go off. Some people said, well, these people just tried to attack him. He was afraid for his life. He definitely doesn't necessarily look like that to me. Again, just to me, if I'm a juror here, doesn't look like that when he's leaving. And again, I get not talking to the cops. Obviously, that would be my advice. But staying there and saying it was self-defense, they attacked me, whatever it may be, or say, I need a lawyer, and, you know, just tell them this is self-defense, whatever, something like that. Totally appropriate, would have made sense, as opposed to acting like he had no clue what was going on. Acting like, you know, he absolutely didn't have a knife. And how you know it is the best evidence for the state is in the defense's, you know, throughout their case, they're basically going to argue, oh, it wasn't the right thing to do to lie. I wish he wouldn't have lied. It was a mistake. He shouldn't have lied. That's how you know it's bad. They really have no explanation. They're nibbling around the edges of some of the issues of him trying to get out of there without anybody noticing and not having the weapon on him anymore. But that's going to be pretty big evidence that if I was the state, I would hammer on and focus on.
Decided, you saw that he was cuffed with his hands behind his back, correct?
Yes.
That can be an uncomfortable position for some people. Agreed?
Yes.
And because of that, you were like, this might be a long time. I'm going to go get, would you call it a belt?
Transport belt.
What is that?
It's a name for it, but it's a Velcro belt, has a D-ring in the front. So then the handcuffs go through the D-ring. So basically for any extended period of time that someone's restrained, their hands can be in front of them, but then they're secured to their belt line. So if someone wanted to resist or try to do something, their hands are locked at their waist, but it's more comfortable position for a longer duration.
And you knew essentially he was going to be placed inside of a squad car where he would be sitting down, correct?
Yes.
And sitting down with your hands cupped behind your back can be painful, correct?
Yes.
So that was the purpose, and you're putting him in this belt is for safety and comfort, right?
Safety and then comfort, just knowing that the investigation might be lengthy.
Sure. And I'm not critical of your considering both. I just want to make sure that it's not just safety. Agreed?
Correct.
It was an additional, you're wearing these things out and saying, I got to do this, got to make sure that he's comfortable and can sit there that long, correct?
Yes.
During that time, when you go get your belt, you come back, you're up close with Mr. Miu, is that right? You assist with putting the transport belt on him?
Yes.
You're like in his personal space? Correct?
Yep, correct.
And in that time, he doesn't do anything to you, correct?
No.
You agree?
Yes, correct. He did not do anything.
It was a poor question on my fault. And because of your job, you have to be essentially in his personal space, right?
Yes.
And when you were in his personal space in that setting, I'm sure you're trying to both keep everybody safe, right?
Yes.
And as part of that, you want to make sure that the person whose space you're in is comfortable, correct?
It's one of the considerations.
Yeah, you don't want to get in somebody's personal space without kind of making sure it's safe for everybody, right?
Yes.
And part of that is,
And again, they're projecting here when you get in people's personal space and it's dangerous and they feel threatened and what are they supposed to do? And it doesn't really take much and you don't want to do that. Again, all with the angle of self-defense.
you're making that person feel safe even though you're in their space.
Correct.
And you did that, right?
I believe so.
And you were safe, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Miu didn't do anything to you, agreed?
He did not.
And when you're in that space, you have an opportunity to make observations of him, correct?
Yes.
Including to smell.
And now they transition into, you were in his personal space. You were so close to him. Did you smell alcohol? Did he seem like he was on drugs? Was he belligerent? Things like that. Because I feel like we've gotten a good enough admission from a lot of the victims and other witnesses there that they were drinking, smoking, whatever it may be. And they're going to get confirmation. And they did it throughout the day today. Basically, every law enforcement officer that came into contact with Mr. Miu said he was not drunk. They didn't smell it, didn't seem belligerent, didn't seem drunk to them, which I think is obviously a point in their column. And there is a lot to work with here on the defense side, but there are certain things that are so difficult to overcome. And I think we started scratching the surface of those today.
You need to make observations of him, correct?
Yes.
Including to smell, correct?
I can, yes.
Yeah. Because sometimes in cases you've involved investigation involving matters of alcohol, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you can use is your nose to smell if it seems like somebody was consuming alcohol in some way, correct?
Yes.
And if you gather that information, you document it in some way, correct?
Yes.
And you might pass it on to another person, correct?
Yes.
And you might do further testing, correct?
Yes.
You didn't document, pass it on, or do further testing regarding Mr. Miu's alcohol use, agreed?
I did not, no.
And the reason you didn't is you had no reason in that moment to suspect that he was somehow intoxicated, right?
Yes, and it was also not a detail that I was concerned about or part of something that I would have been a part of at that point.
Sure. If you smelled it, you would have noted it, remembered it, told somebody, right?
Yes.
So what we can gather from your not noting it, telling anybody, is you didn't smell it.
Correct.
During that process, there's also you gained information about there's a citizen out there with a baseball bat. Is that right?
Yes.
And this is the citizen that essentially pointed out Mr. Miu to law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And do you know if that citizen, we understand he wasn't attacked. I'm not trying to imply that. Do you know where that citizen was in relation to Mr. Miu?
His group hadn't approached that citizen, but they were walking in towards that direction of where the citizen was. But that citizen was also near law enforcement as well.
Was that citizen approaching Mr. Miu?
I heard him yell. When I turned, he was just standing and pointing. And then I was only probably 20 feet away.
Did you come to learn that that citizen's name is Carl Schilling?
I never spoke to the citizen or identified him. Somebody else did. So I don't know who he was identified as.
Okay. There was information exchanged between law enforcement, amongst law enforcement, in the presence of Mr. Miu about this guy with the baseball bat. Is that right?
I guess I don't know.
Okay. There's on your body cam, there's a time when I think we hear you and others talking about the baseball bat while Mr. Miu is right there. Make sense?
Okay.
Let me just play that. All right. I think it is exhibit 9 at the. Mark working. Can you press play and then I'm going to ask you some questions about this.
Bear in mind, lunch is here, so.
I got, okay. I'm pressing pause because I didn't have the volume on. Pressing play.
The guy with the baseball bat was just responding to the sighting. Yep.
I just played from about 2:47 to 3:05. That was your body cam?
Yes.
And that was you again doing the transport belt on Mr. Miu?
Yes, I was securing the handcuffs.
And that was Mr. Miu looking around, correct?
Yes.
While the police were talking about the guy with the baseball bat?
Yes.
That's all.
Can I say anything else? All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. You are free to go. We're going to break for lunch.
So a couple other things I want to show, and some of this came in, some of it didn't with the rest of this body cam. But I thought it was interesting just to give us an idea of kind of what it was like that day at the scene. So we're going to watch some of this together as well.
D6 dispatch, believe we have a suspect detained. Believe we have a detained at the scene.
No. No weapons or anything like that? No.
36 has a possible suspect detained at 64-9. Everybody hold where they're at. We need a photo so we can start this. Got it. I'm coming up on the cross bridge right now. I got a photo on my phone. I'll be there in a second.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Nick. Nick what? Nick Miu. Okay.
What did they do?
This way.
People in his group asking, what did he do? Again, maybe he didn't tell them.
All right. We'll worry about it over here.
And again, it's going to be really hard to come back from not saying anything is one thing. Just exercising your right to remain silent, asking for a lawyer, whatever. I will never condemn somebody for that. That makes sense to me. They can't read anything into it. You can't give, if you don't say anything, you can't give an alternative explanation for the events that a video proves you're lying or try to cover something up, hiding your knife, saying you don't have a knife, whatever it may be. Whenever you say something and lie, and you tell the big lie, like happened to Alec Murdaugh and so many other cases, that can be enough to sink you all on its own. Jurors start to think, why lie about that? If you did something in self-defense, why lie about that? Why lie about this? Now, if you don't say anything, you don't lie, and they can't accuse you of lying. They can't use your right to remain silent against you. That's the point of the right. But when you start lying, it's the worst thing you can do when the jury has your own words to condemn you with. Sorry for
It matches.
Sorry for the sound. I mean, there's just like all sorts of sounds going on the body cam footage. So get your ears ready.
Silver blockchain. Same shorts.
And right now they're kind of comparing him with the pictures that they have to make sure it's the right guy.
Yes. So, let me double lock this quick. The same as well. Got some pretty good markings on his hand too. All right.
They confirm he's got markings on his hands. They take pictures of those as well. Those were entered into evidence. All right. So here's some more statements that he makes that eventually make it into the trial.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody,
All right.
I hear somebody got stabbed. And I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now.
Very strange, right? I hear someone's been stabbed and I fit the description with kind of a blank look on his face. Very strange, right? And something the jury gets to see him explain. What does that make you think? What's just your gut reaction when you see that or hear that? Because the jury is going to go so much on these videos, regardless of what everybody says they see or heard, or experts or testimony or arguments made by lawyers. The jury is going to trust their own eyes. The research shows the jury's eyes and ears they trust over everything, even if it's, radiology reports and there's something that we're trying to show with an expert. They look at with their own eyes, their own brains, and they try to figure out what do they see. So that's why this video evidence is so important. The defendant's own words are so important.
Okay.
Somebody, I hear somebody got stabbed, and I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now.
And that's it. All right. It's wild. And I think that as the state continues to really dig into the defendant's own words and more lies that I think he tells as time continues, this is going to be the hardest thing for the defense to overcome, because I think they have a lot of good arguments with how many people, how fit they were, how not fit the defendant was. He didn't really have a lot of places to go. They could have chased him. I understand why he was in fear. He was hit, pushed, punched, whatever it may be. Water there, it adds danger to the element. And so, I think they have a lot to work with there with that scenario and with that video, and especially with the stills of the video that they showed in their opening. But man, it's going to be very hard to get over how the defendant acted after the fact. So where do you guys sit as we sit here today? Where are you leaning? What questions do you still have to maybe see this as self-defense? What questions do you still have to get to the actual guilty verdicts? That's what we're going to continue to discuss. We're going to continue to break this down. Eventually, we're going to do a live, and I can't wait for that to answer all of your questions. You guys are sending me tons of questions about, the interaction between the defense team and the defendant himself. Not a lot of interaction. It depends on the personality of the defendant. Sometimes people want to be really involved. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes people are so nervous they don't even want to talk about it. Sometimes people are so depressed and resigned to the fact that they think they're going to lose, so they don't want to talk about it. Some people are superstitious and they don't want to talk during the trial, or they don't want the jury to look at them and say, oh, they're talking too much or not talking enough, or whatever it may be. They want to try to stay stoic so the jury can't use any of their facial expressions or anything like that against them. So it really depends on the defendant. But I know when you have the defendant's own words and actions, that is the best evidence against them if you're the state. So I think these are big pieces that are coming in now that the jury's going to have to deal with. I appreciate you guys joining me on here as always. Till next time, I'm out of here. Thanks for watching another episode of The Lawyer You Know. If you enjoyed the episode, please hit the thumbs up and share with your friends who may be interested here on YouTube. And don't forget to subscribe. You can also follow us on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok. And don't forget to check out the Lawyer You Know podcast with new seasons dropping every quarter. If you have a case you want to talk to us about, if it's a personal injury case, wrongful death, catastrophic injury, car accident, or slip and fall case, please email us at lawyeryouknow@gmail.com. And of course, all these links I just mentioned are included in the description below on this episode and every episode. So until next time, this is Peter Tragos, the Lawyer You Know.
Apologies. I've been on the phone to the bank for the last 40 minutes or more. I'll share this with you now then. I'm sorry, I'm literally going to grab some dinner quickly. Literally just got off the phone, so I apologize. I'm not being here. I didn't listen to any of that or the last testimony. I hope it was okay. We're on break time now. Yeah, so sorry. And hello, everybody that I haven't said hello to. I'll put the banner on to let know. I do apologize. I would have played another video, but I don't have one lined up yet. So I'll just put in lunch. Oh, I'm sweating. I've been stressing until 1 p.m. See, that's the worst thing you think you get frauded, like, Jesus. Right. Apologies again, guys. I will be back in. Well, if I don't come back, it's there anyway. So, and the volume is on, everything's on. Right. Catch you in a second, guys. Oh, guess who's back? Back again. I'm sweating like a. I don't want to say it, but but I got my scran down. I had lasagna and cauliflower cheese. Honestly, it wasn't even my fraud. It's my parents. I had to go over and see them. I was like, for fuck's sake. Anyway, we're here. We're back. I don't know what I've missed. How many witnesses have we missed? Have I missed any witnesses? Or are we on still the first one? I apologize as well. I don't like being late or missing stuff. But family comes first, I'm afraid. You are family as well, but I mean, when you got parents my age, they have to come first. So, I don't know. Did anyone else come on after Ernesto? Or you're not going to tell me? I'm going to have to go back and look myself. Oh, there's a woman. Is that a woman? No, this is Ernesto. I got Ernesto. Okay, so Ernesto's the last witness. Okay. Thanks, Cassie. Thank you very much. Hey, Ruka Shroom. How we doing, my darling? Thanks, Josie. Love this group of people. Well, we love you. You did miss much. Thanks, man. I mean, I'm the host. I'm supposed to be telling you guys what's happened and stuff like that. But I do apologize. I don't like to be that unprofessional, but there are times where I have to dash off. He's still on the stand. You see, Cassie? Still got the banner up, you see? No, there. Hey, hey. Ooh. Bye. Bam, 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 ba bam. Have I got the mute? No, I got it wrong. You are my fire, my only desire, and you. No, they didn't. They're back on Monday, and Tuesday. We have. Oh, is it an A or E? I don't know what to be. Tell me, is it A or E? Tell me. Should it be A or E? Tell me. I don't know. I'll leave it as a. Okay, I was confused by the title. Saying yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad. Sorry, FM. So what's happened is all Spanish witnesses have been done today. So the defense have got the defense have got some Spanish witnesses because the translators in all day today. So that's why essentially, but they're back. And also allegedly, there might be one more witness that the state have that might come in after the defense has started as well because of timings and stuff. So yeah. Yeah, Murph, you see, I do love singing, but as soon as I start singing, we lost a shit ton of people. That's the compromise. If I sing, I know I'm going to lose viewers, but I enjoy singing. So, if you don't like my singing, it's a little bit like, I say E. E, E. Okay, I'll change to E then. The pick, FM's pick. I was too small for me. I can't make it out. No worries. Don't need to thank me. It's absolutely all my pleasure. Cassie, thank you, Cassie. You got used to it. You had like 4.5 months of it, Cassie. You know what I mean? So, no, but honestly, a lot of people do not like. I've had people tell me to shut the effer in chat because I'm singing. But hey, I enjoy it. I don't sing that much, but when I do, it's like, why not? Okay. It's, for me, it's, oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? I could have just put my screen larger, couldn't I? I was like, I can't see it, but I'm not in full screen. That's why I can make it out now. Got you and the doggo. No, I do. The Hackster told me on day one. The Hackster told me Sean's fiance. So I don't know Sean. You know, I don't know Sean. I watched a little bit of him when he interviewed Matthew Moore before I did my interview with him. And I watched a little bit of him last night, obviously before I went to bed, because he's covering this trial. But yeah, I'll watch him. I'll subscribe and stuff like that. So any fans of Sean, I'm happy to promote Sean. No worries. What do you sing? Guess who's back? Back again. I'm back. It's a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Fucking court's not back. Let me tell you that. Where are they? They're late. They're 5 late. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, Aaron told me all about him. He's always based as hell on Valeria. I jump his chat when I see Eric hacking it. So Erin's the one who was like, yeah, you need to get to know Sean. She's the one that told me about him and Matt Moore as well. So, but also Erin's in every frigging chat. I think Erin sometimes has like 10 laptops on the open and just be like 4 screens on every laptop, just going around typing everyone. She's literally in every chat. She knows everybody. She's in every chat. But we love her. Although she has pink eye, we still love her. My mom is American Pie. Brought the Chevy to the levee and the levee goodbye. And good old boys and drinking whiskey and rye. Bum ba bum ba bum. Ooh, bum ba bum ba. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, one eye Erin yet. Pink eye Erin. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. So fantastic. I don't know the words, but it's fantastic. You can do something with my hair. Something every way. Something nation. Exhaustion. Let's go Barbie, let's go party. Yeah, let's go Barbie, let's go party. Ooh, let's go Barbie, let's go party. Yeah, let's go Barbie, let's go party. Ooh, I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Something fantastic. It's fantastic. I don't know the words. I should learn the words. But yeah. Do you do karaoke? Just saying. No, I don't do karaoke. So I don't do karaoke, but get me in the karaoke booth and you won't get the mic off me. Do you know what I mean? I'm not fussed about karaoke. I don't like it and whatever. But hey, if there's a karaoke around, do you know what I mean? Give me the mic. Whoop. But no, I just like to. I sing to myself all the time. When I drive, I sing. In the shower, I sing. If I'm on my own here working, I sing to myself, or I hum to myself. It's just something I do. Do you know what I mean? I just enjoy doing it. Um, so yeah, but it's natural to me. You just get an insight into me, essentially. So but yeah, no, I just love to do it. I might go to karaoke once a year, maybe, max. Bravo, thank you. If I know the word, that's the only gripe people have. I never know the words. I just make up the words because I remember the tunes, but I don't remember the words. I'm made of plastic. You're fantastic. So I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah. Ooh, I'm blue. Up a dee ba da ba. Up a dee da 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 da. Blue. But do you remember that Blue song? Hamburger! Hamburger in the house. How you doing, David? I missed you today. I've not seen you today. Go, Pack, go. Go, Pack, go. Go, Pack, go. Oh, Alicia, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alicia. Let me just get this. Present. Thank you, Alicia, supporting for singing Barbie Girl. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. Uh, as I say to you all, I can't on Streamlabs it pops up, but on StreamYard it doesn't. So I have to show this way. But big up to you, Alicia. Thank you very much. I do appreciate you. Thank you. Na-na, you are my fire. The court. Oh, there's movement in the court. Hang on. The thing's shaking. Shake, 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 shake. One watching the Yankees home opener. That's the one thing I've never got into with baseball. I've never got into it. I love college football, NFL. Love college basketball, men and women. Uh, I can't get into baseball. I can't do it, Dave. I do watch the college finals or something, but that's about it. So I've been for taking the day off court because I don't understand Spanish. Happy days, Dave. It's all good. Sometimes I question whether you understand any language. Sometimes, except for the language of love. If Wendy's here, then it's the language of love, Dave, with the flowers and everything. I've not seen Wendy today though, so you're lucky. You're lucky. Actually, she wasn't here yesterday either. Let's have a look at the poll. I'll try to close the poll down. 28 votes to the poll. 10% say guilty of first degree homicide. 6% guilty of second degree. 35% guilty of manslaughter. And 48% not guilty on all counts. Okay. I thought that'd be less. I thought if there were manslaughter or second degree murder options on the table, that there would be more people that would go to like manslaughter or something. So people must think that it's 100% self-defense, or you're doing the right thing. You're doing the right thing by waiting for all testimony. That's what you should always do before you make a verdict. Obviously, as someone that's hosting, I have to give an opinion. 6 Packers fans since 4. Jesus, Dave. Showing your age now. I'm finding everyone's response to the Spanish in court very interesting. What, from the court? From court itself, you mean? Or have I missed something? Have I missed something? I'm trying to look through. Have I? I'll be in 69 in June. No, you will not. You'll be 17 June. You'll be 69 for ages. No, in chat. Okay, I've missed chat. Sorry. I lived in South Korea for a couple of years and they were much more tolerant of people speaking Korean there. Oh, what have I missed then? Oh, I've not got. I hope that no one's taking the piss out of Spanish people. I won't. We don't tolerate stuff like that here. I don't know where it is. If there is, I will. I'm sure. Or maybe the mods will sort it. I have no idea. I got the best mods in the world, minus who's not here. Hens might be here. I don't know. Hey, Jonathan, just seen you here. Hey, Dirk. 2nd of June 1955. Yeah, but Dave, you keep saying you're 69. You said you're 69 now. So you've been lying to us all this time. I mean, but Spanish is a language. Okay, that's terrible. Fine. I mean, I'm bilingual. I'd be more comfortable speaking Welsh on the stand than I would be English. And if someone said to me, "Do you want to translate that?" I probably wouldn't, but I'd be more comfortable if it's a translator for me. I couldn't like I'm like I speak English. I think I speak English fine. I stumble over sometimes. And I have to think and pause sometimes. But I 100% think that what I feel more comfortable with Welsh. I speak Welsh to all my friends and literally the only time I speak English is with you guys. And I get nervous sometimes coming on stream because I'm like, oh shit. And also I get nervous and frustrated sometimes because I say things wrong or I say things that people misinterpret because I've not said it the right way, if that makes sense. Because I think there's ways to say things, and sometimes I worry that I say things the wrong way. People misunderstand me. Like now, I don't know, is misunderstand me a way to phrase something? Whereas in Welsh, I can know instantly what I'm saying. So I always worry about stuff like that, about my second language. I get very nervous, and you might not think I get nervous, but I generally do. I get flustered sometimes. I try and hide it, but thank you, Dylan. Oh, thank you, Murph. Simply the best. Do, do, do. Better than all the rest. Do, do, do. Better than anyone. Murph is the turf. What's Dave call you? Murph the lawn or something? Yes, lost in translation. Lost in translation. Or you mean the Spanish is lost in translation? Don't want to speak it. Yeah, but I speak English though, Dave. That's what I'm saying. I speak English, but I'd much prefer to speak Welsh, especially in the court setting. Especially in that kind of like you're in a vacuum. I don't. I'm just speaking of my own experience. I would be shitting a brick being on there. Especially, I worry about some of the questions you might get because I'd be thinking if I don't know what the meaning is in English, I feel like I've been stupid. And there's lots of stuff I don't know what the meaning is in English, and I have to Google it quickly just to understand what the meanings are. Sounds bizarre, but I mean, I don't think my English is that good. Do you know what I mean? It's if Spanish is your first language, that's what you should be speaking. Or say for me, if I had an option, in the UK course, I could ask Welsh course. Sorry, I could ask for a to be done in Welsh and ask for a translator, and I would ask for a translator because it's too important. I don't want to get things wrong. I don't. As I say, I can't phrase stuff properly in English. I can't. In Welsh, I can. In English, I can't. I sometimes say things wrong. I use wrong words, wrong phrases. I do it all the time. I'm not sure if anyone's ever noticed that with me, but I generally do it all the time. What do you mean? Nothing. Courts on, totally. They're just waiting. I don't know where they are. They're supposed to be back, but just in case I've paused it, I haven't. Thank God. I've never noticed that your English is perfect. Thank you very much. I get flustered a lot, Ruka. I do get flustered a lot. And especially this morning, I got flustered because the Hoover, the banging. I'm trying to also translate in my head some things from Welsh to English, and that's why I get flustered. Then, really flustered. Oh, he's a great nephew. What a name! Let's go, Dylan. Here he is, Dave, with your flowers. It doesn't matter if he speaks some English. It's to protect the record of the case from a possible appeal issue. 100%. I say in Wales, I would have the option to speak in Welsh, my first language, and I would 100% take that. So yeah, 100%. Because I don't want to look stupid. I'm going to guarantee you, a lawyer, posh lawyer, is going to ask me a question in English, that there's going to be a word in there I don't understand. I know I always get worried about that, and I can't Google it. So, hi Dave. Also, just because someone's sounds like they're speaking, they don't every word. I did that exactly. If you just said you said in a better way what I'm trying to say. That's what I mean. I just spent 10 minutes saying what you said in like four lines. But yeah, 100% that. When you are in a situation like this, you need to be able to speak how you are most comfortable. Now, yeah, there you go. Hit the nail on the head. I spoke Korean, but there's no way in hell I would show up to a courtroom without an interpreter. I spoke survival Korean, not fluent Korean. Yeah, and even if you did speak fluent Korean, it's like English is your first language. Truthfully, I work with Filipinos, and their English is really good. But as Ismail Josie says, there's more comfortable speak. Yeah, 100%. Like I think my English is fine, but I'd much rather do it in Welsh. If I'm the judge in America, you speak in English, Dilly, or I'll put you in contempt and sit you in the basement until you comply. Well, thankfully, David, you are not the judge. So thank fuck for that. Is all I'm saying. But hamburger, I'm going to put you in the corner with Erin with your daughter in a second if you don't behave. But look, I understand there's different perceptions on it, but I think I can speak on it because English is my second language. Do you know what I mean? So I feel I can freely. There's not many things I can freely speak of, and I'm an expert in. But bilingualism is something that I'm here for. I even post stuff on a lot of times on social media bilingually. I don't on Twitter and stuff, but here they are. My first language. I would never want to testify in Spanish on big question. 100%. Because here we go. Anyway, yeah, 100%. I totally agree with you. Because my biggest worry is if they ask me a word, I don't know what it means, and then I feel stupid having to ask, "Oh, can you just rephrase that?" And if they do it again with the same word, can you rephrase that again? I don't know what X, Y, and Z means. You just feel stupid because people will be sniggering at you and stuff. I always feel like that. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox, but 100%, give these guys some slack, will you, everybody? Because they should be able to testify in Spanish. If that is the issue, I'm not sure if that's the issue or not, but testify in the language. Because we got a man's life on the line here in the sense of it's his freedom on the line. So I wanted to make sure that we get the correct testimony, you know? Bam, bam. Did they fix the gauge yet? Oh, I don't know. What's wrong? Gouge. No, they didn't, Dave. They didn't. I noticed that earlier on. They didn't. Mother effers. You are. Here they are. You are. You are. You are. You are. You are. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Sorry.
Yes, if he's not in the courtroom.
Right, here we go. Sorry. I heard you, Chudley, you said it needs to be an E. Oh no, Cassie was you. I'll change it now. I'll change.
Please be seated. Members of the jury, welcome back. We're ready to resume the afternoon with the attorneys, Mr. Miu, all of whom are present. Thank you for your patience. Sometimes during the course of a trial, unexpected things come up. One did, and I had to meet with the attorneys to sort out the solution, which we have reached, and we're ready to continue. Mr. Chavez, please retake the witness stand. You're still under oath. Mr. Anderson.
Ernesto, you recall you said you don't know if you said to the officer on shore that Nicolae said they took his knife.
Sí.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Yes.
Is this cross or is this direct? What do we remember?
When you spoke with the officer at the exit, you spoke in English, right?
Creo que sí.
I think so.
I'll show you a transcript. Can you just take your time and look at that? Read through it enough to see if you know what it is.
Want me through everything?
No, does it appear that it's a transcript of your conversation with the officers at the shore?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm just gonna show you. Can you read that? No, just read it to yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, down here. I'll just read it.
Yeah, I got it.
He said that somebody took his knife in his pocket, right?
I said, I don't remember, but if that's what I say, it's okay.
Are you saying you don't think?
I don't remember.
Okay. Judge.
Yes.
So you don't remember if you said they took my knife, but you remember somebody pointing and walking towards you?
I don't remember.
Didn't you testify to that? Somebody pointed and walked towards you and you told them to get back?
Yeah. Sí. Eso sí.
Yes, that I did.
But you never told that to police, right?
Well, they not ask me.
You never said it either, though. right?
So in that moment, you can say or remember everything you said. I answer whatever they ask me.
Can we? You also testified that, remember when I asked you if Nick said anything when he was walking by you on his way back to your group?
I don't remember.
And you said you weren't paying attention because you were looking at the guy who was walking towards you or the person?
Correcto.
Correct.
Okay, I want to go to some frames. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. And you did, the officer never asked if somebody was pointing at him, anyone but at you, but you did say, I told Nick to come and he came and that's it, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
This is from the video. There's some graphic parts in it. This is 3291. I'm ready. I'm going to scroll and then I'm going to ask you some questions. On 3318, that's Ariel in the American flag shorts and black shirt, right?
Repeat that. Correcto.
Repeat that. Correct.
Correcto.
This is Nick here,
Correcto.
and this is
Correct.
you,
Correcto.
Correct.
and Nick is standing right next to you, and you're touching his arm.
Sí, cuando va pasando. Correcto.
Yes,
Okay.
when he was passing by.
Do you see anyone in this frame walking towards you?
Ahí en ese momento no veo, en la foto no la veo.
Okay.
At that very moment in that picture, I don't see anybody.
How about here on 3322?
That is somewhere and there somebody's coming, is pointing us. I don't see it there, but I saw that day.
Okay. I've scrolled a little ways into 3333. See anyone pointing or walking towards you?
No lo veo.
I don't see anybody.
Does it even look like anyone's looking at you?
En ese momento no lo veo.
I don't see anybody at that time.
But depende la parte del video o depende de la perspectiva de cómo se ha tomado el video cuando we was not, I don't see those people there. I was down there.
It depends on the time of the video or the point of view of the person who was taking the video.
Stopped at 3359. You can turn off the screen. I'm going to go to another frame. Man 3471. That's you right here, right?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
And you're actually walking towards the camera.
Sí.
Nobody's approaching you or walking towards you.
And
No.
no,
Nicolae isn't in this, right?
No lo veo.
I don't see him.
Okay, you can turn off the screen. I'm going to go to another one. Okay. This is 3936. Is that you, Ariel, and Sergio on the top left?
¿Dónde?
Where?
Right here. Sergio, Ariel, you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sí.
Yes.
You still haven't walked back to your tubes?
I don't remember.
Well, in the
He's
photo.
standing there, but in the picture, I don't know if it's after or before.
Sure. Okay.
Right?
You can turn it off. I have one more set of frames to ask you about. So this is 3936. I'm going to go to later in the video. I'm ready. Do you think this is what you were thinking of after Nick was long gone? This is you, right?
Yeah, that's me.
And here's a girl standing by a group of other women pointing at you from a ways away or in
Right.
your direction.
I'm not sure, but this guy is coming this way from there. Probably one of the guys was in the middle. I said to him, stay there, stay there. The guy's behind the yellow teacher.
This guy,
Probably was that one. It was right here by in the front. This guy right here.
This
Like
guy?
front here.
right here?
Yeah, no, he's walking here in the picture. You can see he walk. When I say stay there, and he walked the other way. Well, and that time he probably was right here on the hammer, my finger, something like that.
Let's keep going. We'll see. And you said before you didn't know if it was a man or a woman, right? Who was pointing, and then and walking towards you and pointing, and then
No, what's a man?
it was a man.
What's a man?
If it was here, it would have been after Nicolae was long gone, right?
¿Cómo?
It would have been
What did you
after
say?
Nicolae. Sorry.
Wait for the interpretation.
It would have been long after Nicolae was gone, right?
Yeah, but the person, when he started pointing me, empezó a señalar hacia nosotros.
Started pointing towards
That's
us.
start when Nico coming this way. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure he was And the picture, or whatever the video was out right there, he has like he turned it this way to the other people, but before he was a little more far and he pointed to us.
So before, when I asked what did Nicolae say, if anything, to you when he passed you, he said he didn't know because the guy was coming towards you. Now your testimony is that it was later in the video. So do you know what he said to you or no? If anything, Nicolae?
I don't remember.
And you'd agree you got pretty close to where Nicolae was with the group, right?
¿En qué momento?
At what time? What moment?
I'll go back. Can we have the screen? $33.21. You got, and you said what did you say you saw for injured people?
What question?
What did you see as far as injured people?
I saw some women the other side. That woman was behind probably this guy. It was like in the middle of the river. And I say, what's going on? Because I don't know what's happening. I saw her and I say, what's going on?
Did you see this man here on 3321?
No.
And you didn't see Nick do anything?
No.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
Can I have the screen? You were asked some questions about slide 3321 that's in front of you.
Sí.
Yes.
Again, this is you.
Sí.
Yes.
Looks like you're reaching out to Mr. Miu, who's standing next to you.
Correct.
Correct.
Mr. Miu is walking,
Sí.
Yes.
he's walking upriver.
Sí.
Ariel in the
Yes.
flag shorts is walking upriver behind Mr. Miu.
En this moment, en este momento, en el video yo veo a Ariel.
At
Pero
this
before,
moment,
I don't remember what Ariel was.
in the video, I can see him, but before, I don't remember where he was.
I appreciate that. I'm not going to ask you about that. I'm going to ask you about this person here. Do you see the person in the two-tone shorts?
¿Quién es?
Do you see that
Who
person
he
in
is?
two-tone shorts?
I'm not sure.
I'm not asking if you, know who he is. I'm just asking you, do you see the person that I'm pointing to in the two-tone shorts?
No.
Right now on
No.
the screen, do you see them?
Ahora sí, ahora sí.
Oh, now I do. Now I do.
Next to that person is a man in a yellow shirt.
Sí.
Yes.
I want to now ask you questions about slide 3922. Okay?
Sí.
Yes.
You haven't watched the video, have you?
Yes.
You
Yes.
agree that you have not?
No.
No.
Poor question on my part. Have you watched the video or have you not watched the video?
No.
No.
The screens, the slides that we're showing you go in sequential order. So the first one is 0, the last one is 4,819. Does that make sense?
Sí.
Yes.
I previously showed you 3321, and now we're showing you something later, 3922. Does that make sense?
Sí.
Yes.
I'm gonna blow this up. Or in the upper left-hand corner, that appears to be you and Ariel and Sergio standing next to each other. Agreed?
Correcto.
Correct.
Pero
But
and what I said before, in this moment, I don't see this is, si esto es antes o después del problema, porque I don't see the whole video.
I don't know if this is before
Pero sí
or
están ahí.
after the problem because I haven't seen the whole video.
If I were to tell you hypothetically, this is after, because we can see a victim or two victims or two people with injuries down. Agreed? Make sense?
Okay.
Okay.
And then over here, way on the right, you see this blur that may be a person without a shirt on walking from a different direction over to your group. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm now going to scroll through the forward in time and I want to show you stuff, okay? I'm going to stop at 3953. Going to blow this up. Do you see somebody here on the left-hand side?
Yeah.
Is that a man in two-tone shorts that I had previously shown you?
Sí.
Yes.
Had that man ran up to you and then you,
So, oh, wait, please.
I'll re-
Objection sustained. Please rephrase.
is this the person that you saw come up to you that you pointed to say, go away?
Sí.
Yes.
And as we move forward here in time, the person in the yellow shorts that was in a different spot before is there too, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And then as we move forward to 4012, excuse me, you now see the woman pointing the finger at you, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
That's what I say. What's going on?
Understood. When you previously, when you spoke to the police, was there a Spanish interpreter there?
No.
No.
Sometimes when you've spoken today, you've answered in English. Agreed?
Sí.
Yes.
You, fair to say your preferred language is Spanish.
Español.
Spanish.
You know some English.
Sí.
Yes.
If you wanted to communicate something really important and make sure you were accurate, would you say it in Spanish or would you say it in English or would you say it in some other language?
Español.
Spanish.
Why?
Porque hay muchas palabras en inglés que tienen diferentes significados.
Because there are many words in English that
Y a
have
la,
different
a la hora
meanings.
de uno contestar, puede ser que la respuesta no sea correcta.
And when one answers, maybe the answer is not the correct one.
Also, when you hear words, is it easier for you to understand the words spoken to you when the words spoken to you are in Spanish rather than in English?
Sí.
Yes.
You answered some questions about your knowledge about your friend Nick being from Romania. I want to ask you about that, okay?
Correcto.
Correct.
Do you know exactly when Nick Miu immigrated to the United States?
No.
Do you know what age he was?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Do you know whether in fact he was or was not in the military at any point?
No.
No.
When you spoke with the police, you told them you thought he might have been in the military for the reasons that you said here, because communist countries sometimes require that, correct?
Mandatorio, sí.
Mandatory, yes.
You also told the police that you didn't actually know. You told them several times, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know.
Correcto.
Correct.
Do you have actual knowledge as to whether Nick Miu was in Romania and served mandatory service for his country?
No.
No.
Last area here, you said you were able to remember some things that you saw, but you couldn't remember everything that you heard. That be fair?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you find it for you easier? Do you find it easier to remember things that you see, or do you find it easier to remember things that you hear?
Cosa que veo.
That I see.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
Is your testimony today important?
Súper importante.
Very important.
Sometimes you answer in English,
Oh, sí. Sí.
Oh, yes.
because you're also comfortable speaking in English.
Because, a veces se lo entiendo, a veces no.
Sometimes I understand it, sometimes I don't.
If you told the officer, he said that somebody took his knife in his pocket, that's something you can easily understand in English, right?
Repita.
Repeat, please.
He said that somebody took his knife in his pocket. You understand that in English, right?
I don't remember.
Do you understand what that means in English?
Sí.
Yes.
And if you told that to the officer 17 times, you think you said that because you remembered it at the time?
I don't know how many times you say 17 times. I don't remember.
You want to see the transcript?
You can show me.
It's highlighted and there's numbers next to it.
Well, that's what I said, but I don't remember saying many times. I don't know.
Do you agree or not agree that you told the officer that 17 times?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that, but you remember something you didn't tell the police from almost 2 years ago?
What do you mean? ¿Cómo que algo que yo no le dije a la policía hace 2 años?
What do you mean? Something that I didn't tell the police 2 years ago.
This is a 13-page transcript. And there's 17 times on here where it says something about, he said they took my knife.
Objection asked and answered cumulative.
Sustained. He said he didn't remember.
Yeah, let me quit. What do you got?
Nothing else, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
Torres.
Torres.
Señor.
My apologies. You are excused. You may step down.
Thank you.
Torres Chavez.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the part I was missing.
Judge, we have one more witness. I don't know if you want to take a quick 5-minute break before we call the last Spanish-speaking witness.
Are the interpreters prepared to go forward?
I'm fine.
Good.
We're
Let's
fine,
continue.
Your
then.
Honor.
All right.
One more. I hope they got witnesses. I hope they got more witnesses today. As I'm not sure if they do. I think they plan on just having Spanish witnesses today. So we might have an early finish today. Possibly. Right. Get this one down. Defense witness number 2 next. Ernesto Torres. So that's one gone. We'll see who the next one is. I don't know who the next one is. Oh, arms in the air. Wave him like you just don't care. Oop, 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 oop. Look at him. Until he's shake, 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 shake. Shake, 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 shake. Oop.
About 5 minutes outside your presence, members of the jury. Please take the jury out.
Oh, okay. What's going on?
Please be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury, meeting with the attorneys and Mr. Miu. Mr. Smestad asked to approach with a concern. Mr. Smestad.
Your Honor, we were informed by our victim witness staff that some of the witnesses were out in the hall live streaming the trial. They're under sequestration order. Apparently one of those folks is the gentleman who's just about to testify, and I forget his last name, but his first name is Ariel. Obviously that's of concern because if he was watching other folks testify, it defies the purpose of the sequestration order. We'd like to have the court instruct the witnesses again to not be watching the trial.
Did the state's attorneys instruct the witnesses about the sequestration order?
We provided written notice to every witness that met with us. Ariel would not meet with us. But the Spanish speakers we met with, which was Sergio, Tatiana, and Gilma, we gave them written instructions in Spanish not to watch the trial, can't be in the trial, don't read the news.
Okay. Did they understand, or did your written instructions include that this was a court's order?
Yes. We also told them verbally when we met with them, but again, Ariel refused to meet with us. So I don't know if defense told him he's on their witness list.
Ariel is a defense witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, was the sequestration order given to?
Not to Spanish-speaking witnesses. No, Judge, I did not have a translation service. Obviously, it's an oversight, and I will change my practice in the future.
All right, what I'll do then, well, let me ask, is there anything else besides tell the witnesses about the sequestration order that you want me to do?
I don't know that there is anything you can do at this point, Judge.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. I'm happy to remind them about the sequestration order. But as long as everyone is satisfied with that being the limit of my involvement, I'll stop. I'm not inviting more. Let's put it that way.
Sure.
I just want to make sure I'm not missing something.
Sequestration is important, obviously. We don't want witnesses forming their testimony based on what other witnesses have said, especially in this case. The gentleman who just testified, the cross-examination is going to be about the same. They're both the two that walked up to the scene and either saw things or didn't see things. He now knows what to expect on cross-examination. He's seen his friend go through it and heard it go through it. I think, and defense did not tell them about the sequestration order, which is just as much their duty as it is our duty. So I think it is a pretty big problem. I might ask for some sort of curative instruction that defense did not inform their witnesses of the sequestration order. But I think we can address that later. For now, I think it will be a point for cross.
Mr. Nelson, anything to add?
No, Judge.
All right, what I plan to do is invite the witnesses in. I will assume that they had not received or fully appreciated the extent of the sequestration order. I'll explain it to them with the benefit of the interpreters. If the state wishes to cross-examine, you may. So would somebody bring the witnesses in, please? Okay.
And Your Honor, the question from the interpreters, are we just gonna interpret right next to them?
We'll just do sequential interpretation. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We have Ms. Castanza. There she is. Ms. Torres. Mr. Ruiz-Lea? Leva? He left. Okay. Ms. Ruiz-Leva. Mr. Torres Chavez. And Ariel. What is your last name?
Chavez.
Okay, Ariel Chavez. At the beginning of the trial, I told the attorneys to tell all of the witnesses that they were not to discuss their testimony with other witnesses. I also told the attorneys to tell the witnesses that they were not allowed to watch the trial, either in person or on the internet or television, because we didn't want the witnesses to conform their testimony to what they hear from the others. I was told that one or more of you may be watching the trial while you're sitting in the hallway. I invited you in today so that I could explain to you personally that you may not do so, because we want to preserve your memories about what happened from July 2022. And we don't want your memories to be tainted by something that you may see or hear about this trial. So please, as long as you're needed as witnesses, do not talk about the case with each other or with other witnesses. Please do not watch any TV or internet accounts of this trial. Will you all do that? Excellent. They've all answered in the affirmative. Thank you, everyone. You can go back to the hallway.
Ariel, could you stay? We're gonna call you next, so you may as well just wait in.
Is there anything else we need to address outside the presence of the jury?
No, Judge.
No. All right, let's bring them in.
Well, there we are. That's a lesson for them both, for defense and the state. Take bilingualism seriously, guys. You know, both sides are fault, so look around and find out.
The hearing assist device is up here. Okay.
Dave. No, he didn't, because he was, what do you call it? I think you're way behind, Dave. I think you're way behind. You must be behind, because the translator was right next to him. Hamburger likes to put their wrench in
Somebody drop something.
everywhere. Maybe they were watching me, maybe. No, but the translator said to him as well. Well, once you don't hear Ariel, you stop and turn around, don't you? Do you know what I mean? And the translator said, please come back here, or whatever, in Spanish.
All right, please be seated. All right, members of the jury, thank you for your patience. We are ready to move on. Again, this will be another witness called by the defense, taken out of order to accommodate the Spanish-speaking interpreters. Mr. Nelson, who's next?
Ariel Chavez, please.
How do you spell his surname and first name?
Please raise your right hand. The clerk will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Right over here. Looks like it's falling off his head. Can somebody maybe adjust the size of the wraparound? Perfect. Mr. Nelson.
Afternoon, sir.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us your name, please?
Ariel Chavez.
Ariel Chavez.
Ariel, do you know this man here to my right, wearing the blue shirt and the red tie and the green jacket?
Sí.
Yes.
Who's that?
Nick.
Nick.
How do you know Nick?
Lo conocí por medio de mi primo,
I met him through my cousin,
Ernesto.
Ernesto.
Have you, how long have you known Nick?
Un poco más de 5 años.
A little over 5 years.
During that time, have you had an opportunity to observe his character, his person?
Sí.
Yes. Let's continue. Mr. Nelson?
I'm just going to repeat the question.
Le voy a preguntar.
During the time that you've known him for over those 5 years, have you had an opportunity to observe his person, his character?
Sí, cómo no.
Yes, of course.
Do you consider him to have a character for peacefulness?
Sí.
Yes.
In fact, when the police talked to you about this, you even mentioned that to them, did you not?
Sí.
Yes.
I think when you spoke with the police, they used terms which you agreed with along the lines of
So we might be done for the day after this. Might be. Just remind everyone. There might not be more witnesses. We don't know. Because all that was supposed to be done today was these Spanish witnesses. Now, the prosecution might have a couple lined up, but they don't have the duty to do it because today was the Spanish translation day. So we'll have to just see what happens. So we might have an early finish in court today. Oh, oh. The law of objection sidebars for, like, what was it, second question in, 2 sidebars? Shagiez Layet. Oh, you never said the Layet bit. Oh, darling,
Yes, I'm sorry. The objection is sustained. Next question, please.
you spoke with the police in August of 20 and 22 to a Spanish-speaking police officer. Do you remember that?
Sí.
Yes.
And I want to ask you some questions that Spanish-speaking police officer asked you about your observations of Nick on that day, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Just so we're clear, it's in August of 22 that the police officer is asking you questions about Nick in July 30th of 22. Does that make sense?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you remember the officer asking you if Nick was calm or angry on that day, July 30th, 2022?
No recuerdo si me preguntó eso o no.
I don't remember if the officer asked me that or not.
Let me just ask you this. As you sit here today, do you remember on July 30th, was Nick Miu angry or was he calm or did he have some other character, demeanor that you noticed?
No, solo él estaba calmado.
No,
Zona pasiva.
he was calm. He was calm.
Okay. On that day, July 30th, did you see Nick with a pair of goggles and a snorkel?
Sí.
Yes.
At some point that day, did your girlfriend drop your phone so your phone was lost in the river?
Sí.
Yes.
I want to ask you questions before the phone was lost, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Before the phone was lost, do you remember Nick using the goggles and snorkel to swim in the river at different times?
Sí.
Yes.
When he did that, was he wearing his hat?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Was he wearing his sunglasses when he snorkeled?
La tenía antes de usar el snorkel.
I remember he had them on before using it.
Do you remember that he put his glasses back on after he was done snorkeling?
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. I want to just jump ahead now to the phone and it being lost, okay? What did you guys do when you lost your phone?
Nosotros los empezamos a buscar cerca del área donde se había perdido.
We started looking for it near the area where it had gotten lost.
Did Nick volunteer to do anything?
Sí, él empezó a nadar y a buscar con el snorkel.
Yes, he started swimming and looking for it with the snorkel.
Did he go in the direction that the water was flowing?
Sí.
Yes.
There's a picture there to your left that's marked as Exhibit 12A. Do you see yourself there in the flag shorts?
Sí.
Yes.
Is that the phone or in a lanyard around your neck?
Sí.
What's
Sí.
your phone?
Yes.
What is your phone in? Is it in some protective package? What's that in?
Sí, un cover.
Yes, I cover.
Does that does your phone float when it's in that?
Supongo que sí.
I suppose it does.
You lost your phone that day, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have that phone now?
No.
No.
Did you get returned to you at some point?
Sí.
Yes.
Who returned it to you?
Un sheriff creo que de aquí.
A sheriff, I believe, from here.
Do you understand the police found your phone eventually?
Sí, lo encontraron.
Yes.
And you got it back?
Y-
Sí.
Yes.
Before the police found your phone, did you see Nick go and look for it?
Repite la pregunta.
That was a
Repeat
poor
the question.
You lost the phone. You said you saw Nick go snorkeling or go swim for it. What did you see?
O él andaba buscando con el snorkel río abajo.
He was looking for it with the snorkel down the river.
At some point, did you learn that Nick was in contact with other people on the river?
Sí.
Yes.
Was that because something you saw or something you heard?
Lo oí por su mujer.
I heard it from his wife.
What did you hear from his wife?
Ella dijo que Nick estaba en problemas.
She said that Nick was in trouble.
What did you do when you heard that?
So, mi novia me dijo que fuera a ver qué estaba pasando.
My girlfriend told me to go look and see what was going on.
Did you go look and see?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you walk downriver towards where Nick was?
Sí.
Yes.
As you were walking there, what did you see?
Pues primero estábamos bien lejos, no sé exactamente la distancia, pero estábamos lejos.
Well, at first we were very far away. I don't know the distance exactly, but we were very far away.
So, yo empiezo a caminar y iba con mi cerveza en la mano.
So I started walking. I had my beer on my hand.
Y que me voy acercando un poquito, veo que
And I was getting closer a little bit.
alguien Nick estaba cerca de un grupo de personas.
And I saw
jóvenes.
that Nick was close or near a group of people, young people.
Y lo que yo entendía de esa distancia es que le estaban haciendo bromas a él.
And what I was able to understand from the distance where I was at is that they were joking or
Bullying.
Bullying him.
Alguien le quitó el snorkel y lo tiró río abajo, algo así.
Somebody had taken his snorkel and had thrown it down the river, something like that.
Es lo que iba viendo yo mientras me iba acercando.
That's what I was seeing as I was getting closer.
Entonces, yo iba pensando que era solamente un juego para ellos.
And so then I was thinking that it was just a game for them.
Pero cuando me voy acercando más,
But as I got closer,
veo que muchas personas le empiezan a golpear.
I see that many people started hitting him.
Let me stop you there for a second. Can you describe when you say they were hitting them? Was it with their hands, their feet, their knees, fists? Can you just tell me what you saw?
Con las manos.
With the hands.
One person, more than one person?
Varias personas, eran muchas personas alrededor.
Several people. There were many people around.
And when you saw them hit Nick, what happened to Nick? Did he stay standing or did something else happen?
Yo recuerdo que él se cayó al río.
I remember that he fell to the river, to the water.
What happened? What did you see next after Nick had fallen into the water?
Creo que alguien lo estaba como que hundiendo,
I
echando por abajo.
think that somebody was kind of like pushing him down.
Pero todavía sigo yo acercándome, pero iba yo prácticamente caminando.
But I was still getting closer, but I was basically walking.
As you got closer, what did you see next?
Cuando me fui acercando, vi que alguien empezó a sangrar.
As I was getting closer, I saw that somebody started bleeding.
What do you remember next?
Después vi a Nick, estaba como parado. Yo vengo por acá, él estaba como a mi izquierda.
Then I saw, well, Nick was kind of standing up. I was over here. He was to my left.
Y creo que vino una mujer hacia él
And
a
I,
golpearlo.
repita, a golpearlo, dijo.
Una mujer vino hacia arriba de él a golpearlo.
Oh, and I believe a woman came over towards him to hit him.
And then what'd you see?
Nick respondió, pero, se defendió.
Nick
pero
responded. He defended
muy-
himself.
Ya había muchas personas alrededor
There were many people around,
y fue muy rápido lo que vi.
and what I saw was happened really quickly, really fast.
Entonces, creo que llegué después donde estaba Nick.
And I think later I went to where Nick was, or I got to where Nick was.
And when you got to where Nick was, what'd you do or what'd you see?
Yo solo vi que él estaba, creo que se había levantado.
I only saw that he was, I think he had gotten up.
Yo le topé el brazo a él,
I touched his arm,
pero en ese momento ya había mucha sangre frente de mí de las otras personas.
but at that moment there was a lot of blood right in front of me, blood that belonged to the other people.
So, esto pasó muy rápido, solamente estoy tratando de decir lo que más recuerdo.
That happened very quickly. I'm just trying to say what I remember the most.
Entonces nos regresamos.
So we went back.
Was it hard for you to make sense of what you were seeing and what was happening?
Sí, era muy rápido.
Yes, it was very fast.
Había muchas personas alrededor y mucho disturbio.
There were many people around. There was a big disturbance.
Y es un poco difícil asimilar lo que había pasado.
And it is a little difficult to assimilate or what had happened or to let it sink in.
Are you able now, after some time, to pick out every detail? Or do you just remember what you've said?
No, solamente recuerdo eso que estoy diciendo.
No, I only remember that, what I am telling you now,
Ya ha pasado algún tiempo.
because some time already went by.
So, cuando caminamos para atrás,
So when we walked back,
Please wait. Question, please.
What happened next?
¿puedo seguir?
can I continue?
Yes, you may.
So, cuando empezamos a caminar para atrás,
When we started walking back,
yo en dirección recta para el grupo.
in the direction towards the group, straight towards the group.
So, iba yo voy a mi izquierda y Nick va a la derecha.
I was on the left side, Nick was on the right side.
En ese momento que hemos caminado un poco,
And at that moment, when we had walked a little,
veo yo que sale de la otra orilla del río el joven con la herida en el estómago.
I see that on the other side of the river, was the young man with the injury to his stomach.
Y estaba gritando.
He was shouting.
Lo que me hiciste, lo estaba como gritándole a Nick.
Look what you did to me. He was kind of yelling or shouting at Nick.
Y en ese momento el muchacho cayó al agua.
And at that moment, the young guy fell to the water.
So, entonces seguimos caminando.
So we continued walking,
So, yo me dirigí hacia el grupo.
and I kept going towards the group.
And Nick siguió a la otra orilla del río derecho.
And Nick kept going to the other side of the river, straight.
Did you see Nick do anything at the other side of the river?
Ya yo no le presté no lo seguí mirando yo a él porque fui con mi novia.
I did not keep an eye on him because I went to see my girlfriend.
Did you see Nick? Did Nick join you back at the tubes where your group of friends were?
Sí.
Yes.
At some other point when you're walking back to the tubes, did anybody yell or scream or run up near where you were?
Había muchas personas gritando y corriendo. Sí,
There-
iban varios como para el grupo de nosotros. No llegaron cerca, solamente caminaron un poco hacia nosotros.
There were many people
Gritando,
running
pero
and
no recuerdo qué decían.
screaming. Some people came towards our group, but they didn't get too close. I don't remember what they were just yelling and screaming, and I don't remember what they were saying.
Did you respond to them in any way?
No, nunca.
No, I did not.
Did you see Ernesto or Sergio or Nick or anyone else from your group respond to them in any way?
No.
No.
When you were back at the tubes, I want to ask you questions about that, okay? Did you get a chance to kind of make some observations of Nick? Did you see him?
Sí, un poco.
Yes, somewhat.
What did he look like?
Como asustado, como pálido.
He looked like kind of scared, pale.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Ariel, is it fair you're pretty uncomfortable testifying here today?
No.
No.
You're comfortable up there on the stand?
No entiendo su pregunta.
I don't understand your question.
Ernesto is your uncle?
Mi primo.
My cousin.
Cousin, okay. And he's best friends with Nick.
Sí.
Yes.
Are you friends with Nick, or do you just know Nick through Ernesto?
Se pudiera ser que amigos, no cercanos, pero ya forma de ser amigos.
It could be said that we're friends, not close friends, but kind of friends.
I want to walk through your testimony. So you saw the young guys, the boys, knock the goggles out of Nick's hands.
Eso fue lo que pude distinguir, lo primero que distinguí.
That's what I was able to distinguish. That's the first thing that I distinguished.
And you were already walking towards Nick when you saw that?
Ya estaba caminando hacia Nick.
Were you already walking towards Nick when you saw that?
Sí, iba empezando a caminar.
Yes, I was starting to walk.
And the young guys were still in their tubes, right?
Oh, no le puedo decir. No sé,
Oh.
no recuerdo.
I cannot answer that. I don't know. I don't remember.
Se supone, creo que estaban parados alrededor de Nick, creo.
I think they were standing up around Nick, I think.
So they're standing around Nick, and they knocked his goggles out of his hands as they were walking up.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see Nick run up to those young guys before that happened?
La verdad no.
I really didn't know.
Okay. So the next, what was the next thing you saw?
Pues como le dije, yo no iba prestando mucha atención porque pensaba que estaban jugando con él, que estaban haciendo bullying.
Well, like I said before, I wasn't paying too much attention because I thought they were just playing with him. They were just bullying him.
But you're already walking over there because you thought he was in trouble, right?
Sí.
Yes.
So you didn't think it was, they were just playing, you already were worried about him?
When I was getting closer, yes, because I saw that they were hitting him.
Pero eran muchas personas alrededor.
But there were many people around him.
Well, why were you walking there if you weren't worried about him until you saw him getting hit?
Fue en la forma que actué por mis nervios.
It was the way that I reacted because I was nervous
About what?
Por lo que estaba pasando.
because of what was happening.
What was happening that made you start walking over there before you saw his goggles get knocked out?
No entiendo su pregunta.
I don't understand your question.
Antes de que pasara eso, yo no había visto nada yo.
Before that happened, I had not seen anything.
You said you were walking over, and as you're walking over, you saw the goggles get knocked out of his hand, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you were walking over there because you were worried about Nick, right?
Sí.
Yes.
What happened before the goggles that made you start walking over there? Did you see anything that happened before that?
Yo empecé a caminar allá cuando su esposa dijo que él estaba en problemas.
I started to walking in that direction when his wife said that he was in trouble.
Okay. wife said he's in trouble. You start walking there, you see his goggles knocked out of his hands. While they're all standing up, what did you see next?
Después que le quitan los galgos, como que ya le estaban dando golpes.
After they took the goggles from him, it was kind of like they were starting to hit him, to give him blows.
And you said several people before. Does that mean 3, 4, 5?
No lo puedo decir, no me recuerdo cuántas personas eran.
No, I can't answer that. I don't remember how many people.
And are you far away and still walking there at this point?
Sí, todavía estaba lejos.
Yes, I was still far away.
Okay. But were you closer than when you saw the goggles get knocked off?
Eso fue al principio de yo empezar a caminar.
Repita, por favor.
Eso fue al principio que yo empezaba a caminar.
That was at the beginning when I had just started walking.
When people were hitting Nick, what kind of strikes were they? What do you remember?
Pues manotazos. Manos,
Well, like
like,
slapping him with the hands.
What was he standing? Or what was he doing?
pues él estaba parado.
He was standing.
Okay. And then what happened? What do you remember next?
Pues alguien lo tumbó.
Well, somebody knocked him down.
Okay. And then he said he got up and defended himself.
Pues es lo siguiente que vi, pues lo que pude ver entre todas las personas que había.
Well, that's what I saw next. What I was able to see with all the people that were there.
What do you mean he defended himself? What did you see?
Yo vi lo que ¿Me puedes repetir la pregunta?
I
por
saw
favor?
that. Can you repeat the question, please?
You said you saw him defend himself. What did you see?
Yo vi que cuando él se defendió, es que esto pasó muy rápido, entonces no puedo como qué pasó primero, qué pasó después.
I saw that when he defended himself. Well, it's because this happened so quickly. I really can't tell exactly when it happened.
Cuando yo ya que estaba más cerca, lo vi que una muchacha lo fue a atacar.
When I was closer, I saw that a girl went to attack him.
Y él se defendió, no sé, respondió.
And he
Pero-
defended himself. He responded.
Pero
¿Cómo?
Pues yo pienso con las manos, pero no.
Well, I think that with his hands, but
Pero fue muy rápido.
it happened so quickly.
¿Qué pasó? Pues cuando ya llegué cerca, empiezo a ver las sangres.
When I got closer, I started to see the blood,
Prácticamente por donde quiera.
basically everywhere.
En ese punto llegué yo y toqué a Nick del brazo.
At that moment, I went and touched Nick on his arm,
Pero esto fue muy rápido.
but it happened very quickly.
Ariel, did somebody tell you to say these things?
Okay. Ariel, ¿alguien le dijo a usted que dijera estas cosas?
¿Cómo lo van a hacer?
What do you mean?
¿Quién me va a decir si eso fue lo que yo recuerdo, lo que yo vi, lo que yo viví?
Who's gonna tell me if that's what I remember, what I lived, what I saw?
Can I have Exhibit 71? Ariel, Nick's the one who told you about the goggles. You didn't actually see that, right?
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta, por favor?
Can you please repeat the
Es que
question?
no oigo bien.
I was not able to hear well.
Nick told you somebody knocked the goggles off. You didn't actually see that, right?
No, nadie me dijo eso.
No, nobody told me that.
Can you turn to page 18 in that transcript?
For the interpreter, did you say 18 or 19?
18. You said on page 18 towards the bottom, well, we couldn't really see because there's a lot of people, right?
Sí. Sí.
Yes.
And then on page 19, you said he thought they took off his mask and snorkel.
Objection.
Grounds.
¿Quién pensó? Dices?
Un momento.
I just moved for the admission of page 19 of exhibit 71. Let's publish it and see what it really says.
I think he's entitled to present his evidence the way he chooses. Overruled. Mr. Anderson?
On the bottom of page 19, you said he thought they took his mask and snorkel off. Do you see that?
Yo no entiendo su pregunta o lo que me quiere decir.
I don't understand your question or what you're trying to tell me.
Actually, you're right. I was misreading that. Sorry. You turn to page 20. And I'll just let you look over it quickly.
Okay.
Okay.
You talk about what you're seeing as you're walking up, kind of like today, agreed? Right?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And then on page 21, actually, go back to page 20. You never said he got knocked down and attacked a girl when he got back up. Or a girl attacked him when he got back up. Right?
¿Me puede repetir? No entiendo el traductor.
Can you repeat? I did not understand the interpreter.
You told the police that you saw the goggles get knocked out of his hand.
Sí.
Le dijo a la policía. Yes.
You said people were hitting him.
Sí.
Yes.
You never said anything about him getting knocked down and then getting up and a girl trying to attack him, right?
Sí, dije que lo estaban golpeando.
Yes, I said that they were hitting him.
You said the description you gave was they started beating him, women as well as men. That's the description you gave, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And then you told law enforcement you never got close to Nick.
Sí, yo dije eso.
Yes, I said that.
And when law enforcement were talking to you, you said you got about here you pointed to a house across the street, right?
Más lejos, creo.
I think it was farther.
So you testified earlier, you got up and touched Nick's shoulder, right?
Sí.
Yes.
But when you spoke with police, you said you never got close to him. You said the closest you got was, you pointed to a house across the street. That's the closest you got to him, right?
No, yo le dije que me había acercado a él,
No, I did tell them that I had gotten closer to him,
pero no recordaba si había llegado cerca de él.
but I did not remember if I had gotten close to him or not.
So, la policía me enseñó una foto que sí llegué cerca de él.
And so the police showed me a picture showing me that I had actually gotten close to him.
Como les digo, todo pasó muy rápido.
Like I said,
Y
everything
no-
happened so quickly.
He podido hasta el momento asimilar bien cómo pasó todo.
Even now, it's been difficult to realize how everything happened.
Police asked you, did you stop close to Nick? And you said, no, because I didn't get to maybe from here to that other house. You never came close to Nick, not close, close. Right?
Le dije que no me había acercado tan cerca, pero no recuerdo qué distancia le dije. Sí.
I told them that I had not come close or too close to him, but I don't remember the distance.
Then you said, no, I didn't get to maybe from here to that other house. And you pointed to a house across the street, right? And then you say, once you get close to him, that's when he started running, right?
No, no me acuerdo de haber dicho.
No, I don't remember saying that.
Look at, can you turn to page 24? You were asked, are you close to him? Look, you're together right there with him, right?
Sí.
Yes.
That's because you said you never got close, so police showed you a photo of you touching his shoulder, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And then you said, but that was when he started running by then.
No recuerdo, la verdad.
I really don't remember.
It's in the transcript, right?
Puede ser.
Maybe.
You see it?
Pero no me acuerdo que él estuviera corriendo.
I don't remember that he was running.
But that's what you said.
Sí, dije, pero no me acuerdo bien.
Yes, I said that, but I don't remember well.
And you told law enforcement you never saw Nick do anything to anyone, right?
En un punto sí dije que como que él no había hecho nada, ¿no? Pero sí, yo había visto que se estaba defendiendo.
At some point, yes, I did say that he had done nothing, but I did see that he was defending himself.
When you were showing a picture of Nick with a knife, you said, I never saw that. Right?
Sí.
Yes.
I'm gonna show some stills, Judge.
How much more do you have?
I'm almost done. Wow.
You're almost done. You got a lot?
You want?
I'd like to get through this witness before breaking.
Gotcha. That's what I was wondering. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. Can we have the monitor? Ariel, that's you in the background, right? On 2864.
¿Dónde dice?
Where?
Right here.
Oh, sí.
Oh, yes.
I'm gonna scroll. And police, I stopped on 3032. Police showed you this and asked you about it, and you said you never saw any of that, right?
No, le dije que no me acordaba haber llegado ahí.
No, I told them that I did not remember getting there.
So when you're really far away on your way there, you see the goggles get knocked out of his hands. Right?
Sí, eso es lo que distinguí a ver.
The interpreter needs a repetition. No lo escuché, repita.
Sí, es lo que distinguí a ver.
Yes, that's what I could distinguish, or that's what I could see.
And then as you're getting closer to him, you start to see other things happening, right?
Le había dicho que lo estaban golpeando.
I had mentioned that he was getting beaten.
But then when police ask you about what happened when you're there, you said you didn't see any of that. Correct?
Sí, no me acordaba que había llegado ahí.
Yes, I did not remember that I had gotten there.
You forgot about that?
Es porque por lo que viví, no me acordaba exactamente con lo que había pasado.
Because of what I lived, I did not remember exactly what had happened. Because of what I went through.
Nicolae never yelled, help, right?
Nosotros nunca oímos.
We
Estaba
never
muy lejos.
heard. We were too far.
Even when Nicolae came right next to you, he didn't say anything to you. He didn't say, help.
No, él nunca habló conmigo.
No, he never spoke to me. He never talked to me.
He never said, we need to get out of here.
No hablamos, que me acuerdo yo.
As far as I
No
remember,
empezamos a caminar para atrás.
we didn't talk. We just started walking.
Well, Nicolae walked out first, right? And you stayed there.
No me recuerdo bien.
I don't remember well.
Can we have the monitor again?
Why don't we take our break? We're gonna take about a 10-minute recess. Please take the jury out. Let's come back at 3:15.
Okay, 10-minute break. I'm going to disappear for 5 minutes just to go to the other trial. I've got another stream going as well. Just say hello to them, and then I'll come back by 1:15 in case you think, oh, where's he gone? Where's he gone? I'll be back. All right, so don't worry. The stream's still going. Everything's still going. So we'll see what happens. I will be back. I was on mute. Sorry. Sorry, Tuds. I didn't realize. I'm in the other trial now, you see, as well. So I just sorry, other trial, other stream, just to say hello to everybody. No one's speaking in there, so it's like I'll come back here then. I'd be honest with you, the last half an hour I've been setting up to the stream, so I've missed a bit of this testimony. Hopefully it could be done pretty quickly because my bandwidth is taking a fucking beating right now. I'm trying to cut everything out. I like what I've heard of this witness. He seems good, but like you guys probably listen more than me, but he seems legit. Oh, mama, tell me, dee, dee, dee. Oh, fuck. Right, hang on. Yes, that is 4 o'clock Central in the Dirk. Well, it wasn't me anyway. Let me just tell you. What happens then? I don't even know what happens with hate speech and stuff like that. I think it's credible too. Yeah, from what I've heard, I mean, I've missed a lot of it, to be fair. I've actually missed a lot of the defense witnesses. I'm gonna have to watch them again. But seems quite like when he said to the attorney, "No, I never said that." He go, "Oh shit, yeah, I read that all wrong." Maybe read it correctly. Oh, Mama, tell me how it happened. There you go. Oh, Murph said, I think he's credible. And then Joe said, I think he's credible too. What did you do, Dirk? Dirk, what have you done? What have you done, Dirk? Oh, Mama, tell me now. I've never heard of anyone do that. I don't know how it works, to be quite honest with you. I don't really understand how it works. I'm trying to look in the background. I don't understand it. Oh, you can report. You can report. I didn't even know you could do that. Oh, I know. I never knew it was a thing. I don't know, man. Well, all I can tell you is it wasn't me. Shaggy, it wasn't me. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Wow, that's a great. Yeah.
Please be seated. Mr. Chavez, please retake the witness stand.
Y póngase los audífonos si me hace favor. Gracias.
You are still under oath.
Sigue bajo juramento.
Sí.
Yes.
Mr. Anderson?
Do you remember the officer asking or that if it was this attack, why didn't you run? You didn't look afraid. Do you remember that question?
Sí.
Yes.
And you said, we didn't know what was happening, right?
En parte al principio no sabíamos, pues.
Repita que no lo escuché.
I'll read the
Ah.
question for more
Interpreter needs
context.
a repetition of the answer. She was not able to hear. Repita su respuesta, es que no lo escuché, señor.
Que me repita la pregunta.
Can you repeat the question?
The officer asked, you walked on one side, but you never ran as if you were afraid. Like the others in the other two groups, they ran. They were afraid, but you didn't run. You didn't look so afraid. Neither did your group. And you responded, we didn't know what was happening, right?
No me acuerdo haber dicho eso.
I don't remember having said that.
It's in the transcript on page 31, right? That you did in fact say that? I'll show you.
Pero eso que me pregunta es después del problema o antes. No entiendo su pregunta.
My question is, are you talking about after the problem or before? I don't understand your question.
You didn't tell the officer you didn't understand, right?
Could you repeat the question? We can't hear you.
He didn't tell the officer he didn't understand the question.
Usted no le dijo al agente de policía que no había entendido la pregunta, ¿verdad?
No entiendo su pregunta. Me está preguntando primero una cosa y después otra.
I don't understand your
¿Puede ser más
question.
específico, por favor?
You're first asking me one thing and then another thing. Could you please be more specific?
I'll move on. You were watching the trial and the testimony of Ernesto while out in the hallway, right?
No.
No.
Were you sitting on the bench with the other Spanish-speaking witnesses while Rosie was playing the trial with the volume on?
Estabas del otro lado.
I was on the other side.
Were you told by defense that you're not allowed to watch the trial?
Sí.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
Judge, I move for the omission of Exhibit 71, pages 18 through 24 per 90801 sub 4 sub A sub C.
Any objection?
Yes, I don't object to many parts we've gone over.
It's number 71.
Exhibit 71, those 6 pages, 18 through 24.
I'll receive the exhibit, pages reference for purposes of impeachment.
Permission to publish those pages.
Yes.
Yes, I just included all the transcripts.
Well, it's not your turn, it's his, so you can wait.
Do you have Exhibit 71? Do you have any objections? 18 through 24.
Is it working?
They just turned it on. That's my user error.
Sometimes it's a little finicky. I've got it up on mine. It's not, there we go.
Ariel, you were asked a lot of questions about a transcript.
Sí.
Yes.
Go through pages 18 through 24 of that transcript as quick as we can, okay? Is it up on the screen there? Can you see it?
Sí.
Yes.
On page 18, did you say we all looked over there and we saw a lot? There were two groups in front of us?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you say you couldn't really see what was happening?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you say you couldn't see because there was a lot of people and then, so then you got a little closer?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you tell them it was like they were bullying him, something like that?
Sí.
Yes.
Tell them they took off his snorkel and that stuff?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you tell them that they were pushing him and that there were a lot of people?
Sí.
Yes.
They asked you more questions about the snorkel and you said, no, I saw that they took it off of him.
No.
No.
Did you say the words, I saw that they took it off him?
Fuck off. What's going on?
Say the words, I saw that they took it off him.
Sí.
Yes.
They asked, everyone was hitting him from what you could tell, and you said, uh-huh.
Sí.
Yes.
You told them you weren't able to see, so you kept walking up there, and that's when you stopped.
Sí.
Yes.
You said you saw that he was running away. That's what you initially told them, correct?
And could you please repeat for the interpreters?
You initially told the police on August 2nd, on page 22 in this line, that you saw that he, meaning Nick Miu, was running away from there.
No me acuerdo si lo dije. No, no entiendo la pregunta que me hicieron ahí.
I don't remember if I said that. I don't understand the question that was asked of me there.
And is that probably why you formed it with a question afterwards when you made that statement?
Por eso es que le puso un signo de interrogación ahí cuando hizo esa afirmación.
Quizás.
Perhaps.
You said, I only saw that they were beating him.
Vi que le estaban pegando a él.
Sí, deja eso.
I did say that.
And then eventually the police showed you a picture. Is that right?
Fotografía, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
And it was a picture of you standing next to Nick on July 30th, 2022, when he was had the knife in his hand. Agreed?
La navaja en la mano.
Sí.
Yes.
And that picture refreshed your memory as to where you were, and
Sustained.
did that picture help you remember things that you hadn't remembered before?
Un poco, sí.
Somewhat, yes.
Nevertheless, even when you saw the picture, you said you didn't see him with the knife.
Nunca le vi la navaja.
Repita más fuerte. Sí.
Nunca le pude ver la navaja.
I was never able to see him with a knife.
You were asked some questions about some slides. Do you remember the slides that they showed where they kind of moved it along?
Que si vi la foto.
You're asking me if I saw the picture?
Today, when this man was asking you questions, they put up on the screen a time when you were walking towards Nick. And I want to ask you about what you remember from that. Does that make sense?
Sí, un poco.
Yes, a little.
When you spoke with the police, you told them he got up and they started beating him, women as well as men. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And then today in your testimony, you said, when closer, I saw a girl went to attack him and he defended himself. I think that it was with his hands, but it happened too quickly. That's what you said earlier today.
Sí.
Yes.
When we watched the pictures today where you were walking up, is that what you were describing? The woman in that photo going towards Nick, went to attack him, and you...
Sustained.
Good. Did you see some photos today? I'll show them to you. Let's do that. Can I have the screen, please? Do you see the slide that I have up on the screen there, sir?
Sí.
Yes.
Is that you in the red shorts, the red, white, and blue shorts?
Sí.
Yes.
I want to show you a section of slides here and then ask you a question about them, okay?
Okay.
Starting at 25, 29, I'll move through them. Stopping at 28:59. Is that you again in the shorts?
Sí, sí.
Yes, yes.
Stopping at 29:49. Is that you up in the corner there that we can see the shirt with the glasses?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you see that there's a girl there in front of the view here, which would be in front of you?
¿Me puedes repetir el traductor lo que dijo?
Can the interpreter repeat?
Sí.
Yes.
Is this the girl that you saw attack Nick Miu?
Objection, I think you could have asked if it was covered in that frames.
Overruled, or overruled. You can answer.
No recuerdo si fue ella.
I don't remember if it was her.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
Judge, I'd ask to publish some more pages of it, and I would propose I just read it for the sake of brevity. Or I can go for it again, but then like Nelson did.
Objection
Mr.
to
Anderson?
admission of the rest of the pages?
Mr. Anderson, the interpreters are not able to hear you.
I move to admit the whole transcript.
Any objection to the rest of the pages of Exhibit 71?
Yes, I don't have an objection to pages that were covered during the cross-examination, and if those pages are admitted, I have no objection to them being published on the elbow now or at a later time.
What portions do you want to publish?
So I think up to 21 was entered. I'd
24.
up to the rest of it. Up to page 38, they cover the same topics that have been, actually page 40, they cover all the same topics that we've been covering on direct and cross.
He was not asked questions about the page 25 through 40.
So I can do that now.
I honestly, I was not keeping track of what pages you're looking at, so I'm not in a good position to say yes or no. Specific pages. And I don't have a copy of the transcript, so I'm at a disadvantage.
Can we approach?
Yes.
Looks like we're going to finish. Hopefully, I'm not sure if he's going to do a. Well, he probably is. Fuck me. Hi, Dan. How you doing, fella? Hope you're well, Dan. If I'm not sure if you know, but the what do you call it? What do you call it? The Kitsap trial is also in. The verdict's coming out in about 20 minutes. If anyone wants to join that stream, feel free to do so. But as always, Dennis, lovely to see you, my friend. Hey, 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 hey. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, chameleon. Ooh, 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 ooh. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, chameleon. You come and go. Verdict, yes, verdict. No, yeah, wow, 20 minutes. Yeah, 20 minutes, Kim. Sorry, Tudley. Sorry, Kim popped up. Loved by George. I don't know. He's okay. Some of his songs are good, but he can be a bit of a prick himself. Do you know what I mean? So, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, chameleon. She comes and goes. She comes and goes. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, chameleon. I just want this to end now. Let's just end it for the day. Because I don't want my bandwidth to be playing up when I have to stream the other one as well. We come and go. She comes and goes. Bara 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 bahia. She comes and goes. She comes and goes. Bara 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 bara. What? Oh, so they're coming back. What a bara 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 baby. Yeah, yeah. Da, 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 da. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm so
The
tired.
objection's overruled. I'll receive the portions referenced by Mr. Anderson. I think that in total, it's going to be pages 18 through 40.
Yes.
All right. You may proceed.
So when you spoke with the officer, you said Nick walked up to you, walked over, and then you saw people bleeding, right?
Yes.
You didn't talk about seeing anything else. You didn't talk about seeing Nick do anything.
No.
And when law enforcement confronted you with the photo of being right there, you still denied seeing anything from when you were up close.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Repita la pregunta, ¿no?
Repeat the question.
You told the officer you didn't get close enough to see what Nick was doing, right?
Overruled.
Right?
En un punto, sí.
At some point, yes.
And then the officer showed you the photo of you touching Nick, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you still denied seeing him do anything.
No sigo entendiendo su pregunta.
I'm still not understanding your question.
I have no objection to publishing page 24, which has already been published, which is the exact response that he gives.
You never tell police that you saw Nick defend himself, right?
No me acuerdo si le dije o no.
I don't remember that day. No.
Did you ever use the word defend at all in your entire interview?
De defenderse, no me acuerdo. Ya pasó mucho tiempo, no me acuerdo.
To defend himself, I don't remember. It's been a long time.
Today, you remember seeing him, saying you saw him defend himself.
Sí, un poco.
Yes, yes, a little.
That's the first time you've ever said that.
Le dije, cuando usted me preguntó que lo vi, que él se estaba defendiendo.
Said when you asked me that I saw that he was defending himself,
Pero que fue muy rápido, había muchas personas alrededor.
but that it happened so quickly. There were many people around.
Is your memory better now than it was 2 years ago when you were interviewed?
Me recuerdo un poco, le digo, por la foto que me enseñaron.
I remember a little. I said because of the picture that was shown to me.
I'll just show. You have the transcript. Yeah, published it shortly after.
Yes.
You were asked, you never spoke to, not with, amongst yourself as friends, cousins, wife.
Mr. Anderson, the interpreters are not able to hear you.
Sure. You were asked if you ever spoke amongst yourselves or with Nick about what happened. And you
No.
said,
No.
just that we don't know because we didn't see anything. We can't say, oh, something happened, right? We didn't see anything. Right?
Sí, dije eso, pero porque no habíamos visto bien qué pasó.
If I said that, it's because we had not seen what had happened very well.
And you saw Nick getting attacked by all these people. And nobody came after you, did they?
No.
And
No.
You and Nick didn't run away, right?
Objection beyond scope, repetitive, cumulative. I'll move on to that.
Oh, I said I was done, sorry.
Oh.
I didn't, thought everyone
You
heard.
were moving on to another topic. I'm sorry.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Your testimony is finished. You may step down.
Can I go home or?
Yes, you may.
Sí,
Enjoy
ya
the
se puede
weekend.
ir. Que tenga buen fin de
Bye.
semana.
Are there more witnesses who require interpretation?
The defense has no.
The other streams died. That's why I'm playing that now.
More witnesses that require interpretation. No.
Mr. Anderson?
Playing up. Hey, Ozzy. How you doing, Ozzy? You all right? Fuck me. Because of the verdict now, this is going to pot. I do apologize. The other stream's verdict's just started.
Excellent, thank you.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, guys. Because the other stream started, that's why this one's gone to pot. Right at the end, there's no more witnesses, nothing. Thank you, Ozzy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It seems that this one's done, though. It's buffering. It's me. It is because of the Krieger trial. Because that's gone live. It means it's gone off here. Sorry, guys. It seems they're done for the day. I'm gonna go stream going here, Ozzy. Just unfortunately, because I got another stream, this just buffered now, right at the end. Thankfully, right at the end. I do apologize. I don't think there is anything. If there is, it's because I've got the other stream going. Seems they're entering stuff now. Fuck. My bandwidth's gone. I know, Ozzy. The one's gone because I'm doing the verdict for another one. But there's no more witnesses or anything, is there? No, it's not the stream. It's me. It's not the stream. It's me. Is there any more witnesses, Ozzy? If there is, I'll pause this and come straight back to it. If there's more witnesses, I will come back to it. Shit, I'll just check on my phone. It's not the stream, it's me. Okay. What I'm gonna do is pause it there.
I received it.
I'm pausing it there and come back. Fine, I will come back. I'm leaving the stream going. I'll come back to it. I'll play it with the bandwidth. Sorry, guys. I mean, or obviously go and watch it somewhere else, but I will stream it. I'll be back to stream it. So I'll put a message up here now to say that I'm going to stream it. Can't do two at once, unfortunately. Bollocks. Sorry. What the fuck? So I'll leave it like that. I'll come back and finish it off. I paused it. Yeah. Yeah, there is. I know, Murph, I know. I can't play it and the verdict. And I got over 100 people in the verdict, so I got to play that one. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm coming back after the verdict straight away to play it. Now, by all means, go and watch it somewhere else, and I apologize. But I promise you, I will be back to stream the end of it. I can't apologize enough. I'm so sorry. It's just, it won't. This is all I'm seeing. This is all I'm seeing. Is this? I'll show you. My bandwidth won't allow me to play it. So I'm definitely streaming it, and I'll be back in probably quarter of an hour, 20 minutes maybe. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I love you all though. I understand if you need to go somewhere else, but if you do want to watch whilst you wait for me to come back, 100% support me because it's done. Then I got 119 people in there waiting, so I that's why I got to do that one. If people want to watch that verdict, I'll send you a link in here now, and then straight after the verdict, I'll be back in here. So yeah, straight after the verdict, I will be back streaming this one. No worries, Murph. Thank you, Murph. Thank you, Murph. See you next week. No worries, Ozzy's fine. Thanks, Kim. Right, I'll be back in a little bit, guys. Again, sorry. No, do you know what, Ozzy? Fox 9 for me is shit. I don't know why, but it's shit. But Right. Here we go. We're back. We're back. Guess who's back? Back again. Dylan's back, but no one's here. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Right, I'm doing this. I need to put a timestamp on this, don't I? Share screen. I know. I know. I know. I know. We're back. Hopefully this works now. It was a long, long stream. Longer than I thought it was going to be. I couldn't believe we read all the counts out. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I mean, yeah, sure. Nothing we can do about it. We're on to this trial now. So,
Mr. Anderson?
The state calls Amber Lind.
I muted myself. This is a state witness, I presume. Change that then.
Ms. Lynn, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson?
Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Amber Lind, Lind.
And how are you employed?
I am a forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Madison.
And how long have you been employed at the State Crime Lab?
About 13 years.
What's your educational background for your position?
I received a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry with an emphasis in criminalistics and DNA analysis.
And have you received training specifically related to DNA testing?
Yes, I have.
And what did you say your actual position is?
I'm a DNA analyst.
What do you do in that position?
I examine evidence for the presence of biological materials. I then attempt to develop a profile from those DNA profile from those items. I will then compare that to any known standards that are submitted to the laboratory and write a report of my findings.
And can you just, in a broader sense, what is DNA?
DNA is the genetic material that is inherited from parent to child. It controls how all living things are made and gives us unique traits such as our eye and hair colors.
And where is DNA found?
DNA is found in the nucleus in most cells of the body, including white blood cells, skin cells, hair roots.
And are you able to do a pre-test for certain types of bodily fluids?
Yes, we are.
And what kind of fluids?
We can do tests for blood, semen, and saliva.
And what's the utility in doing those pre-tests?
That helps us to identify if there are any bodily fluids on the item, as a body fluid is more likely to give us a DNA profile.
And what's the difference between a bodily fluid DNA versus touch DNA?
So DNA from the body fluid is going to be from the blood cells or semen cells. And touch DNA is from skin cells. So it's left like when somebody comes in contact with an item and they leave skin cells behind.
So if I pick up this marker and you test it for touch DNA, are you gonna find my DNA?
It's possible.
Is it guaranteed?
No.
Does it depend on a lot of factors,
Yes, it does.
such as if it's washed or submerged in water or things like that?
Yes.
Is a person's DNA the same throughout their entire body?
Yes, it is.
And what makes DNA useful? Can people share DNA, have the same DNA?
Identical twins would have the same DNA.
And so what are the procedures at the crime lab when you receive an item of evidence?
So the item is taken in at the laboratory. One of our evidence technicians will go through the transmittal that's submitted with the items, and they will enter it all into our laboratory information management system.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 65. Can you identify that?
This is the transmittal of evidence that was submitted for this case.
And does it list the items that the lab received?
Yes, it does.
And does it list the agency identifier number?
Yes.
Does the lab then give it a new identifier number?
Yes, we do.
And does that document also identify the lab numbers?
No, it does not. That's different.
Okay. What's on page, and let me ask this. So does this say how the lab received the evidence?
No, it does not.
Okay. And then Exhibit 66, what's that?
This is the laboratory's receipt of evidence.
When is that generated?
That is generated when the items of evidence are entered into our lab information system.
And is there another receipt generated when the items are returned from the lab to the submitting law enforcement agency?
Yes, there is.
And just to clarify, 65 is the receipt of evidence for this case, 66 is the one the lab generates. Sorry, 65 the transmittal, 66 the receipt for the lab.
Correct.
67?
That is the list of items that are being released back to the agency.
So after you're done testing it, you send it back to the agency and generate that back in for chain of custody.
Yes.
And then Exhibit 19.
That is my report of my lab findings for this case.
And I'll just back up a little bit. So when you run a DNA profile, is it always a single source or can it be multiple source?
It can be DNA from multiple individuals.
And is there a term you use for that?
We call that a mixture DNA profile.
And how do you determine then if a person's DNA is on a specific item of evidence?
We will compare the DNA profile that we obtain from the evidence to a known DNA standard that is submitted to the lab from an individual.
And do you perform statistical analysis on the profile you develop?
Yes, we do.
And how do you evaluate the significance of the profile?
If it is a single source profile, we are able to determine how rare that profile would be in the general population.
Do you use computer software to help with that?
Yes, we do.
And if you have DNA, can you say that this DNA is from skin, this DNA is from blood, this DNA is from hair?
No, we can't.
Are you able to determine how long DNA has been on an item?
No.
All right. Turning to the specifics of this case, did you test some evidence items?
Yes,
And what items did you test?
I examined a pair of swim trunks, a knife, DNA standards hair and nails that were reportedly recovered from Isaac Michael Schuman, a buccal swab standard reportedly recovered from Alexander James Martin, a buccal swab standard reportedly recovered from Riley Lou Ann Mattinson, a buccal swab standard reportedly recovered from Dante Austin Carlson, a buccal swab standard that was reportedly recovered from Anthony Ernest Carlson, and a Wisconsin State Crime Lab Bureau Medical Forensic Evidence Collection Kit that was reportedly recovered from Nicolae Miu.
And for those, for Isaac Schuman, AJ Alexander Martin, Riley Madison, Dante Carlson, and Anthony Carlson, were you able to develop DNA profiles?
Yes, I was.
And did you make comparisons with those profiles to swabbings from the knife?
Yes, I did.
Under those swabbings, is that something that you get from law enforcement, or did you do those swabs?
I took the swabbings from the knife.
What areas of the knife did you swab?
I swabbed the handle of the knife, the inside of the handle, like where the blade would fold into. I swabbed a stain that I observed on the blade of the knife, and I also swabbed the remainder of the blade of the knife.
And then were you able to develop DNA profiles from those swabbings of the knife?
Yes, I was.
And were all of them or only some suitable for comparison? Actually, I'll ask it a different way. So let's talk about swabbings of the handle of the knife. And for the lab identifier, that's B1, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did you compare and the DNA profile for the handle of the knife, was that a mixture or a single profile?
That was a 3-person mixture.
And did you compare that to the profiles of Isaac, Alexander, Riley, Dante, Anthony, and Nicolae?
Yes, I did.
What was the result for the comparison to the DNA profile for Isaac?
It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture of DNA from Isaac Schuman and 2 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture resulting from 3 unknown individuals.
And so the conclusion is very strong support for inclusion, meaning that Isaac's DNA is included in that mixture.
Correct.
Does the lab ever say, will you ever conclude it's a match or his DNA is on this knife?
We don't say that it's this specific individual. We will just provide the statistic on how likely it is that that is their DNA.
And does it have to meet a certain likelihood threshold for you to say strong support for inclusion?
Yes, it does.
And this is greater than, what did you say the likelihood ratio is?
It is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely.
And then for Alexander Martin, were you able to draw any conclusion?
The contribution of Alexander Martin's DNA is uninformative, so we cannot make a conclusion regarding inclusion or exclusion.
And was that the same for Riley, Dante, Anthony, and Nicolae?
Yes.
And then swabbings from the inside of the knife handle B2, did you compare that? Did you develop a profile for that swabbing?
Yes, I did.
Mixture again?
Yes.
And did you compare that to Isaac's profile?
Yes, I did.
What was the result?
It is at least 320 billion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture of DNA from Isaac Schuman and 3 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture of DNA from 4 unknown individuals.
And so very strong support for inclusion.
Yes.
And then what about for that knife handle? Did you compare it to Dante Carlson?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result?
It is at least 368,000 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from Dante Carlson and 3 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture of 4 unknown individuals.
So strong support for inclusion?
Yes.
Were the comparison, did you compare the other individuals for that
Yeah, I
swabbing
agree.
also?
Yes, I did.
And were they either exclusion or uninformative?
Yes, they were.
And then and let me back up, I forgot to ask. Before you took the DNA swabbings, did you test the knife for blood?
I tested the stain that I observed on the blade.
And what was the result?
It was a positive indication for blood.
And did you develop a DNA profile for the stain?
Yes, I did.
That's item B3.
Yes.
B3. And was there any of those individual profiles you compared them to a strong support for inclusion on the stain?
Yes.
Who was that?
That was for Dante Carlson.
And then the blade of the knife, item B4. Did you develop a DNA profile?
Yes, I did.
And was there, comparing it to Isaac, Alexander, Riley, Dante, Anthony, and Nicolae, were any of their profiles very strong support for inclusion on that swabbing?
Yes, there was.
And who were those?
That was for Isaac Schuman and Dante Carlson.
So is it fair to summarize that of the people, those 6 profiles you compared to the knife swabbings, the 2 that had strong supports for inclusions on any of the swabs was Isaac Schuman and Dante Carlson?
Correct.
Does that mean that the other individual's DNA wasn't on the knife?
It just means that it wasn't detected in the samples that I had taken.
And it not only not detected, but it would, even if it was, it didn't reach the threshold where you would characterize it as a strong support for inclusion.
Correct.
And I forgot an exhibit here. I think that's been like exhibit 59. What is that?
This is my curriculum vitae.
Fair, it just summarizes your experience in education to qualify you for your position.
Yes.
I don't know if I asked, how long have you been at the lab?
About 13 years.
Okay. And for Nicolae, for all the swabbings you did as compared to Nicolae's profile, was he ever excluded? Looking at exhibit 19.
He was uninformative for all of the swabbings from the knife.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trophy?
So Ms. Lynn, would you agree there's levels, our lab uses levels of support in your determinations. Is that right?
Correct.
So it's very strong, strong, moderate, uninformative, and then it works backwards for exclusion, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you had mentioned on direct examination, there's different types of DNA that you can, that you're testing for, meaning there's DNA in blood, there's DNA in semen, and then there's touch DNA. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. And Attorney Anderson held up his Sharpie there and said, could my DNA be on this Sharpie that I've touched? And you said it could be. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Would the more that Attorney Anderson held on to that Sharpie, the more he used it, make it more likely that his touch DNA would be on there?
Yes, it would.
So if it was something that he used in his daily life and that he carried with him, is that something that would make it more likely you would expect to see either moderate, strong, or very strong support for inclusion if you tested that?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Now, you tested, I just want to make sure I have it right. You tested the handle of the knife that was provided to you. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And your results as it relates to Mr. Miu show uninformative, right?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me if this is fair. DNA is, I view it more, you might disagree. You see me touching this. If my DNA is not on there, that doesn't mean I didn't touch it, right?
Correct.
It just means my DNA is not there.
That it wasn't detected in our sampling, yes.
Okay. But if my DNA is on here, you're comfortable then saying, if there's support for it, that you believe that I've made contact with this, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I know you know nothing about this case, presumably, in terms of factually, but there's information that, there's photographs of subject, of Mr. Miu holding that knife. And there's information that it was his personal knife, that he used it and carried it with him. Would that make it more likely then that his DNA profile should show up on the handle of that knife?
It would be more probable to find his DNA, yes.
Okay. And you also tested, is the inside part of that just what it sounds like? There's two sides to the knife. You view one as the outside and one as the inside?
It was like the part where the blade would fold in when the knife was folded up.
So the blade folding up would be the inside?
It's like the chamber that it folds into.
Okay. And you test that. That is also uninformative for Mr. Miu, even though it's something that he possessed daily.
Correct.
Okay. I want to ask you, if I can, a little bit about items, what I think is item H5 and H6. I just want to make sure I understand it, okay? Skin-to-skin contact swabs reportedly from the upper back and skin-to-skin contact swabs reportedly from the lower back of Mr. Miu. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So can you tell me what you believe you received in terms of, was it somebody running a buccal swab over his back? Do you know how that was collected?
I do not know how it was collected.
But are we on the same page that that's what it reports to be?
It was labeled as a swabbing from the upper back and a swabbing from the lower back.
Of Mr. Miu?
Correct.
Okay. And would it be fair then, one of the things you're testing for in that situation would be touch DNA, right?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And the lower back and upper back of Mr. Miu said all other individuals with the standards that you examined were excluded. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, if I told you that there's photographic evidence of at least two of these people that you received samples for putting their hands on Mr. Miu's back with their skin to skin contact, are you saying that they just didn't leave enough DNA?
That is possible, yes.
Okay, but you're not saying they didn't touch him.
No, I'm not.
And because I guess I want to make sure I just have it right. I only have a couple questions. We've seen in this case what I've told you about. Okay, we've seen physical contact between at least two of these samples that you tested and Mr. Miu's back. Do you know where they specifically swabbed for the DNA?
I do not.
So you just get it, and that's not you don't make that determination, do you?
No.
Okay, you're given the information from law enforcement. Law enforcement makes that decision. You just do the testing.
Correct.
Okay. I didn't see, and can you tell me, I didn't see a sample of Mr. Miu's, of a DNA sample from Mr. Miu's throat area. Do you see that?
No, I do not.
To your knowledge, is that any different than anything else? Could you swab my neck to see if there would be touch DNA there from one of these people?
We can, yes.
Okay. Ms. Lynn, thank you for your time.
Mr. Anderson?
Exhibit 4, sorry. So first of all, real quick, before I ask you more questions about it, is this the knife you examined?
Yes, it is.
How do you know that?
It has our lab case and item number on it.
Okay. So this is what you swabbed yourself?
Correct.
All the other swabs you got sent from the sheriff's office?
The swabs from Mr. Miu, yes.
Okay. And actually, I should correct myself because I believe the receipt. Does the receipt actually show how you received the items?
They were delivered in person.
By who?
Sally Standart.
Okay. And the questions from defense about there not being any other matches for DNA from the swabs from Nicolae Miu's back. You recall that?
Yes.
We know somebody touched his back. So is that an example of just not being able to recover DNA?
That's possible, yes.
Is touch DNA skin cells?
Yes.
Or I suppose could it be sweat or something else, or is it just skin cells?
The DNA profile would be coming from the skin cells left behind.
And so if something washes the skin cells off the surface of whatever you're testing, knife, some other skin, or if there's just not enough of it, you're not able to match is the word probably most people use, but get a strong support for inclusion.
If the DNA is washed off, then we would not detect that DNA there.
Nothing else.
Mr. Tropesi?
Is if I touch another person, the more force I use to touch that person, would it make it more likely that my touch DNA would be left behind?
That would be dependent on a lot of factors.
Well, if I lay my hand on something for the same amount of time, if I smack my hand on something, is smacking my hand on something more likely to leave touch DNA because of the force that I've used?
I don't really know if it would be more likely.
Oh, fuck off.
Is it more likely if I grab something? More likely to leave DNA than if I touch something?
If more of your hand is in contact with the item, then yes.
Okay. And the more often I do it too, right?
Correct.
Okay. My last one or two questions, ma'am. There was a question about washing DNA off and things like that. Do you have any experience or do you have any knowledge of like the level of effort that has to be used to do that?
No, I don't.
So you don't know if I drop something in a glass of water, whether or not that's going to remove the DNA that might be on that object versus if I'm, scrubbing it with soap. Do you know the difference?
Scrubbing it would be a lot more likely to remove the DNA.
Okay, so if I'm holding something and I fall into the water and then get up and I'm still holding that object, do you have any opinion as to whether or not the likelihood of that DNA being removed from that water? Do you have any opinion on that?
I don't.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Lind. You are excused.
Judge, I move for the admission of 66.
$67.
I don't have an objection to that.
All right, both received. Was there a fourth document?
Yes. The receipt, the release, and the transmittal. The transmittal is 65.
Any objection?
I don't think so, Judge. Yeah, no.
All right, 65 is received as well. All right, members of the jury, we are going to adjourn for the weekend. I just want to say a thing or two before I let you go. One of the cornerstones of our judicial system is the oath. Judges take oaths. The attorneys took an oath. You've seen the witnesses take oaths, and you took one before you started your jury service. In the juror's oath, you promised to render a true verdict according to law and the facts in this case. That is why I have emphasized at nearly every break the importance of not conducting your own research, the importance of not talking with others about the case, the importance of not reading news reports or social media accounts about this case. To protect the fairness and the integrity of these proceedings, outside sources cannot be used to influence your judgment in any way, shape, or form. The same rules are going to apply over the weekend, but there won't be a judge and there won't be a bailiff watching what you do. I still expect that you follow the court's rules to ensure that we have a true verdict. And all there will be to ensure that is you and the oath that you took. So I'll leave you with that. Please enjoy your weekend and come back rested Monday morning, 8 a.m. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Just want to address a few administrative things before we wrap up. We had a few sidebars. One had to do with the character for peacefulness. I think I sustained the state's objection when Mr. Chavez was on the witness stand regarding other ways of describing his peacefulness, Mr. Miu's peacefulness. But I did allow Mr. Nelson to get into Mr. Miu's demeanor and things of that sort on the day in question. Mr. Nelson, if there's more you want to add, you may do so.
Not regarding that specific topic.
Was there something else?
I believe at that, during that sidebar, the state raised the issue that they might object in the future to any other witnesses. And I think we were punting it for another time. And so we didn't make any decisions other than we noted that there might be future things to discuss.
Let me ask this. Do you have any witnesses whose only testimony will be character for peacefulness?
We have them on the witness list. Yes, we have not yet made a decision whether we're going to call them. So for now, I would say, yes, we do. We may reevaluate that over the weekend.
Here's my sense. I'm not making a ruling, but I'm just giving you some idea of where the winds are blowing. If we have a fact witness who is able to testify to pertinent character traits, it may be a repeat of earlier testimony, but I don't think it is repetitive to the point where it has to be excluded. It's not a huge waste of time to ask two questions. So if it's a fact witness, I'll allow it to be presented, even though other witnesses have testified to character. In my opinion, the usefulness of the testimony is limited to the individual who's delivering the opinion. So I think it makes sense to allow a little bit broader perspective when asking witnesses about that character trait. If there are witnesses who are going to be called for the sole purpose of testifying to that fact, that may be a waste of time. So perhaps we can revisit it at a later date, depending on your reevaluation.
I appreciate, I disagree, but we'll deal with it later.
We'll deal with it later, right. There was a sidebar about Exhibit 71 and the additional pages coming in. Ultimately, I heard from the attorneys, I allowed it to come in. Both sides impeached and tried to rehabilitate the witness regarding prior consistent and inconsistent statements. And although it may have exceeded the scope of the redirect, the recross, I allowed it. I thought more so for expediency than anything else. If there's more you want to add, you may.
I did object for those reasons. My concern is the admissibility of those pages that weren't published or specifically referenced in cross-examination. Going forward, I would object to the state being able to make reference to that transcript. Since it wasn't published, since the witness didn't get an opportunity to ask specifically about it. So I understand your Honor's ruling. Just going forward, I don't think we just get to read from that transcript if it wasn't.
Okay. And we can take up that concern in the event that it ever arises.
Sure.
Because we're not there at this moment. The bigger issue had to do with interpreters. Over the lunch hour, the attorneys met with me in chambers to alert me about concerns that one or more attorneys had about the accuracy of the Spanish translation. After some discussion, I permitted the attorneys to meet with both of the interpreters to talk about their concerns and see what, if anything, could be done about it. That was the reason for the lengthy delay after the lunch hour. The attorneys did meet with the interpreters, came back in. We had a sidebar. It sounded like the concerns were addressed. I won't get into details, but I'll invite the attorneys to speak more about it since you were party to the conversation with the interpreters.
I'll defer to Attorney Nelson.
Yes, Judge, we had concerns. We brought them up in chambers. Your Honor encouraged us to make
motion before Your Honor ruled on anything. Your Honor encouraged us to solve it in some other way. We spoke with interpreter. Based on that discussion, I was confident going forward in the manner which we did, so we did not make a motion.
Is it fair to say that there were some nuances that weren't being
It's my
reported?
understanding that from the interpreter that I spoke with, that the witnesses who spoke Spanish, who learned their Spanish in Cuba, that is for the interpreters sometimes more difficult to understand. This is coming from a non-Spanish speaking person, so I might be screwing all of this up. I apologize. And that's where the concern came up for us. She acknowledged that is a more difficult task. Sounds like they did the best they could.
Mr. Anderson, do you have anything to add?
And what was relayed is that they help each other out, so if one misses something, the other one will say, oh, this too, and it was relayed to us that that's what they're doing. They're both court certified. I didn't notice any issues. I did notice some points where one was chiming in with the other one to elaborate. So I think I don't have any concerns.
Was there more?
I also speak Spanish, and I didn't notice anything. The court might have noticed I kept having to catch myself. I'd start answering the question before the translation, and I thought the translation was fine.
From what I understand, court interpretation is a very difficult and challenging skill. Not all people who are bilingual can interpret in a courtroom setting because of the technical words that are used and the sequencing of language. So it is a technical skill, it is a learned skill, and not a precise science. So the meaning, lost interpretation has some meaning here. In any event, the attorneys are satisfied. I'm satisfied that a complete and accurate record was made today, and we'll close the books on that issue. Is there anything else that we need to talk about outside the presence of the jury before next week? Mr. Anderson?
I don't think so.
Mr. Trofficy?
Judge, there was a witness that we discussed in chambers. I want to just make sure that that witness is available. There might be other solutions. And we're open to those solutions, but until then, I ask that sounds like the state's probably not going to finish on Monday. It'd be sometime on Tuesday, I'm guessing. But so we can take it up on Monday, but as it stands right now, we'd like that witness to be available for the defense to call on Tuesday.
Okay, this witness is under subpoena.
Yes, they're under the state's subpoena. Yes, which Your Honor has previously said is a court subpoena.
So the way I look at it right now is a witness under subpoena to testify is expected and obligated to come to court and testify. That's the rule. If I'm being asked to do something different, I need a motion and some authority to do something different. But a subpoena is a subpoena, and everyone is expected to adhere to it. All right, that concludes our business. We are adjourned.
I love that judge. I love the judge. I think this judge is my favorite judge ever. Straight to the point. Right, I'm gonna play Branca. So this is where I'm at. Right? Before I share Branca. So in this chat, I will be honest with you. Hang on, Murph, I'll tell you now. Murph, the translators was done in chambers during lunch, and basically the nuance, sometimes I said I struggle sometimes with English. and the meaning of some words. The Spanish interpreters sometimes some words could be misconstrued because the meaning didn't translate. When you translate, but the meaning might change. And there was a couple of instances they thought that the meanings weren't correct, but they met over lunch and they sort of sorted it out, and there's no issues. But moving forward, they're done now anyway. But I think both sides were happy. So I'm going to show this Branca, right? Because where I am with this case, where I am with it, in our chat, as most of you know that are here, but there's a few people that haven't been here, there is a handful of people that think that he's guilty, basically took some liberties, yes. But what the judge said was that it's impossible to do the technical translations. I think that he's guilty, and also some people are staunch believe they're not guilty, that he's not guilty. Obviously, I suffer with this trial. I really, really struggle with the trial because I do think he's done wrong, but I don't think that it's first-degree murder, intentional murder. That's where I struggle. So we had a chat this morning about other options that the judge might put in, and Branca's going to cover it here. I've talked about some of the intricacies that it might actually there be other options, not just first degree intentional murder, so that homicide. Sorry. So I just want to play this. It's about 8 minutes long. So I've not watched it before, but people were talking about this morning about second degree and manslaughter and stuff. I rest a lot more on manslaughter and second degree because I don't think it's a case of guilty, not guilty. Because when you look at the charge, I just don't see it fitting that charge, but it may well fit second degree or manslaughter. That's where I am at with it. My overall stance on it, and this is just me because there's a few people here, I don't think he should have approached them on the whatever they were doing, and he should never tipped it. He should never approached it. However, I do feel he walked away. So fine. I think he engaged and he disengaged from it. He walked back. I don't agree that he could have walked. So when they circled him, I do not agree that he could have walked back. And the whole reason I said from day one was if he walks behind him, the water is deeper. I don't believe that he could have or should have gone back. So I do think he was surrounded from that. After that, it's a little bit in the air. The girl touched him. Did he punch? Did he push? Do you mean depends who you listen to? I genuinely think this is such an unfortunate case that this ever came to it. But I do think there's a punishment needed here. But as it currently is, I would be not guilty. But if they lessen the charge to make it fit, I probably would be guilty of a charge. But I don't know. I'm just spitballing. But anyway, that's a very quick synopsis of where I am at with it. And a lot of people are obviously not guilty as well. Right, I'll play you this. No, I agree. She would never pounce on the kids. Yep, but no, I agree. So I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if I don't believe he should have done that, but he did it. We can go. He said, she said. And all that. I don't know, but I don't think there's wrong on both sides. There's wrong here, wrong everywhere. So yeah. So let's listen to Branca and see what he says because he's the expert in this. I'm only going by what I think or what I read. So I'll play Branca and see what you guys think after that. Right, hang on, let me play it.
Self-defense is an issue in this case. The law of self-defense allows the defendant to threaten or intentionally use force against another if the defendant believed there was an actual or imminent unlawful interference with the defendant's person. So there's an unlawful interference, meaning the other parties, the unlawful aggressor, and that interference is actually occurring or immediately about to occur. That's imminent. The defendant believed, and believed here is a subjective belief, the defendant believed that the amount of force he was using was necessary to prevent the interference, so that's proportionality. The defendant's belief was reasonable. That's the second half of the element of reasonableness, the objective part of reasonableness. The defendant may intentionally use force intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm. That's now deadly defensive force, only if he reasonably believed the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm. Determining whether beliefs were reasonable. A belief may be reasonable even though mistaken. And this is an important point. You don't have to be correct in self-defense. You're not required to make perfect decisions in self-defense. You're required to make reasonable decisions in self-defense, and a decision can be reasonable even if it is mistaken. In fact, this happens quite often in law enforcement context. A police officer is dealing with a suspect. The suspect presents a gun. The officer shoots the suspect. It turns out the gun was not a real gun. It was a replica or a toy. So it was not actually capable of causing the officer death or serious bodily injury. Yet the officer perceived it as a threat of death or serious bodily injury. That's why he shot and killed the suspect. Does that mean the officer doesn't have a privilege of self-defense? No, as long as the officer's perception, even though mistaken, factually mistaken, was a reasonable mistake. A reasonable person in his circumstances would also have perceived that it's a real gun, a real threat of deadly force harm. His use of deadly defensive force was reasonable, even though he was mistaken about the facts. So this could be, well, an issue here, right? Because the prosecution presumably will argue that there was not a deadly force threat against the defendant, and the defense will argue, well, first of all, we believe there was. He could have been drowned. There was disparity of numbers. But even if the jury doesn't believe there was a deadly force threat, that's not actually required. What's required is a reasonable, even if mistaken, perception of a deadly force threat. Continuing now, in determining whether the defendant's belief was reasonable, the standards is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the defendant's position under the circumstances that existed at the time of the offense. The reasonableness of the defendant's belief must be determined from the standpoint of the defendant, so from his subjective perspective at the time of his defensive acts. If retreat is an issue, if provocation was an issue, we'll come back to that in a moment. The state's burden of proof. Here they're talking about the burden of persuasion. Jury instructions don't talk about the burden of production because presumptively you only get the self-defense jury instruction as a defendant if you've already met your burden of production. But they do talk about the burden of persuasion. So if you've met your burden of production, the state is instructed that the jury's instructed that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense. This is actually a big deal, right? Beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest threshold we use in the law. The law never requires certainty, but beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest margin. Now, a very common margin used, particularly in civil law, is preponderance of the evidence. If you're involved in a civil suit, typically one party or the other wins if the jury believes they're 51% correct. Beyond a reasonable doubt, it's more like 90%, 95%, so a much higher threshold. And of course, the state has to prove you guilty of the crime by, let's call it 95%, and they also have to disprove self-defense by, let's call it 95%. Now, not the entirety of self-defense. Remember, just any one element of self-defense is sufficient to disprove the entirety of self-defense. Of course, in a self-defense case, the first half of that problem for the state proving the crime is pretty straightforward, right? We talked earlier about self-defense being a legal defense of confession and avoidance. So you're not saying it wasn't you. You're not saying you didn't shoot or stab that person. You're saying the opposite of that. I did shoot him. I did stab him. Well, you're effectively confessing to the underlying crime. And now you're seeking to avoid legal liability through your legal justification of self-defense. So although technically the state has to prove the crime and disprove self-defense, I mean, really, you're giving them the crime, or at least the underlying physical conduct that is the crime. And the state really just has to disprove your claim of self-defense. Let's see. So the jury decision, if you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all the elements have been proved, of the crime, and you should find him guilty. If you're not so satisfied, you should find the defendant not guilty. Then we get the provocation, separate jury instruction. We already talked about this in the statute, so I'm not going to read it word for word, but basically if you provoke the fight, you can regain your innocence by withdrawal and communication. You can regain your innocence under circumstances of escalation where your provocation was only non-deadly force and the other party responds by escalating unlawfully to deadly force. But if you provoke with intent, you've permanently lost your element of innocence and lost self-defense for the purposes of that confrontation. And then retreat. This is where we get to the element of retreat in Wisconsin law in the context of self-defense. There is no duty to retreat. So that's it. Wisconsin is a stand your ground state. There is no legal duty to retreat, but it is a soft stand your ground state. However, in determining, the jury determining whether the defendant reasonably believed the amount of force used was necessary to prevent the attack upon him, you may consider whether the defendant had the opportunity to retreat with safety, whether such retreat was feasible, and whether the defendant knew of the opportunity to retreat. So if the defendant knew he had a safe avenue to retreat and didn't take advantage of it, well, that goes to the reasonableness of his use of force. And if his use of force was unreasonable, you lose the element of reasonableness, you lose self-defense. And a little bit on imperfect self-defense. This is from a recent Wisconsin Supreme Court decision. I just carved out the part that talks about perfect and imperfect self-defense. Perfect self-defense is what we've been talking about this whole time, the elements of self-defense. The statutes in Wisconsin define two types of self-defense, perfect and imperfect. Imperfect self-defense is an affirmative defense to first-degree intentional homicide. Imperfect self-defense is an affirmative defense to first-degree intentional homicide. So is perfect self-defense, of course. Imperfect self-defense is aptly named because when successful, it doesn't get to an acquittal, but it reduces the charge of first-degree intentional homicide to second-degree intentional homicide, and therefore does not function as a complete or perfect defense to the homicide charge. And you'll notice that the self-defense statute doesn't talk about imperfect self-defense at all. So where do we get this imperfect self-defense from? Well, it's actually embedded in the homicide statute for Wisconsin. So here it is, 940.01, first-degree intentional homicide. Whoever causes the death of another human being with intent to kill that person is guilty of first-degree homicide, Class A felony. That's the charge against this defendant. But there can be mitigating circumstances. One is adequate provocation. This is where the killing's committed in what would be called hot blood rather than cold blood. Often it's in the context of a fight, which of course would potentially apply here. This would be a lesser included offense of the first-degree homicide charge against this defendant. But in terms of imperfect self-defense, they don't use the words imperfect self-defense in the statute, but this is what they're talking about. Unnecessary defensive force, where death was caused because the defender believed he was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm and that the force used was necessary, but either belief was unreasonable. That mitigates the first-degree murder to second-degree murder. All right, so do I have any more to say about all of that? I think it's time to get into the opening statement. So, a little bit
I must admit, I didn't quite understand everything there. I didn't really understand it all. Might just be me, but I didn't really quite understand that. But he knows what he's talking about. And so I'm interested to hear what he has to say. This is his bag. So if you don't follow Branko, you should. I don't know him at all. So I'm not like endorsing him because I don't know him, but I do know that he is known as the king of self-defense. Here's his channel. Yeah, mine did as well, Murph. Don't worry. I was trying to keep a chat as well. But that's his thing there. Hey, Pixie, how you doing, my darling? We've got two Aussies here now. We've got Pixie and Aussie, both from Australia. I understand, right? This trial has got people divided. It really has got people divided. People will think and do whatever they feel. There's a camera, people interpret it differently. People have a level threshold. People believe that his quadruple bypass plays a part. I'm one of them. I think that could play a part. That's just my opinion. I have no evidence of that, so I'm not sure if they're going to show that. But like he obviously what people say he was a tough man, 52-year-old. I don't believe it. He was a shell of himself. But it's it is what it is. Do you know what I mean? It is. I understand that the chat, like there's a divide in the chat. I get it, right? I get it. I do get it. We're all like what did they say? We're all like arseholes. Was it? No. What's the saying? Opinions are like arseholes. We all have one. Essentially, we all have an opinion. So it's how we interpret it. I think that it's oh my god, if this woman could hear, that's the most clever thing she's ever said on this channel. It comes down to your interpretation. Did the girls place their hands on him? I think they did, but at the same time, people say no. People will say he could retreat. I say he couldn't retreat, but people will say he could. People say he could have gone round them. I say that he couldn't. But then I say that he should have gone over there in the first place. Some people say, well, he's retrieving his phone and he's allowed to. I think that he walked away from that situation, so he's disengaged. But some will go, doesn't matter, it's still the same engagement. So it's how we interpret it. I generally think it's going to come down to the jury instructions. It's going to come down to it. I'm an arsehole, you are an arsehole. Or opinions are like arseholes. And your chat is right. I tried to be. I mean, some people did say today that I try to make sure that everyone's comfortable. We all get heated. You know, we all get heated because we've got an opinion. We got an opinion, so everyone gets heated. All I ask from my viewers is that we all start with a presumption of innocent unless proven guilty. That's all I ask from day one. Please make sure that you believe that the defendant is innocent. After that, if you think they're guilty, I don't care, whatever. That's up to you. I just want people to be respectful because we can learn so much from each other. I think sometimes I do a bad job of it. Sometimes I do lose the chat. But overall, I do hope that we are respectful. Different countries to Lania. Son's not to hit women. Look, I saw your comment about that. Like my stance on this, and maybe not popular, but I don't believe in hitting women. I don't. I would never hit a woman. But I think this is such a unique situation that once panic sets in, if he was fearing for his life, then I don't think it matters what gender you are. And I don't mean in the sense of I don't think he can identify. If you've ever been in shock and you're just like, oh, you're fearing for your life, I don't think you see gender. I don't think you see it. And I don't know even if he hit her. So there's a lot of things in play here. There's a lot of things in play. So I think the age of the jurors will influence their opinions. So yes, that's true. I believe there's 4 of them that are 60 or 70 as well. So quite old. I'm not sure about the others. But Haxter might go in next week, so we might know the ages. I don't know about America though. I'm not getting into that. I think the older jurors will see those kids as punks. I think so. We just have a selective memory. Yeah, do you know what? We go back. I'm not sure if you remember. What was her name? What was her name? Day 3. Was it day 3? Ah, bollocks. I don't remember her name now. Do you remember she hadn't seen the video, but she's given her opinion, and she was wrong. In a lot of things, she was wrong. But I also thought she was, for me, probably one of the most honest people that the state to put forward. She got a load of things wrong, but she was in the vicinity of it. Do you know what I mean? She was excellent. The others, I've seen the video. I think they did, they changed their statements, and I did not like it when they said their memory now is better than it was 21 months ago. I don't like that. Come on, common sense says it's not. Although I do give the benefit of the doubt, they were maybe in shock at the time. But how do you wait 21 months? And that I put that on the prosecutor as well. How do you wait 21 months to interview these people, re-interview these people? I don't like that. Hey Pixie, teach your sons and daughter not to hit anyone. That's true. That's true. Erin Hack. Well, Erin Hack 100% is, but her being an arsehole. Yes. People are expressing their views without insulting each other. Yeah, that's all right. We all get heated. Like I can get heated as well myself. I'm not immune to it. I get heated. No, I don't agree with it. But it's like, just chill. Obviously, sometimes the chat does boil over. It has a couple of times boiled over, but we got great mods, and we do try and rein it back in. So do more work with you against men. I'm an Aussie too. There we are, two Aussies next to each other. Aussie Insider and Pixie, two Aussies. Yes. Totes. I'm going to try and get there one day next week. So for those that don't know, Erin Hack's got pink eye, so she's going to spread pink eye all around the court. Hackster, get in there. Yeah, get us the goss, Hackster. In healthcare, touching a person without their permission is considered assault. So when talk about assault, that's where I'm coming. Yeah, 100%. I get you. Tuddy Pip. We got you, Tuds. I was trying for the cough and cold coming out. Sick day. Was it Sheena? Was it Sheena? She's one of my favourite witnesses. Where was she then? Or was she yesterday? No, Sheena Lowell. That's it. She's a 15th witness. That's it. You're well ahead of me, guys. I'm way behind. I loved her. I not loved her, but I thought she was very, God love her. She was so nervous, but I believe she believed what she saw. But I think that's where memory plays tricks on you. That's why the video has to weigh more than the testimony. Sheena held together. I thought she's great. Lying is what narcissists fall back on. Yeah. There we are. She's like, there we are. She's like, well, I'm not sure here. No. Not going to go stab Sheena, the friend, because she did not see Madison put her hands on Nicolae and stuff like that. She didn't see some of these things, but she wasn't far off either. Do you know what I mean? And she even admitted, like, no, I couldn't see past these people. I thought she was very honest. The scary thing is, she came across very honest. And if there's no video evidence, I would have believed her. Joey, and some of the things she got wrong. So, that's why the video, you have to put credence to the video as well. We love our Aussie friends. Of course we do. I love having you guys back and in here. Thank you, Josie. Every local news channel called her the sober witness because there were actually one sober witness. She was sober. She wasn't drinking, yes. The father as well of that gang said he wasn't drinking. But as you know that goss though, Erin. I was impressed that most state witnesses accepted and admitted to bad facts about themselves, certainly their own responsibilities, humbling themselves to the jury's good. I do, right? I get it. I do get it, but I don't think they had a choice in a lot of ways because most of the testimony was on video. I think they also knew there were other witnesses out there, and that's true for both sides. By the way, that's not just these guys. I think the same is going to be for the defense as well. It's on camera, so the way you act and your behavior and stuff. If there's no camera, they won't be admitted to half the things that happened, I don't think. Yes, I think so, Linda. I think so. I think so. 100% it was. But it wasn't her testimony. It was the fact that she even said that herself. She was too far back, you know. She's in some way she's just said, I just liked her. I don't know why. I just liked her. You know, just in the sense of I don't think she's there to lie. I think she actually believes in everything she said. Even though, as I say, she was wrong in a lot of stuff, or some stuff anyway. And when they said, "Are you too far away to see?" Even the prosecutor said, "You're too far away." And he's like, "Well, yeah, I couldn't see everything. But you asking me a question, and to the best of my judgment, that's what I believe." So, yeah, for you guys, it's fun, not for me. She is the only. She was the one shaking. Yeah, she was shaking like a leaf, and I felt so sorry for her. She was. I feel she was honest, even though she got things wrong. I thought she was honest. Um, I think they will. They have to. If it's on video, I mean, there's a few happened already. You know, his wife and stuff. I've had to say some stuff. Um, yeah, you know, I think if it's on tape, but also I think that most of his weren't there, so it was traumatic, fast-moving incident. Eyewitness will be 100%. This is where you can see the whole. Some people said he was a right hook, right cheek, left cheek. Do you know what I mean? Slap, push. That's why I don't give much credence to it, because everyone's eyewitness testimony has been wrong in some ways until they see the video and like, oh yeah, now we're about yeah. Now my testimony changes now. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how they do. We'll see. I think the second witness today was very good though. The defense. Um, yeah, I think so as well, totally. Anyway, right, I'm talking shit now. So thank you very much as always. I mean, I know I had to dump you for an hour. I do apologize. The Krieger trial and everything. I'm happy with the Krieger trial. I actually had my biggest audience ever for me on my own. We had 211 people in there. So for the verdict for the Krieger, that's the biggest stream I've had, biggest number I've had, just me on my own. Obviously, when I've had guests, I think the biggest is like 850 odd. But me being solo on my own, to have 211 concurrents, I'm happy. I'm happy, and you know, because those that don't know, we did the Krieger trial for. It was guilty all around. Yes. And for those that don't know, I did a trial, Krieger trial, a quadruple homicide murder, quadruple homicide, and the court made me delete all the videos. So for 4.5 months, I got no videos. I lost all. Well, I had to take them down every day, so I lost all my videos for 4.5 months. So YouTube set them out, the algorithm. You know, I'm starting from scratch. I'm starting from scratch. So to see that, I was really happy. I was blessed. I was really like, because you know, when you got to start from scratch, it's like fuck. But it doesn't matter. We're here, you know. Feel blessed. So it's guilty all around. 90 verdicts, all guilty. 90 thing, and they all were guilty. Thank you. Pixie. Whoop whoop. Oh, hang on. Whoop whoop. Hang on, bear with me. Just prediction. I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong. Hey, there's no right or wrong. There's no right or wrong. Don't worry about it. Hang on. I gotta get this. Present. Thank you to Murph Turf. Thank you so much, Murph, for the coffee. But 5 coffees, Murph. Thank you so much. That's way too generous. Thank you for your coverage this week, Lan. Murph, trust me. Thank you. I don't, and I mean that. Thank you. thank you for the coffee, but also thank you for being here this week. As I say, I'm not joking when I say I am starting from scratch. So, you know, I do appreciate everybody that supports me and comes to watch me and also obviously donates and stuff. So thank you for thanking me, but no, it's more thank you. You know, all of you made great contributions as well. I've enjoyed this trial. Krieger trial, I just had enough. But this trial, I'm enjoying this trial with you guys. Couldn't watch the trials. I mean, if it wasn't for the family asking me to stream it, I wouldn't be streaming it, Erin. But the victim family were like, please, we can't watch it otherwise. I was like, for fuck's sake. I just had to. Do you know what I mean? I had to. So I had to go back and watch pretty much all of today. Yeah, I can imagine. I had to because my parents had fraud scams on today, so I had to. Same here. And Aussie prosecutors arguing about words and phrases in transcript. That was 2 years ago, and thought 2, 3 translators. I know. The prosecution's going with quantity of evidence, not quality. There's some argument to be that it's repetitive, but certainly because most of the witnesses say the same things. It's like fuck. Murph, a lot of love to Murph. Thank you, Murph. It was a fun week. Oops. And chat's been awesome. Dissenting views are fun. And you brought great views. So hopefully join us back on Monday as well. We've had so many locals on chat for that. Yeah, we had loads of locals. Hopefully some of them stick around, but most won't. But it's fine. Wicked Sight, again, blessed. Thank you so much for the super chat as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'd really appreciate you for that. I really do. More than you guys. I always feel I'm repetitive saying thank you, but I generally mean it. I'm fucking really thankful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Wicked Sight. See, Erin's getting a job now. Erin's a new mod, so she's starting to understand how to thank people. So well done, Erin. Agreed, Murph. Thank you, Tudley. Nice to see you as well. For sure, Murph. Wicked, thank you. This trial can't retrial that. All I have time for busy building a house. Oh, Jesus, Ozzy. Rather you than me. It's I'm thankful. Well, I'm thankful that you were actually thanking people, doing your job, Erin. Yeah. Have you not seen it before? So the family, Travis Rudolph's family. So Travis Rudolph's family wore this on the day of the trial, of the verdict, and they sent me a couple, sent Brandy Churchwell. So me and Brandy both got, I believe, a couple of these Travis Rudolph jerseys. They had a few spare, and the family wanted to say thank you to both of us. And they were like, "Oh, okay, thank you." So yeah, it was really nice. I was really blessed, you know what I mean, to get this all the way from Travis, and I know Brandy was happy as well. So I was really, really happy with that. Both of us really happy. It was that time when me and Brandy were at loggerheads, but we put that aside now, and I think we both respect each other a lot more now. And yeah, this is look at it. So that was I loved that trial as well. Piss off. Thank you. I could tell you put a lot of time and effort into the channel. Thank you, Wicked. I do try to. We stream 6 days a week. We got another stream on tomorrow. Matthew Moore on tomorrow. That's on 10:45 a.m. Eastern. Matthew Moore. He was accused of killing his wife in 2022. It's a suicide, attempted suicide murder, staged murder, sorry, in Ohio, and he was found innocent. But we're going through the trial, but it's not. It's more of a, in a way, counseling session for Matt. So he comes on and he lets loose. Really, he gives us an insight into everything he went through. Basically, Matt lost everything. He was a millionaire. He was retired. But after his trial, he was in jail for 15 months. After his trial, he's obviously acquitted, but he has no money to his name. He has no money to his name. So I'm giving him a platform. It was supposed to be 6 week or 7 week stream, but we're on week 19 now. So it's not for everybody because there is a guy, Matt is just, being himself. He's obviously very angry with the world, but he's letting it out. He's letting it out, and we're offering him therapy. You know, in the sense of, yeah, you know. So if people want to pop in, please do. But as I say, it's not for everybody. Is what I'd say. You know, but Matt's great. But yeah, that is nice. It was nice. It was his family sent it. It was lovely. I'm a huge American football fan. I'm a college football and American football. I'm huge. I'm a huge fan. Huge. I think I'm very knowledgeable. For a Welsh guy, I'm very knowledgeable. I love that shirt. I've had to wash it a few times to shrink it a bit, but it is good. That's great. It is great. And I know me and Bradley were both chuffed with it. You can join us for Matt Moore tomorrow. There we are. I do stream 6 days a week, so I'm going by what Wicked's site was saying. We do stream 6 days a week. As I say, it's not for everybody, but you know, I enjoy it, and I enjoy giving him a platform as well. So, love Matt. I know he's great, but right. Thank you, Tudley. Thank you. Right, I'm going to leave you with that. It's now 12:20 at night. I really appreciate you all with the Krieger and this one and everything. Champion. No, I know you're not. I know you're not. I know you're not. Thank you, Tudley. Go enjoy yourselves the weekend. Might see some of you tomorrow. Hopefully see a lot of you on Monday. Back for the trial again. Thank you to all the mods. Thank you to everybody for all the support as always. Modding. Thank you as well to you guys for actually being respectful and, you know, being able to be respectful to each other. So I respect that. Oops, hang on, what's that? Your last great comment popped up when he was describing a murder case. Yeah, I'm not the most chat this streaming. I'm not the most. I can't coordinate is what I'm saying. So and as always, we finish off. I'm going to finish it off because that's Josie's way of telling me shut the fuck up and close your thing. No worries at all. Thank you, Ozzy. And just remember, this sign for Free Zachariah Anderson is the symbol that Karen Reid is also using now. Karen Reid's symbol is this. Her color is pink as well. So, you know, so I love it. And if you do see with Karen Reid, please tag the Wrongful Pod at Wrongful Pod on Twitter, or just put in wrongfulpod.com. You know, please, you know, share it. Yeah, no, she is. Right, I'm off. Thank you, everybody. Take care of yourselves. Bye-bye. Free Zachariah Anderson.
Thank you.